clearly fighting each other. Wei Wei took a copy of Sun Tzu's Art of War and learned some small tricks. Before she had time to operate, she was already considered a person with quite tactical thinking in this world. And now these reinforcements from Blue Star, she can't understand the fancy operations in her mind at all, and can only call it awesome. Just like the firing incident, her original intention was to blow up the position as soon as it was ready. But the reinforcements command had even set the time for firing, and when she heard this, it seemed to be true. It was simply too detailed. What is professionalism? This is what professionalism is all about. Now she couldn't wait to see what expression the elf named Ankai would have after the firing. Just when Wei Wei estimated that the time was almost up and was thinking about whether to find a place on the city wall to sit in the front row and watch the explosion, the latest news came from the front line. Your Highness, the coalition forces have changed shifts, but they did not continue to attack. Their commander called out and wanted to talk to you. Commander? The elf named Ankai. Yes. Okay. Wei Wei got up and walked out without thinking. I was still thinking about this a second ago, but I didn't expect it to come so soon. Isn't that a coincidence? Thinking of the little bitch who had mocked her at the foot of the city a few days ago, she couldn't help but want to mock back, and her pace quickened. But halfway through the walkie-talkie, she remembered something, turned around, picked up the intercom, and said to it, "Are you ready? We are fully prepared here and can fire at any time," came the words of the female officer in the command post. Is it too late to fire after hearing my order? Or do you have a fixed time to fire and you have to control it yourself? Wei Wei asked. That's not the case. When to fire can be based on your orders, but it's best not to let the enemy get too close to the city wall. Of course. After receiving the affirmative answer, Wei Wei suddenly felt very good. And I have met Her Royal Highness the Princess. Under the city, the elf princess named Ankai was as gentle, dignified, and graceful as ever. Even the light armor she wore not only did not affect her beauty, but actually added a bit of heroism and beauty to her. What's the matter? Wei Wei asked expressionlessly. It's been 3 days, isn't the princess ready to surrender yet? And Chi said warmly, I can assure you that if Kaikan surrenders, the coalition forces will not harm anyone after entering the city. We just want to fight for a territory that is enough for us to survive. After these few days of fighting, it should be clear to you that you cannot defend this city. She looked calm, and it seemed that taking over Mengchuan City was a matter of course for her. Are you so confident? Wei Wei said with a half smile but not a smile. Since you are so kind and have given me a promise that Xiao will not commit any crime after the city is destroyed, then I will also give you a promise. After your coalition forces are defeated, I will not do anything to you. Instead, I will send you to a great place. And Qi didn't know where Wei Wei got her confidence from. After the battles over the past few days, the defenders on the city were visibly exhausted. They probably used up all their strength to defend the city, not to mention the counterattack. She even thought about how to arrange things after defeating the coalition forces. For a moment, she wondered if the princess of the Xiang Empire was so angry that she fainted. Or, were there reinforcements? And she looked back at an old elf with white hair behind her. The elf shook his head, indicating that there was no such thing. There was no sign of any human army support around Mengchuan City, and several city gates had not been opened. There was no magic circle in the city that could teleport a large number of troops in. That was fine. And she looked at Wei Wei with a smile on her face. She guessed that Wei Wei was deliberately trying to scare her, making her suspicious so that the defenders could have some time to rest. Then he shook his head and said, Your Highness, you should know what price the coalition army paid for its invasion. It is too naive to scare us off with just a few words. I have told you before that a major change has occurred in the north, and we have to go south. There is no point in resisting except to let more people die. Give up. However, others do not know the inside story. But Wei Wei knows it clearly, and immediately retorted. What major change? Isn't it the rebellion of the Dark Elves? This is a man-made disaster, not a natural disaster. The fountain of life of the elves was destroyed in the internal strife, causing the imbalance of the environment in the north, and soon it will make the vast number of elves and various ethnic groups unable to survive. This is the reason why the coalition, which was previously a loose sand and only wanted to make money, suddenly became a solid block and wanted to take Mengchuan City at all costs. If outsiders did not know, they would really think that a natural disaster had occurred in the north after hearing In Chi's words. The Moon Elves and several other royal families have become so corrupt, and our family is not at fault. And Chi said lightly, I don't want to argue with you about who is right and who is wrong, I just want to tell you. Wei Wei said in a deep voice, You are responsible for the mess you made by your own internal fighting, and the Blazing Sun Empire has no obligation to clean up your mess. The North is no longer suitable for you to survive. Whether you die in the cold wind or die in famine, that is your business. This is not a place you can come to. You said I can't withstand the storm in the North? Now I'll tell you. I am the storm. Fire. When Wei Wei said the word fire, although she didn't know what would happen, the sense of crisis that surged into her heart at that moment, making her feel breathless, immediately made her realize that something extremely dangerous was approaching. She glanced at the elven priest next to her, and saw that the old elf was also in a panic, and realized that she was not the only one feeling this way. She immediately wanted to notify the army behind her that had assembled to prepare for the siege to retreat. This time, the army was larger than any of the previous rotating siege troops, and they were all elite. In addition to the goblin and dwarf ragtag troops, there were also a large number of elite elf warriors. After 3 days of siege, she thought the time had come and she could take Mingchuan City in one go, so she assembled such an elite siege army. This was also the reason why she called Wei Wei out again before the war to try to make the other side surrender. But now the assembled elite army has become a living target. She wanted to order the army to retreat, but it was too late. Accompanied by the whistling of the air, a rocket with a tail flame accurately hit the center of the crowd. In an instant, dozens of elite elf warriors who were closely lined up were blown away, and those who were closer to the center of the explosion were directly blown to pieces, leaving no bones. And those who were not directly blown away, even if they were more than 10 meters away, were directly injured and vomited blood. A rocket shell, without any defense, directly harvested the lives of dozens of elf warriors and injured nearly 100 people. You have to know that these elf warriors are not ordinary people, at least they are the strength of first-level warriors. And this is just the beginning. It was as if Pandora's box was opened. As the first rocket shell landed, more shells fell from the sky like raindrops. The tail flame of the rocket shell covered the sky and the sun. In the smoke and dust, there were countless 155mm howitzers. What is this? And she looked at this scene with a pale face, but his reaction was not slow. He immediately turned his head to look at the elf priest next to him. The priest also understood. Although he didn't know what these were, it shouldn't be wrong to treat them as magic arrows. The old elf waved the staff in his hand and muttered something. The next moment, the staff slammed down on the ground, and a translucent sky suddenly appeared above the heads of all the elf troops, trying to stop the rain of shells. Seeing this, Wei Wei on the wall couldn't help but reveal a mocking smile. As expected, facing the endless shells and rockets, the sky lasted less than a second before it shattered. The old elf priest also spit out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. The magic and martial arts of this world cannot ignore the difference in numbers before they become gods. As long as there are enough people, the demigod can kill you. This is also the reason why there are still organizations like countries in a world with extraordinary power. The old priest of the elves is an 8th-level magician. When facing such dense firepower, no one can stop him if he wants to run. But it is a foolish dream to take all these shells. Did your drone see the leaders in front? Can you concentrate firepower to kill them? Wei Wei picked up the walkie-talkie and asked tentatively. The female officer in charge of contacting her in the command post immediately replied. The leaders are our key targets. There are more than 50 155mm howitzers aimed at them, and 5 rocket launchers are also aimed at them. They are firing at this time. The shells fired include high explosive bombs, white phosphorus incendiary bombs, fuel air bombs, etc. As long as there is no accident, the leader of the coalition forces will be killed here. Originally, the command post just wanted to blow up the opposite side at dawn, but unexpectedly, the leader of the coalition forces ran out. Although it was not sure whether this kind of powerful person from another world with powerful extraordinary power could be killed by the explosion, the command center still deployed some firepower to try. Upon hearing this, Wei Wei immediately dropped the intercom and pulled out a gorgeous longbow from the storage space. Twisting the waist and pulling the string, the bow opened to the full moon. A silver energy arrow condensed on the bow, pointing directly at Ankai, who found that something was wrong and helped the elf priest to leave the battlefield. Want to escape? It all seemed like a long time, but in fact, it took less than a minute from the first shell hitting the coalition army outside the city. Wei Wei aimed at Ankai, who was about to evacuate, and directly released the bowstring. The bow was like thunder, and the string was like thunder. A 7th-level warrior who practiced both magic and martial arts, plus this magic longbow made by a demigod. This arrow may not have the AoE effect of a rocket, but in terms of single-target lethality, it is much stronger than these rockets and shells. Even an adult dragon has to temporarily avoid the edge. Not to mention Ankai. Ankai, who was about to retreat after helping the priest, felt like a thorn in her back the moment Wei Wei shot the arrow. The 7th-level warrior's foresight of danger saved her life again. At the moment Wei Wei shot the arrow, Ankai abandoned the monster mount under him and dodged to the side. Cry! The shriek of the air being torn apart was like the cry of a phoenix, and the monster mount hit by this arrow froze in place. The next moment, it exploded into a blood mist, and not even a complete bone could be found. And Chi was shocked, and at this time he could not care about his gentle and dignified image. He rolled again before he could stand firm, and dodged another arrow. Wai Wei on the wall was not in a hurry. Although the longbow made by the demigod in her hand was powerful, she was only at the 7th level after all, and the Ankai on the opposite side was also at the 7th level. If she wanted to kill the opponent with this bow without other means, it would be a bit short. Her shooting was just to delay time and not giving Chi a chance to escape. The large-scale AoE was still behind, and she obviously guessed Wai Wei's plan, but under the suppression of this longbow, she could only dodge continuously and was restricted to the spot, and had no time to escape. Otherwise, if she was shot with an arrow, she would be seriously injured if she didn't die. Sure enough, when Wai Wei shot the 4th arrow, dozens of rockets accompanied by the whistling of the air hit in Chi directly. Wai Wei's arrow just happened to interrupt Ankai's action of taking out magic props. Because she was notified in advance and knew that this was a big guy, after shooting the last arrow, Wai Wei didn't think twice and directly hit the city wall with a defensive magic. Several other high-level magicians on the city wall also cast the same magic. The next moment, the first 2 big guys landed. Out of respect for the powerful people in the magic world, the command post used the 750mm rocket with the largest caliber that the 191 rocket launcher could launch to attack such high-level strongmen, and the warhead carried was a fuel air bomb weighing more than 500 kilograms. Because people had been arranged on the city wall to use laser guidance, the error of these 2 rockets was extremely small. Almost all of them hit less than 1 meter away from Ankai. Boom! Even though there were several defensive barriers set up by high-level magicians, the entire city wall was shaking continuously after the explosion, making some soldiers even unable to stand steadily. 2 mushroom clouds slowly rose from the explosion site. 10 meters behind Chi, the elite elves and goblins who had not yet evacuated were torn to pieces in an instant. These people started as warriors or magicians above the 4th level, but they could not even withstand the aftermath of such weapons. Wai Wei looked at the 2 huge mushroom clouds and swallowed her saliva. This may be a bit painful. However, this was just the beginning. The flames of the explosion had not yet dissipated, and then there were rockets and shells raining down on the position wherein Chi had just been. It was a minute later when the last shell landed. There was gunpowder smoke in front of the city wall, and in the smoke, you could vaguely see that there was no flat place on the devastated land. This was just in front of the city wall. The troops farther away, facing the firepower of these 3,000 howitzers and 1,000 rocket launchers, had become a purgatory on Earth. The ground was full of corpses torn apart by high explosive bombs and fuel air bombs. The rain of fire from the white phosphorus bombs that exploded at high altitudes covered the entire battlefield. The coalition soldiers who were lucky enough not to be killed by the shells had to watch out for the rain of fire when they fled. Once they were touched, the burning white phosphorus would burn everything it touched like a maggot attached to the bone. Even if they jumped into the water, they could not put out the fire. The bombing range was not limited to the army that Chi had gathered at the city gate to prepare to take down Mengchuan City in one go, but also included the endless coalition camp outside the city. At this moment, the burning of the camp was no longer a story that the people of Kyushu had seen since childhood, but a realistic one. The morning sun was obscured by the smoke, and the entire battlefield presented a doomsday scene. It was not just Wai Wei who was stunned. There were also the defenders on the city wall. Some people had previously been puzzled by the princess's attention to those weak outsiders, and even a little indignant. But after seeing this scene, all the previous imbalances were balanced. What levels 7 and 8? Compared with the strangely dressed people in the city, their fighting power is just for fun. I'm afraid that the forbidden spell released by the god of magic can only have this effect. An 8th level magician couldn't help but sigh. Anyway, he certainly couldn't do it. Even if his magic power was drained, he could only release an attack with a coverage range of several hundred meters. It was just a little more powerful than the 2 rocket launchers loaded with fuel air bombs just now. With the help of this group of people, Mengchuan City can be defended. Another 7th level warrior sat on the battlement tiredly and said, "Just defend Mengchuan City." The 8th level magician suddenly showed an inexplicable smile and turned his head to look behind. Or, the south. The warrior understood immediately, and didn't know what he remembered, and his heartbeat accelerated. They have been with Wai Wei for a long time. If this thing can be done, they will definitely get a loyal minister in the future. Don't look at them as either 7th level or 8th level. To put it bluntly, they are just stronger in personal strength. Compared with those real imperial dignitaries, they are too far behind. Even demigods like Zingan are still discriminated against because of their bloodline in this world, let alone them. The top bloodlines, such as Wei, the descendants of the royal family of the Xiang Empire, and several royal families of the elves, are basically descendants of the ancient gods of law and martial arts. Others can't pretend to be, but there are explanations for the inferior ones. As long as you stay in the circle of the rich and powerful for long enough, no matter what your origin is, you can find a chance to find your ancestors and attach yourself to a noble bloodline. After a long time, even if it is fake, it can become true. This is also the reason why this group of people turned to Wei. Before, they did not think that Wei could compete for the throne. They just wanted to follow Wei to mix into the circle of the rich and powerful in this northern border, and completely separate the identity of the local minor noble bloodline from the previous civilian origin. Now it seems that there is hope for bigger pursuits. The terrifying firepower coverage lasted for nearly half an hour. The reinforcements had 3,000 artillery pieces and 1,000 rocket launchers, which fired more than 600,000 rounds of various types of shells in half an hour, and fired more than 20,000 tons of ammunition. The amount of ammunition Van Fleet had was just for fun. With the blessing of modern technology, the barrels are more durable, the ammunition is loaded and replaced more quickly, and the accessories can be replaced and maintained modularly after damage. The firepower delivery capability is far beyond that of decades ago. The scale of firepower delivered by these 3,000 artillery pieces and 1,000 rocket launchers in this half hour is unprecedented even in Blue Star. After all, Blue Star has never fought a truly high-intensity war since entering the new era. These weapons usually look ordinary and seem to have nothing outstanding. It's just because the scale of application is far from enough. Artillery is a weapon that can only reflect its value when used on a large scale, and it also brings the greatest shock to people. At the moment, the defenders of Mengchuan City are obviously the most shocked group of people. After the overwhelming bombing, the smoke and dust outside the city took more than half an hour to dissipate. The battlefield in front of us was already devastated, and there was no intact ground to be seen. There were shell holes and various corpses everywhere, including elves, orcs, and more of them were dwarves and goblins, the main races in the coalition. Corpses were everywhere, but it was difficult to find a few intact corpses in them. The moat that had been filled with sandbags by the coalition had been completely buried and disappeared under the dense artillery fire that did not distinguish between enemies and friends. It was as if there had never been a moat here. This was just the place near the city gate. A little further away, the coalition camp could be seen on the city wall, and the flames had not even been extinguished at this time. Under the rising black smoke was a ruin where no trace of living people could be seen. The defenders who witnessed this doomsday scene in the whole city were all pale at this moment. With shells flying all over the sky and bombing everywhere, they couldn't believe what they would do if they were standing under the city wall now, facing such a large-scale bombing. The range of the bombing was too large. In addition to the 155mm howitzer, there were also a large number of powerful rockets of various types. From time to time, there would be a few fuel air bombs, thermobaric bombs, and white-collar incendiary bombs mixed in. For ordinary shells, warriors and magicians above level 4 could still find a way to resist and save themselves, but when facing the various rockets that emerged one after another, they had no way to do anything. It can be said that it is impossible to defend against it. In this environment, only warriors and magicians above level 7 can survive on the battlefield. The actual situation is indeed the case. Unless they are deliberately interfered by Wei and some high-level beings in Mengchuan City, the high-level warriors and magicians in the coalition have basically escaped smoothly. But once they are entangled by teammates of equal strength and cannot escape for a while, even high-level warriors will die here. The 8th-level priest of the elves and the princess and the commander of the coalition forces, and Qi, are among them. The former died on the spot. Wei thought that the latter was also dead, but she didn't expect that when a bunch of cavalry were sent out of the city to clean up the battlefield, she was accidentally picked up by Qi. This guy actually had a breath left. Of course, it doesn't mean that she, a 7th-level warrior, can withstand 2 fuel air bombs and dozens of artillery shells, but as the princess of the elves and the most beloved daughter of the new elf king, she has many life-saving treasures. She barely survived in this hell-like environment, but she only had a breath left. When she was picked up, there was no good meat on her body. For a prisoner of this level, Wei certainly wouldn't let her die like this. After sealing her with magic, she used the water of life to save her. It will be very useful whether it is used as a bargaining chip in negotiations with the Elf Kingdom or for other purposes. The spoils obtained by cleaning up the battlefield after the war are far more than just the prisoner and Qi. After cleaning up the front battlefield outside the city, the cavalry of Mengchuan City advanced a few kilometers, cautiously probing as they advanced, and entered the camp of the coalition forces. Before entering, they found that the fire ignited by the incendiary bombs in the camp had not been extinguished, but it was terribly quiet inside. At first, they thought there would be an ambush and were quite cautious. But after entering the camp, they found that the camp was empty. Most of the camps had been burned down, and the rear camps that were not affected by the war were also empty at this time. The cavalry of Mengshuan City searched the camp for a long time and found only a few hundred living people. These people were either injured and unable to run, or were completely scared and didn't even have the courage to run. From these people, they finally understood that the bombing had not stopped yet, and the soldiers in the coalition camp who were not fighting had begun to flee in large numbers. No matter how the middle and high-level warriors and magicians tried to stop them, they could not stop them. Even after the artillery fire from Mengshuan City directly hit the coalition camp, the middle and high-level warriors and magicians also began to flee. The defeat was vividly demonstrated at this moment. Because the coalition camp is further north, there is a mountainous area with rugged mountain roads, and several of the necessary roads are narrow valleys, so after the large-scale rout, the coalition forces suffered a very serious stampede on the way to escape. Everyone only regretted that their parents had not given them 2 more legs, fearing that the terrifying shells behind them would hit them. Abandoning the road is completely abandoning armor and weapons without regard for the consequences. As for the abandoned logistical baggage in the camp, it is countless. According to statistics after the war, among the various types of supplies that were not burned, there were more than 300,000 sets of ordinary weapons and armor, and more than 100,000 sets of low and medium level armor and weapons engraved with magic inscriptions, more than 100,000 tons of ordinary food supplies, and more than 20,000 tons of various magic ingredients. More than 5,000 barrels of life water used as marching medicine, each barrel is about 1 cubic meter. And this kind of life water is the concentration that Wei originally traded to Sui. As for the casualties, it is even more outrageous. Following in Shi, the most elite troops of the coalition forces, totaling 200,000, gathered under the city to prepare to take Mengshuan City in one fell swoop. When counting afterwards, it was roughly estimated that more than 160,000 coalition soldiers died in the front battlefield, and the total number of those who escaped from the battlefield after the artillery fire was no more than 40,000. The situation in the rear camp was even worse than the front battlefield that was bombed. The front army at least had some armor and other protection, but the soldiers in the camp had no defense at all, and there were nearly 1 million coalition soldiers stationed in the camp. After the cavalry of Mengshuan City entered the camp, the statistics showed that the casualties of the coalition forces in the camp were even more horrible than those on the front battlefield, and the death toll should have exceeded 200,000. That is, this round of bombing caused at least nearly 360,000 coalition soldiers to be killed and injured. In the cold weapon war, those who did not collapse with more than 10% casualties were already the elite among the elite. The coalition forces had a total of more than 1 million troops, and this time the casualties exceeded 30%, so collapse was a matter of course. When the troops of Mengshuan City thought that this was the result of this wave of bombing, it turned out that they still underestimated the tragic situation when the super large-scale cluster of troops collapsed. A cavalry squad of Mengshuan City was ordered to follow the route of the coalition's collapse to inquire about the situation. As a result, they saw layers of corpses without any gaps along the way. Some were wounded who escaped after being injured and burned by the explosion, and most of the corpses were broken bones and tendons. It was obviously because they fled too hastily and were directly trampled to death by friendly forces on the road. Especially at the passes of several canyons, the density of corpses was so dense that it was unbearable to look at. Blood was flowing all over the ground. When the people of Mengshuan City arrived here, they could still see many people who were still alive and wailing in this sea of corpses and blood. After a simple calculation, more than 100,000 people of the coalition forces died in the trampling due to the internal strife on the way to escape. Therefore, the total gains of the reinforcements in this battle should be more than 400,000. This number is shocking. As the commander of the reinforcements, Lin Yulong also took a breath of cold air after hearing such horrific casualties. Even their command had not expected such a result before the war. There was no way, they also had no experience in this kind of battle. After reviewing the situation afterwards, many commanders believed that there were many reasons for such heavy casualties. One was that the simultaneous firing of artillery and rocket launchers of this scale was probably unique even on Blue Star. The density of firepower was too terrifying, and the opponent had nowhere to hide. Another reason is that people in the other world lack countermeasures against weapons such as artillery, and have no defense at all. Whether it is the army formation when preparing to attack the city or the camp of the coalition forces, it is quite dense, and there are often scenes where dozens of people are killed by a shell, which is almost impossible to happen on the battlefield of Blue Star. Even the army with an excellent matching mechanism like the Black State Uncle Hay can't be stupid enough to let so many people stand together to be bombed, and here is still in the cold weapon war period, and dense formations are very common. There is another important reason. People in this world have almost no understanding of artillery weapons. Although Wai Wei has tried a few artillery before. But that thing is a very backward product that Sui got, and the number is too small. The coalition forces thought it was some kind of magic when they were bombed, and they didn't take it seriously at all. The lack of understanding of artillery has led to a significant increase in the lethality of this weapon. On Blue Star, everyone knows to lie down when bombed. Although this method is stupid, it can really increase the probability of survival. And people in this world have no such concept at all. When bombed, they just run around. They had no idea that the artillery attack range was dozens of kilometers, so running was useless. The combination of so many factors led to the current results. Lin Yulong went to the city wall to see the situation outside. In order to protect the mental health of the soldiers, he even dared to only tell the soldiers and the reinforcements that this battle was a great victory. As for how many enemies were wiped out and what the actual situation on the battlefield was like, he simply kept silent. And he also asked the command center to use drones to observe the frontline battlefield and not to talk about it. This scene of corpses and blood is still a bit too supermodel for the Blue Star people. It is to the extent that taking a photo and posting it on the internet requires mosaics. It is different from the post-war statistics and experience summary of the reinforcements. After seeing the horrible results, Wai Wei almost jumped up with joy. As an aristocrat in the magic world and an old feudal lord, she has long been accustomed to these fights on the battlefield. Hundreds of thousands of casualties in a war are commonplace in the magic world. Not to mention her, the army in Mengchuan City, and even ordinary residents, only sighed that the weapons of these reinforcements were really awesome, but no one thought that killing too many enemies was inhumane. That's how the world is. When fighting, you have to be prepared for death. Whether you kill the enemy or be killed, there will be no moral burden. In other words, people who have been at peace with Blue Star for a long time will feel uncomfortable with such casualties in battlefields. Afterwards, Wai Wei was not stingy. She directly gave 1,000 barrels of the 5,000 barrels of water of life seized to the reinforcements. She planned to take out 2,000 barrels of the remaining ones as a thank you to Sui. As for the tens of thousands of tons of magic ingredients, Mengchuan City is currently unable to digest them internally, so it is natural to trade with Sui. Blue Star, Sui has not received the news of the great victory of Mengchuan City, but he is not free. After finishing the work of sending reinforcements to the other world, the chain reaction brought about by the previous actions of Tianya Group and Suwa Country finally appeared after a delay of 2 days. The Bald Eagle's military aircraft was shot down by the Tianya Group. The Bald Eagle didn't dare to say a word, but that doesn't mean they will just let the matter go. After sending many elite special forces to approach the pirate town for close reconnaissance and discovering that it had become a completely empty city, Bald Eagle immediately told the media about the news, which then spread all over the world. In fact, many of those special forces were also arrested by the people left behind by the Tianya Group Security Department to deal with the aftermath. There are no close-up shots, but there are plenty of photos taken from a distance with military cameras. Bald Eagle did not dare to say that his overseas garrison was beaten by the exoskeleton warriors of the Tianya Group Security Department and dared not even approach, so he could only say that these photo evidences were taken by passers-by A and tourist B. Each one was a little blurry, but the empty city and traces of war were enough to show that a battle had indeed taken place here, and there were indeed few people in the city. Moreover, they also found some people who originally lived in the city and escaped from the city when the Tianya Group took action, and asked them to come forward to identify them. They even directly sued the Tianya Group in Bald Eagle's court. With the help of the Bald Eagle, the news was spread all over the world through the channels of Western media in just 1 day. Sui was also accused of being anti-human. These things are certainly not offensive to Sui. To put it bluntly, Tianya Group's products have no competitors at all, and they are almost necessary for human development. Therefore, the company's reputation is actually not important at all. But it is not his style to let others slander him. And as for the issue of how to deal with this matter, Tianya Group already had a plan after solving the pirates on the same day, and it was not difficult to deal with it. First of all, Tianya Group directly issued a statement, admitting that the conflict in the area of Sa country did exist, but all the purposes were to fight pirates and rescue kidnapped merchant ships and crew members, out of an irrefutable position of justice. Secondly, regarding the Bald Eagle's claim that Tianya Group massacred the city and killed everyone in the small town where the pirates were, Tianya Group naturally could not admit it. The whole process of this battle was filmed by every power armor and exoskeleton on the ground, and there were also drones and landing craft in the sky. Whatever the facts, Tianyu Group had no intention of hiding them at all, and directly released all the videos. There are nearly 300 different camera angles, all of which are long videos of more than 2 hours. From entering the small town to clearing out the pirates in the city, all the actions were filmed clearly and in great detail, including how the residents escaped during the battle. All of them were shot with close-ups and special camera angles. Every person killed by the Tianyu Group security department was recorded clearly. Facts have proved that the Tianyu Group security department has never killed an innocent person from beginning to end. They were all attacked first and then fought back. Once these many different camera angles were thrown out, the whole world was silent. Don't ask why they were silent. The answer is that everyone is watching the video. Those who oppose the Tianyu Group want to find flaws in it, while those who support it want to see how the Tianyu Group beats the primitive people like gods. The more amused people, while watching, exclaimed that these power armors and exoskeletons are really awesome, and it is a complete dimensionality reduction attack. There were too many videos, and no one could watch them all in a short period of time, so public opinion calmed down for several days. It was not until many people who were serious or had other purposes watched all the videos that the incident became popular again. After the Bald Eagle found that the Tianyu Group had hardly killed any unarmed people in the whole process, it also knew that the charges against humanity that it had previously accused of were untenable. After all, the Tianyu Group itself said that this was a war against pirates. They are already at war, and you can't not fight back when you encounter an enemy with a gun, right? As for the unarmed civilians, they didn't kill any of them. What else can you say? Let's not talk about it in the distance. The police of the Bald Eagle would empty the magazines when they encountered armed suspects in peacetime. What qualifications do they have to blame the security guards of the Tianyu Group from this perspective? So when the media interviewed and asked how they viewed this matter, the new spokesperson of the Bald Eagle Black Palace said after thinking for a long time, "It is proven that the Tianyu Group is anti-human. They obviously have the most advanced weapons and can completely ignore the backward guns and weapons in the hands of those people, but they still choose to kill all the people who fired the guns. If this is not anti-human, what is it? If they are righteous, they should use their advanced weapons to disarm these people, and then detain them uniformly, and then judge them for the crimes they committed afterwards, instead of directly killing them." Such outrageous remarks really made me laugh. Ha ha ha, because I have advanced weapons, I can kill them even if I hold a gun to my face, I can only subdue them, right? There are too many complaints, and I don't know where to start. I don't know if he is praising the good equipment of the Tianyu Group or accusing the Tianyu Group of killing too many people. There is no war without death. Others are shooting at you and you are not allowed to shoot back. How can there be such an outrageous thing in the world? That's right, if you ask me, there is absolutely no problem with what Tianyu Group did. The pirates of Sogo are too rampant and lawless. They should be dealt with severely. Mr. Su did something I always wanted to do but didn't have the ability to do. This bald eagle can still cry. It was also in this place when the Black Hawk fell. Didn't they want to kill it at that time? Wasn't it surrounded and beaten by a group of pirates? They didn't have the ability, but they didn't allow others who had the ability to do it. It was too against the will of heaven. They have always had double standards, strict with others and lenient with themselves. It is a joke of the century that they should not kill the armed elements of the other side when their weapons crush them. As soon as this was said, it quickly caused ridicule. The main reason was that the bald eagle used to rely on its leading technology and equipment to do so many bad things. Now it is a bit too abstract to say that others are not allowed to kill the enemy because of their leading equipment. Not only did it fail to attack Tianyu Group as it wished, but it was a disguised advertisement for the power armor and exoskeleton armor of Tianyu Group. The high-tech weapons selected by the Bald Eagle Black Palace can defeat tens of thousands of enemies with only 200 in Black State, and the record is available. Of course, this slogan is a joke, because these equipments of Tianyu Group do not need to be advertised at all now. After those first-person combat videos were released, orders like snowflakes floated to Tianyu Group. Among them, there are not only various countries, but also some small forces that are not countries, such as underground gangs in some regions, or separatist warlords. Except for the rebellious Sun in the southeast of Kyushu, Sui accepts orders from anywhere in the world. Sentinel-1 exoskeleton, as long as you pay, I will sell it. Anyone can come. There are even 2 countries that are at war, and both sides buy exoskeletons from Tianyu Group together. In addition to these countries and some large and small organizations, there are even many individuals who are not short of money who have contributed a large number of orders. After all, this thing can really be used by a single person, and because it has just appeared, countries have not thought about whether to legislate to restrict these things. Many people want to take advantage of the loophole and get themselves a set first. Isn't this much cooler than a supercar? And it's also damn cheap. After wearing it, you can directly become a little Superman. As long as you have money, who can refuse to buy one for yourself? This situation was actually expected by Tanya Group. Otherwise, Sui would not have specifically said that Sentinel-1 could be sold at the press conference. Bald Eagle never expected that he wanted to discuss Tanya Group, but in the end, he gave Tanya Group's exoskeleton a loud advertisement. Time went by for several days. The fluctuations of the fishing boats on Blue Star caused by the appearance of Tanya Group not only did not stop, but also tended to intensify. At the same time, the great victory in the magic world hardly caused any waves on Blue Star. After all, only a few people in the whole Blue Star knew about this. After receiving the battle report handed over by Wai Wei, not to mention Sui, even Yuling was stunned. She asked herself that she had a relatively in-depth understanding of the weapons of Blue Star and the various magical means of the magic world, but this batch of reinforcements could achieve such an effect in the first battle, and even completely defeated the million-strong army that surrounded Mengchuan City. This was something she had never thought of before. But after watching the battle report sent by the Juzhu reinforcements from the magic world, as well as the very professional live video of the battle scene, she had to believe it again. Even after watching the video of the corpses everywhere after the battle, she felt that the number of about 400,000 enemies killed reported by the reinforcements was too conservative. Because of the limited number of people and the fact that their individual combat power is indeed different from that of the people in the magic world, Lin Yulong's support army certainly would not participate in dangerous and dirty work such as cleaning the battlefield, so they did not count the casualties of the enemy in detail. As for the army of the magic world, they would not count them carefully. A rough estimate based on the confiscated weapons and equipment would be enough. Some soldiers in Mengchuan City who were responsible for cleaning the battlefield were even more perfunctory than this. They directly dug a big pit and estimated that they could burn thousands of bodies, so they counted by pits. The number of pits filled by the bodies they cleaned up was multiplied by 1,000 to get the casualties of the enemy. This cannot be blamed on the people in Mengchuan City. They don't know what's the point of counting how many people died on the other side, so of course they won't care. In short, this battle brought Yuling a great shock. But she didn't start to fear these hot weapons. Although the battle report of Mengchuan City was rough, the number of casualties of those strong men above the 7th level could still be counted clearly. The coalition army is so large, with more than 300 magicians and warriors above level 7, and about 30 to 40 at level 8. There is not a single level 9 warrior. There is an unwritten rule in the magic world, which is said to have been made by those who became gods many years ago. That is, the gods of war, the gods of law, and various demigods are not allowed to intervene in wars between ordinary people. So in the absence of demigods, the level 9 is the highest combat power that can be seen on the battlefield of the magic world. It is probably a nuclear bomb level existence on Blue Star. Speaking of Mengchuan City, there are millions of troops besieging the city and the elf princess personally commanding the troops and supervising the battle. In the final analysis, it is just a local battlefield. Level 9 bosses usually don't appear in such places, and naturally they won't die here. And so many level 7 and level 8 warriors, including those who were captured and whose bodies were found, the effective number of statistics is 9 level 7 warriors and 16 level 7 magicians. No body of a level 8 warrior was found, but 3 level 8 magicians died. One of them is the old priest of the elves. I don't know if he burned more money for his future self when he held a sacrificial ceremony to commemorate the dead. It can be seen that from the perspective of the casualties ratio, the survival rate of warriors on the battlefield is definitely much higher than that of magicians. After all, magicians are weak and their ability to run is far worse than that of warriors. The survival rate is naturally higher. The causes of death of these people can also be explained. Basically, it is because the strong men of Mengchuan City on the city wall saw that the situation was not right and deliberately used means to leave them on the battlefield to be bombed, which led to the deaths of these masters above level 7. If there were no people of equal strength to restrain them, these masters of the magic world who were killed could have escaped calmly and would not have been afraid of these weapons at all. The same principle applies to Blue Star. These weapons are of course a threat to Yuling, but in the absence of masters of the same level to hold them back, masters like these masters above level 7 will not die directly on the battlefield when facing modern firepower attacks. Besides Zingen, there is no one stronger than her on Blue Star. Zingen is one of us, so of course he doesn't count. In other words, she is basically invincible on Blue Star, so there is no need to worry too much. Even the two of them who have a certain understanding of both worlds were shocked by the performance of the first battle of the 10,000 reinforcements, not to mention the high-level officials of Jushu who knew about it. A battle with hundreds of thousands of casualties would definitely go down in history on Blue Star, but it is nothing in the magic world. The differences brought by the different worlds have brought a great shock to many people on Blue Star. However, the high-level officials of Jushu did not become complacent and proud because of this, thinking that they could be invincible in the universe. After letting professional military personnel carefully analyze the details of the defense of Mengchuan City, they generally came to a conclusion that the main reason for achieving such an effect was that the enemy was unprepared for it. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to pass next time. Yes, next time. Through the information obtained from the battle report, they carefully analyzed the current situation in the magic world, and finally believed that both the Elf Kingdom and other races would definitely make a comeback. After all, this is not an ordinary war for interests, but a war for survival among the various tribes in the north of the magic world, which is dominated by the elves. They have no way out at all. And with the population density of that world, even if 1 million troops were dispersed this time, they can soon gather an army larger than this one to attack again. This time, they have suffered a great loss in weapons such as artillery. As long as they have enough, they will have protection next time. It will be very difficult to achieve such a result again at that time. In short, in the eyes of those people in Jushu, the factor of luck in this victory accounts for too much, which does not mean anything. Others, if they ask, they will say that I am very bad and I am trembling now. Anyway, pride and complacency are absolutely unacceptable. Of course, if the old man Lin who is responsible for receiving the spoils of water of life sent by Wai Wei can be more restrained and not look forward to the next war, this kind of humility will be more credible. In short, regarding the war in the magic world, it seems that Wai Wei has defended Mengchuan City, and there is no need to worry about it at least in the short term. Sui successfully secured a valuable trading partner. Jushu got a large amount of highly concentrated water of life. Of course, after Sui handled it, all this water of life was replaced with a diluted version. Wai Wei specifically gave Jushu only 1,000 barrels of water of life. In the end, Sui gave Jushu a large amount of diluted water of life that was enough for more than 1 billion people in Jushu to use once and completely eliminate diseases. Although the battlefields of these soldiers were not on Blue Star, they fulfilled their promises in the army in another way and truly worked for the welfare of the people. Faced with this sudden massive amount of basic version of water of life, the decision of the top management of Jushu was also very decisive. Send. Free for all people, every citizen of Jushu is eligible to get one injection unconditionally. For most normal people without major diseases, this one is enough to ensure a peaceful life without getting sick easily. But for many people with cancer or some special intractable diseases, one basic version of water of life is definitely not enough. Jushu's approach is to pay for more than one, and the price is not expensive. Even compared to its price, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is a bargain, but it can only be purchased through Jushu's medical insurance system. The external statement is that Jushu has reached a deep cooperation with Tianyu Group, which has resulted in an unlimited supply of water of life, and water of life has been successfully included in medical insurance. Collecting money is not really for the sake of making this little money. It is just to offset some expenses, and it is also to set a certain threshold to discourage some people who want to have a few bites even if they are not sick. There is almost no doubt that if it is completely free, there will definitely be no shortage of such people. Don't test human nature at any time. In contrast, setting a price that is not so expensive and ensuring that everyone who really has a disease can afford it. It is more reasonable than providing it for free to anyone who comes. In order to prevent loopholes, the water of life in Jushu strictly implements the corresponding identity review method. That is, everyone can use one water of life for free with their ID card, and they can buy more, but not only do they need to pay, but the purchase record will also be recorded and synchronized to the online database. So that if there is a problem, the individual can be directly and accurately located, when the water of life was bought, and how much water of life was bought. At the same time, every water of life, whether it is the free one you already have or the one you bought with extra money, all need to be injected on the spot under the camera, and before the injection, you must make sure that the camera is intact and usable. Ensure that the whereabouts of each water of life can be verified. It completely eliminates the possibility that some people will sell the water of life from the welfare given to the people by the Jushu government. And when this notice was issued, Jushu also specifically explained it at the end of the notice. This thing was made by the official and Tianyu group together. If someone tries to take advantage of it, it will not only violate the laws of Jushu, but also the system of Tianyu group. Once this happens, the official Jushu and Tianyu group will not be responsible for what will happen. Compared with the layers of rules, the deterrent power of this last notice is quite large. In the perception of normal people, although Tianyu Group is now in its heyday, it is definitely not as good as Juzhou. After all, it is such a big country. A company is not as deterrent as Juzhou. But for some people who dare to think about such things, the deterrent power of Tianyu Group is really greater than that of Juzhou officials. After all, Juzhou is very big, and the internal entanglements are also complicated. If there are only one or two such people, they can still kill the chicken to scare the monkey, but with huge interests in front of them, there may be many people who want to sell Juzhou's low-priced water of life at a high price through their own channels and means. At this time, it is not easy for the official to deal with it. After all, the law does not hold everyone responsible. Who knows whose relatives or friends did this? But Tianyu Group is different. Sui, who openly rubbed the face of the bald eagle on the ground and directly asked people to fight because the crew was kidnapped, is almost a ruthless person who started a war directly. Or crazy. No one dares to mess with him. Money is a good thing, but you have to be alive to spend it. Besides, even if they don't plan to take the water of life that the official gives to the whole people, they are not without other channels to make money through the water of life. For example, to purchase the water of life sold by Tianyu Group. Anyway, the water of life of Tianyu Group is still much cheaper in China than abroad, and they can still make a lot of money by buying and selling it as a second-hand dealer. And compared with so many people grabbing it before, they can only buy it from individual investors and then sell it. Now the official gives everyone in Juzhou one for free, and those who really need it can also go to the official to buy it at a lower price. There are fewer people who compete with them for the water of life of Tianyu Group. Just be a decent second-hand dealer and make some money. It's not worth it if you don't make some money and risk your life. Almost no one would doubt whether Sui and Tianyu Group would dare to kill people if they found out that someone sold Juzhou's super low-priced water of life to the outside world and damaged the interests of Tianyu Group. He has recently told everyone with facts that it is best not to provoke him. In this way, the issue of the distribution of water of life within Juzhou has been temporarily settled. Sui originally thought that he could live in peace for a few days and enjoy life with his beautiful wife and family. Unexpectedly, just after he finished his work, Bailu over there sent new news again. On an ordinary afternoon, he suddenly called Sui to the trading space. Just now, No, it was interstellar pirates who robbed a transport ship belonging to the Alliance that passed by our King Star. Do you want to guess what good things are on it? As soon as he entered the trading space, Sui saw the smug look on the face of this little girl, and couldn't help shrugging. I can't guess. Tisk, boring. Bailu rolled his eyes at him, and then casually threw something that looked like a crystal ball over. This transport ship belongs to the Interstellar Alliance Space Museum, and it contains artifacts from hundreds of years ago. Sui looked at the crystal ball in his hand that looked like a marble, and a question mark floated over his head. This is not a crystal ball, but a storage crystal that was very common in our world hundreds of years ago. Although it has now been replaced by a more efficient field coordinator, it is the real pinnacle product of the physical crystal era. Just this small ball in your hand can store up to 512 YB of information. The one in your hand is said to be the first mass-produced product after the emergence of this crystal as a breakthrough technology. It is very commemorative and has been kept in the Space Museum before. I don't know why it was moved out this time, and it happened to be stolen by interstellar pirates on the road. I happened to pass by, and as the commander of the Interstellar Alliance King Star Orbital Airborne Brigade, I had to take advantage of justice and snatch it back. So, what's the use of this thing? Sui tossed the marble-shaped crystal in his hand, feeling a little novel, but didn't find any use for it. A single crystal is valuable to Bailu and others because it has commemorative significance. But the commemorative meaning is meaningless in a place like Blue Star that cannot be touched by 8 poles. To put it bluntly, isn't this just a large spherical memory card? He didn't have the equipment to decode the contents when he took it back. Besides, it's hard to say whether there is any useful information in it. You actually ask me what's the use? Have I ever given you useless things? Bailu said with a look of disgust. Don't pay me back. Of course, it was less than a little. Sui calmly put it in his pocket and said, that won't work. You should first tell me what this thing is for, right? You can't just call me here just to show me the antique you just grabbed. Someone asks me about nuclear fusion every day. Isn't that inside? Bailu raised his eyebrows and said, you didn't expect it, did you? I didn't expect it either. The cold nuclear fusion and heavy nuclear fusion technologies in our world have very high confidentiality levels. It is difficult to obtain them for you without special channels. Moreover, the industrial base of your world is too weak. Even if I bring out some of the technologies, I guess you can't understand it, but it's almost impossible to get a complete set of this kind of confidentiality technology. As for the earlier thermonuclear fusion, it has been eliminated here for hundreds of years. The technical information is only backed up in some high-level Alliance archives, and it is difficult for me to get it. There are many technical geeks who understand these technologies. Originally, I wanted to find a few technical geeks who know this on the Alliance's network to see if I could get a relatively complete set of energy-using thermonuclear fusion reactor technical information for you. I didn't expect to find such an antique inexplicably. It turns out that the antique actually contains a complete set of thermonuclear fusion technology. From the first generation of fusion reactors using tritium and deuterium as fuel, to helium-3, to the mature third-generation thermonuclear fusion that uses composite materials to freely design the reactor size and output power according to usage conditions. A complete set of technical information is stored here. How detailed is it? Let me tell you this, it starts with blacksmithing and teaches you how to create a fusion reactor. As long as your civilization can use iron tools and take this information, it will take at most 100 years to build a nuclear fusion reactor. For a world that has entered industrialization and even has some research on nuclear fusion, with this information, I can say without exaggeration that as long as you are willing to invest enough manpower and material resources, you can do it in at most 2 months. See your world's first reactor built. Bai Lu was very confident in what he said, and he didn't seem to worry about boasting too much. Sui quickly took out the bead and looked it up and down, and then said, "So how should I check the information inside? You didn't even give me a card reader or anything. The smart brain I gave you before can read the data inside without you having to read it." Bai Lu said speechlessly. That massive amount of literature and information printed on white paper might not fit in a starship. You still plan to have people read it slowly? Then don't think about it in 2 months. I'll give it to you in 20 years. It's not necessarily possible to sort out the information. Oh, that's it. Sui didn't care much about her tone. The two of them were already very familiar with each other. Bai Lu was not the aristocratic young lady like Wei Wei who was very particular about etiquette. She had a gangster spirit about her, and she was almost like a brother-in-law with Sui. Of course there is nothing polite to say. Who among friends is cautious and respectful when talking to each other? So what do you want? Sui asked serious questions. In fact, compared to those things she had given before, this set of nuclear fusion technology is truly priceless. Powered armor exoskeletons, these things are actually castles in the air in Blue Star, and they have no theoretical support. Tanya Group just has the production line in hand and can make this thing. What is the specific principle? It means that both eyes are blackened. And if this set of nuclear fusion technology is true to what Bai Lu said, it will allow civilizations that can only use iron tools to quickly build nuclear fusion. The technical information in it is absolutely very detailed. Not only can Sui directly start manufacturing now, but when the time comes and Tianxu will sort out the information, he will be confident that he can break apart these technologies and completely understand them in 3 to 5 years at most. By then, even if there is no production line provided by Bailu, or even the trading platform in the city, he will be able to fully master this technology. And really speaking, the significance of nuclear fusion to Blue Star people is much more important than carbon-based wafers, metal hydrogen batteries, exoskeletons, and the like. Energy is just 2 words, but it is almost the source of most conflicts on Blue Star. And having nuclear fusion means having nearly unlimited energy. From now on, the history of mankind on Blue Star will be completely turned over and written into a new chapter. This is no longer an empty statement, but a reality. This is much more important than those piecemeal high-tech products and wafer technology. For a world without nuclear fusion, the value would be almost immeasurable. No matter what you want, it's up to you, buddies. Bai Lu waved his hand indifferently. If you have those special ingredients or the water of life, just give me some of these little things. If you don't have much, forget it. Just give me something. Don't forget me when you have something good in the future. Sui was shocked when he said this. Bai Lu couldn't have been unaware of what nuclear fusion technology meant to Blue Star, but she still gave it to him so readily. She didn't even ask for anything. This sister is really good. No wonder she can be a senior general in the official organization of their world even though she is doing murder and arson, and no one said to report her. Who wouldn't work hard for such a generous leader? Sui wanted to get along with her, cough cough. It just so happens that the water of life is relatively abundant recently. Since she showed her sincerity to him, Sui is certainly not a errand boy. Wei Wei just seized 2,000 barrels of water of life and gave them to him, and he took out 500 barrels directly. The concentration of these waters of life is much higher than the ones I gave you before. The previous ones can only keep you healthy and prevent you from getting sick. This one can really prolong your life. And if you drink a lot, the quantitative change will lead to qualitative change, just like me. As he said this, Sui found a rebar as thick as a baby's arm from his private space, pressed both ends and exerted force. The rebar was bent immediately. Bai Lu took the rebar bent by Sui and subconsciously broke it with force. Well, it doesn't even move. She calmly took a step back and entered the power armor, then picked up the rebar, gently broke it, and directly connected the head and tail of the rebar. General. Bai Lu casually threw the thing aside, but seemed to feel that his remarks were too pretentious, so after thinking about it, he added, I mean the quality of steel in your world is average. Oh, I thought you said my strength is average and not as strong as your power armor. Sui exclaimed. So if you want to achieve your physical strength, how much water of life do you need to drink? Bai Lu decisively changed the topic. It's hard to say. Sui shook his head. This is not because Bai Lu is perfunctory, but because he himself doesn't know how much he drank. And it's hard to say whether his condition was caused by drinking the water of life. If that's true, it only took a few months for him to obtain the water of life. How much could he drink? Then he could tell Bela to make a few buckets of water of life, and eat more magic ingredients on weekdays, and it would almost have the same effect. He would have said this even just a few days ago and would have had no problem with it. But since Guang discovered something unusual about Yuling, he realized that things were not that simple. If the core of the fountain of life really merged with Yuling in some form, she would now be a human elixir. So Sui felt that his current brute strength was not so much the result of drinking the water of life, but he was more willing to believe that it was caused by sleeping with Yuling in his arms every day. What kind of water of life? How can there be any girl juice to replenish people? So he wasn't quite sure what his situation was now. Even a demigod like Zingen couldn't explain it. Of course, drinking too much water of life with this concentration will make the body stronger, even much stronger than ordinary people. This is also true. Didn't you say that this thing can be sold as medicine after being diluted in your world? You are not sure about the specific data on the medicine. Bai Lu said in shock. Anyway, just be nice to people. You haven't been drinking too much lately. Let's talk about whether your physical fitness has improved in all aspects, right? Can those ailments be cured? Can elderly people rejuvenate themselves after drinking it? As long as it works, that's it. What do you care about these messy data parameters? Sui said matter-of-factly. I'm too lazy to test this stuff. Hiss. Bai Lu looked at the several large buckets of water of life in front of him and took a breath. It's a pity that you were born in the wrong world. Otherwise, a profiteer like you would either spend his whole life in an interstellar prison, or be the boss of a giant company. Those who can build a company to the level of a giant company need a face like yours. I have a thick heart and I am indeed too upright to be a capitalist. Pull him down quickly, you are a murderer and a traitor without blinking an eye. I never expected that the word integrity could come out of your mouth. Sui said with disdain. Bai Lu didn't care, and asked while looking at the hundreds of barrels of water of life. Go away, I won't talk to you. I'm in a good mood today. If you want anything else, make a reservation and I'll grab it for you. Then give me a few star destroyers. Sui opened his mouth. Bai Lu gave him a look. The star destroyers near our Jade Star are all acquaintances, so it's not easy to attack them. I'll let you know when a star destroyer from other places passes by. Then take that Superman you're talking about and ask her to kill everyone in the star destroyer, and then I can put this thing into the storage space and take it away. We have already agreed on this before. I am asking you what you want recently, and I will find a way to give it to you. There is really something urgently needed. Sui thought for a moment and said, do you have anything over there that can intercept weapons that travel 10 or even dozens of times the speed of sound? Do you still need to stop something so slow? Bai Lu looked strange, but he immediately reacted. Oh, you mean inside the atmosphere, of course. At this point, she suddenly got stuck. After thinking for a long time, she couldn't think of anything that could have this effect. In the end, she could only shake her head and said, we are fighting in the starry sky, why are we blocking toys in the atmosphere? Won't you also land on the surface? How to deal with high-speed kinetic energy weapons in other people's atmosphere? For example, missiles loaded with nuclear warheads. The Star Destroyer has a similar function, which is to shoot it if you find something suspicious. Bai Lu said helplessly. Actually, the weapons you mentioned have long been eliminated in our world. It's something that no one will use, and certainly no one will develop. Sui heard what she said and felt that what she said made sense. People fight in the starry sky. If the battlefield in the starry sky fails, it is equivalent to the two blue star countries now fighting, and one side has lost its air supremacy. You will only be bombed on the surface, so what if you develop a more powerful weapon in the atmosphere? Their star destroyers are patrolling in the starry sky 24 hours a day. If you only fire them out with one shot, you might risk destroying the entire base. No one uses such backward weapons as missiles and nuclear bombs, so of course there will be no corresponding protective measures. Hey, then this won't be easy. Sui had a headache. The reason why he is still arguing with those countries on Blue Star is because he doesn't just go over with a wave of A. The main concern is that they possess self-destructive weapons such as nuclear weapons. Actually, it's not completely impossible. Bai Lu suddenly rubbed his chin and said, kinetic energy weapons are also very common in starry sky battlefields. In addition to kinetic energy weapons, ships traveling in the starry sky also need to guard against the impact of small celestial bodies such as meteorites or space junk in the universe. The speed of these things can be faster than you can say. That's much faster than 10 times the speed of sound. However, this kind of defense system is usually installed on starships and powered by the reactor inside the starship. Energy loss is not considered at all. If you want it, I'm afraid you have to build a reactor specifically for it. And I think here it's not easy to get it for you. We have to find a way to find a starship in our brigade to dismantle a set for you. It's not easy to do. A military transport ship was just reported damaged 2 days ago. At least it has to be. Let's wait for another month or two. You can use this time to prepare the reactor. Dismantling a close-in defense system directly from the starship and making a special nuclear fusion power supply was a solution that Sui had not thought of. But when I think about it carefully, there seems to be no problem. It can be used as the last barrier to protect the spacecraft in the complex starry sky illusion. The accuracy is definitely no problem, and the coverage size should not be a problem either. After all, a small place like Pendlay Island may not be as good as a large starship. Intercontinental ballistic missiles with re-entry speeds of tens of Mach are an almost unsolvable means of penetration on Blue Star, but for this defense system, the speed is probably no different than the crawling of ants. If you can really get a set and put it on the island, you don't have to worry about Pendlay Island being nuked. But the problem is that once a nuclear war breaks out, his island will definitely be bombed. When the whole world is bombed into rubble, what's the use of saving an island? So do you want this thing? Forget it if you don't want it. It saves me the trouble of dismantling it. Bai Lu asked again. Yes, why don't you want it? Sui nodded quickly without thinking. Just kidding, although this thing has limited uses, it is better than nothing. Seeing that he was not very satisfied with this, Bai Lu thought for a while and said, actually, we also have a weapon here that may be able to solve your problem, but this weapon has a huge impact and the consequences are difficult to predict once it is used. What weapon? Planetary scale magnetic shielding device. Magnetic field shielding device? Sui was stunned for a moment, then guessed based on the name. You mean this thing can disrupt a planet's magnetic field? Even if those ballistic missiles use inertial guidance, they can't even find their direction and can't hit their target without satellites. No, this thing is far more powerful than you think, and the actual effect is much more outrageous than its name. Bai Lu explained. To put it simply, if you send this to a certain planet, most of the conductors on the planet can become insulators in a short period of time, blocking all electrical signals. Do you know what this means? Wait a minute, the conductor becomes an insulator. Sui couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then realized the seriousness of the problem. The final result of the conductor turning into an insulator is that all the electrified equipment on Blue Star will fail, and everyone will return from the industrial era to the agricultural era. Since the discovery of electricity, humans on Blue Star have been unable to live without it. Once this thing is used, it is equivalent to shutting down the entire planet. No matter how simple and brainless the design of an intercontinental missile is, once the conductor inside becomes an insulator, it will be impossible to launch it. This is just one of the consequences of all conductors becoming insulators. There are many more serious consequences. If you can turn a conductor into an insulator and block all electrical signals on a planet in a short period of time, Sui pondered, then everyone will die suddenly, right? Don't think that only modern industrial products can use electricity. In fact, every living thing has bioelectricity. Apart from anything else, at least human nerve signals are a kind of electrical signals. If the human body becomes an insulator, Su Yuxiang thought it was still a bit outrageous. The living thing itself is protected by the biomagnetic field, so it will not be affected by this weapon. It only targets dead objects. Bai Lu explained. After use, all communication methods on the entire planet except sound waves will fail, and all slightly more complex weapons with conductors inside will also fail. At the same time, it will also lead to large-scale disasters on the planet, such as a large number of viruses leaking out of some biological laboratories due to equipment failure. In short, this thing is a double-edged sword. The Interstellar Alliance developed this kind of weapon to deal with the suppression of the Earth's surface, because some civilizations will deploy weapons on the planet that can attack ships in the universe. If these weapons continue to be fired, these weapons will become ineffective and transport combatants. The ship can successfully approach and deliver the orbital airborne troops to the surface. Because it is used against the enemy, it certainly does not consider what chain reactions it will cause. But it's different for you. If you want to use it on the blue star where you live, it will most likely lead to many unpredictable results. The biological virus leakage mentioned above is just one of the possibilities. Since your world has been able to initially if you use nuclear energy and have done some research on nuclear fusion, you must already have simpler nuclear fission technology. It is very likely that a nuclear leak will occur at that time, and I also need to tell you this in advance. In addition, this thing is actually not easy to get. It is a weapon that is under the Alliance's key control and is not available on Sapphire Star. If you want it, I will have to spend time looking for it. I may not be able to get it in the short term. Disrupting the magnetic field that shields the entire planet and turning all the conductors on the planet into insulators, this kind of weapon is no different from a miracle. Sui couldn't help but sigh. No matter how you look at it, this thing is a bit exaggerated. It is one of the most cutting-edge weapons here. When technology is too advanced, it is no different from magic. What you said is actually right. If you can get it, come here at once. If you can't get it, forget it. There's no need to force it. Although he hasn't gotten this thing yet, Sui can already imagine how to operate it after firing it on Blue Star. It doesn't matter if any technology and machinery cannot be used, he still has magic. In this case, the warriors and magicians in the magic world can completely conquer the world in a short period of time and destroy all existing weapons of mass destruction and manufacturing equipment on Blue Star. When the effect of electromagnetic shielding is over, it will be a done deal and everything will be over. However, as Bailu said, the cost of using such weapons will be very high. Not to mention chemical leaks and nuclear leaks, some people who rely on machines to survive may all die in the first place. For example, some patients who can only survive with artificial lungs and ventilators, or patients with uremia who need to use machine dialysis in a fixed period. There will be big problems due to the chain reaction caused by the failure of these equipment. Of course, these problems can only occur outside Jushu, because Jushu people have the water of life. As long as they discuss and arrange with Jushu officials in advance, the probability of accidents is relatively small. It is the inconvenience of not being able to use any electromagnetic equipment during the electromagnetic shielding period that needs to be overcome. But if this can completely eliminate the nuclear threat on Blue Star, then this price is worth it for both Sui and the people of Jushu. This kind of weapon is still a fantasy in the air. Belo herself said that it is difficult for her to get it. It depends on luck. Just like the entire 3 generations of nuclear fusion technology introduced this time. Thermonuclear fusion is almost lost in public information because it is too backward. The planet-level electromagnetic shielding device is too advanced, so the Interstellar Alliance, the ruler of their world, keeps it from being leaked. She was able to get this thing this time mainly because of luck. She dressed as a robber every day and went out to rob and bring back cultural relics, which happened to contain epic-making and awesome technology. I'm afraid it won't be so easy to recreate it again. Sui doesn't have to think about it in the short term. Thinking so much, it is better to build nuclear fusion in Blue Star as soon as possible, lest Bela dismantles the close-in defense system on the starship and there is not enough energy to support it. That would be embarrassing. His mind was very clear, so the first thing he did when he returned to Blue Star was to give the storage card, no, it should be called a storage ball, to Tinshu. The amount of information inside was so large that it took even Tinshu a few minutes to fully receive it. Then it took a short while to formulate several plans for Sui to build a nuclear fusion experimental reactor based on these data. Plan. Yes, it is an experimental pile, not a direct product. This is very important, after all, it comes from another world. Although Belu assured that this is a mature technology and there will be no problems, it is difficult to say whether the physical rules will be different between different worlds. What Sui requested was to quickly build a nuclear fusion reactor directly based on existing data. This meant that there was not much time to thoroughly understand the technical data, and the only way to achieve success was to follow the script. If there are some differences in physical rules between the two worlds, then construction failure is inevitable. Therefore, when we are not sure that the information is 100% applicable to Blue Star, but we are eager to build a reactor and do not have much time to do it, it is inevitable to build an experimental reactor to conduct feasibility studies. Otherwise, if we really use this technical information that is not sure whether it is effective to build fusion reactors on a large scale, if it doesn't work, it will be a shame. Not only is it embarrassing, but mistakes and omissions may even lead to disasters such as nuclear leakage. Although the radiation brought by fusion is far less than that of fission, there is still radiation. Just like the hydrogen bomb, in theory the hydrogen bomb itself does not have any pollution or radiation, but in fact it requires an atomic bomb to detonate the hydrogen bomb, so even if it is a hydrogen bomb, there will be radiation when it explodes. Our Pendlay Island is too small. If you only plan to build an experimental reactor at the beginning, I think you should find a suitable place outside. Although Pendlay Island is small, it was originally designed to accommodate a large number of people. The demand for electrical energy will be huge. A small experimental reactor may not be able to meet the island's power needs. Therefore, an experiment was built on the island. There is a high probability that we will need to dismantle it and build a larger one in the future, which is undoubtedly a waste of resources. After the demonstration is effective in other places, it is the best plan to build a large-scale fusion reactor on the island that can meet the upper limit of the population of Pendlay Island. Sui naturally would not refuse this. The second issue is the lack of money. The main reason is that it would be too troublesome to replace it temporarily when it is no longer used. A small fusion reactor can satisfy the electricity needs of a city with a population of several million, but Pendlay Island was designed to accommodate a population of tens of millions. Sooner or later there won't be enough. Then where do you think is the most suitable place to build this commercial controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor? Now that the method has been finalized, the next step is to specifically address where and how to address these issues. Kyushu. Teinshu gave the answer immediately. Oh. Suyu was stunned for a moment and said with interest, "Why Kyushu? I thought you were going to talk about the small town in Soa Kingdom that is no longer deserted." "There are many reasons," Teinshu explained. "First of all, in terms of industry, what we got this time were only technical data and drawings. Everything we needed had to be made by ourselves. Although there is no shortage of everything on Pendlay Island, there is no industrial foundation. It's impossible to build a nuclear fusion reactor by yourself in the short term. Jusu is different. As Blue Star has the strongest industrial base today and is the only country with all industrial categories, building this experimental reactor in Jusu will be much more convenient in all aspects, especially regarding the purchase of some equipment, and this is true for equipment customization. Even if we don't build an experimental reactor in Kyushu, if we want to build this experimental reactor quickly, we cannot do without the help of Kyushu industry. At least we have to choose the construction site closer to Kyushu. Sir, you have a good relationship with Kyushu, and they themselves should be very happy to see the first commercially available controllable nuclear fusion experimental reactor in human history settled in Kyushu, and they will definitely provide full assistance when the time comes. This is obviously all true. If the things on the drawings are to be realized quickly, they cannot be realized without industrial support, and no country in the world except Kyushu can supply these parts. When he decided not to build the experimental reactor on Pendlay Island, Sui had actually already thought about where it would be built. This is almost without any suspense. There is only one place to choose from, Kyushu. As for Kyushu officials, it is obviously impossible to refuse such a good thing. Building an experimental reactor does have certain risks, but to put it bluntly, this is nuclear fusion, not nuclear fission. Even if an accidental leak occurs, it will not have as serious an impact as nuclear fission, and it can be easily handled. Moreover, Jusu is vast and rich in resources, and it is not a problem to find a place with sparse population around to build it. And as the first usable nuclear fusion device in human history, the impact that this thing can bring when it is settled in Jusu is really too great. So great that anyone who participates in this matter in this era will be 100% remembered in history after success, and the family tree will open a separate page, and when future generations pay homage to their ancestors, they will 100% eat the first incense. Obviously, this is a temptation that no one in Jusu can refuse. The only thing that Jusu people are a little worried about is whether this technology is effective or not, and they are afraid that they will be lonely after all the work. But the words Tianyu group can completely dispel their concerns in this regard. So there is no need to consider the issue of Jusu's rejection. By the way, sir, in addition to the above reasons, I think there is another important reason why it is more appropriate to build in Jusu. Teinshu continued. This reason is about war. There is no doubt that once mature controllable nuclear fusion technology comes out, it will have a huge and disruptive impact on Blue Star's existing world order. It is no exaggeration to say that once it is built and confirmed to be effective, the people and forces who built it will become the target of public criticism, and it is not impossible to even trigger a nuclear war and suffer a strategic strike. After all, once controllable nuclear fusion is successfully commercialized, those countries that rely on selling energy for a living may no longer be able to live in such luxury as they are now. This is second to none. The most important thing is that a certain country on Blue Star relies on energy to harvest the world's wealth. Once the oil related to their sword is no longer a necessity as energy, the value of sword will plummet. This is undoubtedly gnawing at their hearts, and it is difficult to guarantee that they will not take action, and if they do not understand our armor, and they are very afraid and even afraid. So for them, the easiest way is to use nuclear bombs directly to wipe out our experimental facilities in Penglay Island. After all, no matter how powerful our armor is, it cannot withstand intercontinental ballistic missiles with terminal penetration speeds of tens of Mach. And building it in Kyushu will undoubtedly allow Kyushu to share the risk. Compared with Penglay Island, which has no power to fight back after being hit by a nuclear attack, and they only have to bear some infamy at most, Kyushu has an equivalent restrained nuclear weapons. Unless those people are really crazy and don't hesitate to cause a world war and wipe out the entire world with nuclear weapons, they will never dare to throw that thing at Kyushu. After all, the joy of swords does not lie in the oil link, and it can no longer harvest the world. For the top brass of the Bald Eagle Empire, the world's wealth is just a matter of making some money. They might do it to blow up Penglay Island and be criticized for using nuclear weapons at will to protect their own interests, but they will definitely not do it to blow up Kyushu and then drag the whole world into the funeral. Whether it means making less money or losing money, to put it bluntly, it will not have that big of an impact on those Bald Eagle executives who can really decide whether to launch the big mushroom. It will not prevent them from continuing to be leaders. But if it triggers a nuclear war, even if they manage to survive from the underground bunker, no one can exploit them. They may even lose their lives. This is the real loss of blood. So I think that if the nuclear fusion experiment is piled on Penglay Island or other places outside Kyushu, the possibility of being hit by a nuclear attack is very high. If it is placed in Kyushu, this possibility is very small. When Sui heard the words, he felt that what he said was quite reasonable. If he thought about it carefully, it was indeed the case. Mature commercial controllable nuclear fusion is indeed a bit too supermodel and will definitely make many people anxious. The risk on Penglay Island is still too high. It's completely different in Kyushu. In this world, having nuclear deterrence and not having nuclear deterrence are completely different things. Given the weakness of those capitalists, the loss of benefits from nuclear fusion is certainly heartbreaking, so the use of nuclear strikes against a place without weapons of mass destruction is completely within their acceptable range. But all this is based on the premise that TNU Group is bombed and unable to fight back. If it were Kyushu, these noble men would not want to bring the whole world with them and let everyone die together. It's better to endure it and continue to be their noble master. It's really not worth risking your life for a few bucks. Sui didn't feel too bad about Penglay Island being hit by a nuclear attack. Anyway, if it was bombed, it would be a big deal to rebuild it. With planetary mining machines and large building blocks, rebuilding wasn't a big deal for him. Although the near-defense system provided by Belu is not yet in place, it will not affect the problem of island residents running away. Regardless of the fact that when Penglay Island was designed and manufactured, Penglay Island was already prepared for emergencies with a depth of more than 1,000 meters underground. Underground shelter, or a landing craft that can carry many people to escape, both of which can ensure that there will be no casualties. But that would be trouble after all. What he hates most is those troublesome things. If you make it in Kyushu, you can avoid almost 99% of the trouble, so why not? This wave, Sui regards it as giving back to his hometown. After discussing some rough plans with Tenshu, Sui called Old Man Lin. Hey, Director Su, what's going on? As the person designated by the top officials of Kyushu to contact Sui, his call was answered as soon as he called. Even though it was already late at night on Penglay Island, Langzing estimated that it was just early the next morning, which would not prevent him from picking up the phone in seconds. Old Lin, I congratulate you on getting rich. Sui opened his mouth to congratulate him. Old Lin, who had just been woken up to answer the phone, was confused. Am I getting rich? How am I getting rich? Oh no, congratulations on your promotion. Sui immediately replied. It's even worse for Old Man Lin. As a former veteran, if he hadn't taken the initiative to retire when he was old, there would probably be few people in Kyushu who could be higher than him. The reason why he holds such an idle position now is because he wants to give more to the country after receiving the water of life. I want to contribute, but I don't want to get too involved. Otherwise, why should I be such an operator if I don't have any important position? Congratulations to him for his promotion to a person who has no interest in these things. It's okay. Let's talk if you have something to say. Old man, I was woken up by a phone call from you in the middle of the night. I can't just listen to your nonsense. Old man Lin yawned. I have a good thing I want to build in Kyushu. What good stuff? Controllable nuclear fusion, and theoretically, our Tanya Group's technical staff believe that this plan is completely mature, with a feasibility of over 90%. Sui did not give up on him and directly released the ultimate bomb. Old man Lin's silence was deafening. After a while, Sui was afraid that he would die from excitement when he heard such big news on the other end of the phone, so he couldn't help but ask, Hey, where are you? Don't get excited and lose your temper, right? I'm not responsible. Don't try to blackmail me. Only then did old Lin come to his senses and stopped bickering with Sui. He quickly asked with heavy breathing, Are you sure you can achieve commercial-controlled nuclear fusion? Sure. Are you sure you want to build the first reactor in Kyushu? Sure. Forget it, send that spaceship of yours over here, old man, I'll go tell you face to face. Old man Lin got up from the bed in a hurry. Sleeping? Sleep with chicken feathers. Compared to such a major event that can affect the future of the country, the nation, and even all mankind is still in front of us, even if I haven't slept for 3 days and 3 nights, I can't sleep at all now. In just a moment, old man Lin rushed to Penglay Island, where the Tanya Group's headquarters is located, in a landing craft. He landed directly on the roof of the building. Sui was waiting for him in the office room on the roof. As soon as the two met, old man Lin couldn't wait to say, Mr. Su, is the nuclear fusion you mentioned true or false? How can I make fun of you in the middle of the night? Sui smiled and waved his hand. The current situation is that our theoretical technology is fully mature, but because we haven't built an experimental reactor for demonstration, we want to build an experimental reactor. This kind of thing can't be hidden from others. Not only do I have to build a reactor, I also need to recruit a large number of experienced nuclear physicists. Once the construction starts, many people will soon know about it. Nuclear fusion, coupled with the name of the Tanya Group, which is now in the limelight, will definitely attract huge attention. I discussed with other senior executives of the group and thought that putting this experimental reactor, it might be a bit dangerous to build it on Penglay Island. You know, this kind of thing, once it is really successful, it will undoubtedly cut off their financial resources for some countries. Since ancient times, cutting off someone's financial resources is like killing their parents. You can't guarantee that they will be desperate. If I just use conventional methods to send troops to attack Tanya Group, I'm not very afraid. But my main worry is that they will be so crazy that they will directly use nuclear weapons. In this case, the newly built Penglay Island may not be able to be saved. So I want to find a place to build this experimental reactor. This place must not only have complete basic industries, but also meet some conditions for building nuclear fusion reactors, such as no shortage of water. In addition, the most important thing is that this place must also use the same level of nuclear deterrence capabilities to make those gangs, even the crazy white people who have been cut off from their money, don't dare to do anything reckless. I think that given the weakness of the bourgeoisie, even if these people can't hold the lifeline of the world's energy and their lives are far from being as good as before, they shouldn't be desperate enough to drag the whole world to self-destruct. After hearing what Sui said, old man Lin immediately became energetic. Then isn't this talking about our Jusu? Don't worry, I have communicated with the higher-ups on the way here. They attach great importance to this matter and gave me a lot of permission. If you think Jusu is suitable for building a nuclear fusion reactor, just point to a place, and we will solve the rest of the problems. During the construction of the nuclear fusion reactor, if you need any parts or industrial raw materials, just make a list and I will find them for you, as long as I can get you anything that Jusu has within 3 days. As for external threats, the only ones who will go crazy because of this thing are the bald eagles that control the world's oil trade. I won't say much about other things. Jusu has never been afraid of them. When I supported Bei Luo, I personally carried a gun to the battlefield and killed more than 20 enemies. I was not afraid then, so how can I be afraid of him now? Don't worry, I have dealt with those bald eagle guys. If this thing is placed on your island, they may really go crazy and throw mushrooms. If it is placed in Jusu, they will definitely not dare to fight to the death. No one cherishes their lives and their current status more than them. Old man Lin slapped his chest, obviously not taking the bald eagle seriously. After all, he was an old soldier who faced the bald eagle on the battlefield in his early years. He still has this courage. That's great. Sui nodded and said, Then let's talk about what will happen after the experimental reactor is built. In order to meet the deadline and complete the experiment as soon as possible to build the first commercial nuclear fusion reactor, our Tanya Group plans to complete it within 2 months. During this period, I'm afraid your cooperation and help are indispensable, plus the cost of occupying the land. I currently have two plans. One is that everyone settles the accounts clearly, and then Tanya Group will pay Juzhu as much as it should, and even the price can be negotiated higher, and everything will not be a problem. The other is to cooperate in joint research and development. At present, we lack a large number of nuclear physicists, and Juzhu obviously has no shortage of them. On the basis of cooperating with us to build a nuclear fusion reactor, Juzhu will send another batch of nuclear physicists. We don't care how many can come, and we will accept as many as they come. Less. The wages and benefits of these people are all provided by Juzhu. We are only responsible for teaching them some knowledge related to building this reactor. I don't care whether they join TNU Group afterwards. It depends on how you do your job. Under this premise, the core of this plan is that this nuclear fusion reactor is built. After confirming that our plan is effective and reliable, we don't need it anymore. We can hand it over to Juzhu officials to manage and operate it. I don't care whether you integrate it into the national power grid and continue to use it, or disassemble it for research. Then we will share some of the technology for designing and building this nuclear fusion reactor with Juzhu. You can also build it yourself. Of course, the core part will still be controlled by TNU Group. At that time, we will make the core of nuclear fusion into a giant whole, and then sell it to Juzhu as the core part of nuclear fusion. Regarding the supply of this thing, we can sign another contract later to ensure the stability of supply. Even after you confirm that this thing is effective, you can purchase more at one time as a strategic reserve. This will also facilitate Juzhu to build a nuclear fusion reactor on its own in the future. Sui said very bluntly that most of the technology related to the first-generation nuclear fusion reactor can be given to Juzhu as a reward for this help, but the core part must not be given. After all, it is just to provide some convenience, and it can also increase a lot of employment and positions for Juzhu, so it is enough to give so much. As for the subsequent development of the second-generation nuclear fusion reactor based on the information given by Bai Lu, whether the first-generation technology needs to be retained is up for discussion. When he really plans to sell this technology, he will definitely consider Juzhu first. There is no suspense about this. After all, this is his home. Who doesn't want his home to be better? But emotions are emotions, and business is business. It is definitely impossible to give this technology away for free. Even children who have moved out and are independent cannot give all their savings to their parents. Not to mention between a company and a country. Any seemingly ordinary regulation may affect the production and life of countless people. No room for chaos. Of course, Old Man Lin chose the latter without thinking about the two plans proposed by Sui. If he just wanted to help build a nuclear fusion reactor, he would not have gotten up in the middle of the night. Juzhu's goal has always been clear. Tanya Group said that it has mature commercial nuclear fusion technology, so they came. The purpose is for technology, not for business. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Old Man Lin to directly say that he could give Sui all kinds of preferential treatment and conveniences as soon as he came. And Old Man Lin didn't mind Sui's attitude of settling accounts with brothers. Many times, this is the case. When an organization grows to a certain extent, it rarely talks about personal feelings. Sui is Juzhu, but Sui is Sui, and Tanya Group is Tanya Group. They didn't expect that Tanya Group would hand over nuclear fusion, an important technology that can change the world, out of thin air because of such a small relationship. They didn't come with the idea of getting something for free at the beginning, so naturally they wouldn't be broken by other people's brothers settling accounts with each other. On the contrary, seeing that there was still room for technical discussion, Old Man Lin was very happy. He was afraid that Tanya Group just wanted to use Juzhu as a tool and did not intend to discuss any technical issues at all. Now that there is something to discuss, it is of course the best. Because this kind of big thing involves a lot of things, the two of them talked while contacting other people to ask questions. Sui encountered some things that he did not understand for the time being, so he could only ask Tanshu. As for Old Man Lin, he had already contacted the top management of Juzhu when he boarded the landing craft. At this time, Juzhu had organized a team of experts in various fields such as nuclear physics and electricity, waiting for Old Man Lin to contact him and solve some professional problems for him at any time. As for the decision-making problem, there is no need to ask others. Old Man Lin had been granted extremely high authorization before he came, and he could make his own decision. Finally, after several hours of discussion, the two finally reached a consensus. The site selection of the first thermonuclear fusion experimental reactor was also determined. The location is Kaiying Island in the southern waters of Juzhu. There are many reasons for choosing this place. First of all, the first generation of nuclear fusion technology has many limitations, one of which is that it requires a lot of water. Freshwater resources in rivers are too precious. If something goes wrong and they are polluted, it will really become a sinner. So this location is best to be close to the sea. The seas to the east and southeast are actually not that safe. Both sides have neighbors who are not very friendly and cannot be dealt with in a short time, and there is also a rebellious son who is ungrateful. If construction is started there, if someone is desperate, even if nuclear bombs are not used, conventional weapons are likely to affect the reactor under construction. Cayendeo is different. It is backed by the mainland and faces the vast southern sea. The only neighboring country is Bio. Let's not talk about whether Bio will go crazy, but compared with those neighbors in the east and southeast seas, the Jisu government is confident that Bio will not go crazy even if it wants to. As for the threat from the sea, the southern sea is also wide enough. As long as preparations are made in advance, there is enough depth to arrange defenses. So this seemingly remote island is actually a very safe location. After discussing all the details, Old Man Lin hurried away with a few recorders for memos. He still took the landing craft of Tianyu Group. Of course, this thing is no longer a secret among the top leaders of Jisu, and it has even been openly shown around the world before. It is still a bit inappropriate to call it a landing craft all the time. So in order to be more formal, Sui just gave this specification of landing craft a name: Mayfly class near-Earth space vehicle. When Old Man Lin heard this name for the first time, he was a little confused. He pointed at it and asked Sui why such a big thing was called Mayfly. Sui smiled and didn't explain at all. Compared with the giant starships in Bailu's world, this thing is really a Mayfly. When Old Man Lin returned to Jisu on the Mayfly, it was already past 9 in the morning in Jisu. An hour later, it was 10 in the morning. Tianyu Group and Jisu officials jointly issued an announcement. After friendly consultation and equal exchanges, at 8 o'clock this morning, Jisu Nuclear Industry Group and Tianyu Group reached a cooperation on the design and construction of the first generation of commercial nuclear fusion reactor test reactor. The reactor construction site is currently selected as Jisu's Kaiying Island, and construction will start soon. This is undoubtedly a great project. I hope this cooperation can be successfully implemented and succeed. The content of the announcement is very formal, and the two sides issued the same thing. A few plain lines of words seem to be announcing something that is not so eye-catching. However, the announcement issued by the two groups together is enough to explode and attract attention. The direct construction of a nuclear fusion test reactor in the content is even more explosive. Soon this announcement spread all over the internet, attracting the attention of countless people. What are you doing? Is this still Blue Star? No. What big thing happened when I woke up? Nuclear fusion? No, buddy, why do I feel like the world has suddenly evolved into something I can't understand? Is this true? I don't have much education, don't lie to me. Jisu Nuclear Industry Group and Tianyu Group. No, it's Tianyu Energy Company under Tianyu Group. The cooperation between the two is a powerful alliance. Haha, you are just rehashing the old story again. Nuclear fusion has been promoted for many years, but there has been no breakthrough. Stop bragging. It's funny that the two are joining forces. In the field of nuclear energy, we still have to look at the bald eagle. What kind of powerful alliance is this? It is not recommended that the official cooperate with Tianyu Group. This company, from top to bottom, including the chairman Sui, is full of executioners who kill without blinking an eye. They have committed horrific massacres in He Is Who. I don't believe that the official doesn't know. If you know and still want to cooperate with such a company, then it is undoubtedly collusion and contempt for human civilization. Bullshit. If Tianyu Group can really make nuclear fusion, he will map He Is Who inside and out several times, leaving no one alive. I have to praise his good map. That's right, you still recommend it. This is nuclear fusion. What's wrong with nuclear fusion? It's a lie, only you idiots believe it. Then is the power armor a lie? Is the water of life a lie? Is the carbon-based crystal a lie? Tianyu Group may be an illusion to you. After all, it has made your bald eagle father so embarrassed. How can it be real? It's so funny, so annoying. I saw an article about the feasibility of nuclear fusion technology posted on the official website of Tianyu Group. Are there any good brothers who can go and take a look? Is it true or false? Soon after the announcement was released, Tianyu Group compiled a paper that was sorted out by Tianchu. It contains some information about Tianyu Group's nuclear fusion technology. For those who know the business, if you look at this information carefully, you will find that Tianyu Group's route to building a nuclear fusion reactor seems to be really feasible. However, Sui did not publish this thing to point out a clear path for other countries on Blue Star in nuclear fusion research. On the contrary, this is what Tianchu summarized and compared with the current nuclear fusion ideas on Blue Star. If someone continues to study according to the root in this information, not only will they not be able to produce a useful nuclear fusion reactor, but they will be led into a ditch. Because this thing itself is something that Tianxia took out of context from the official information. It is correct, but if you don't look at the cause and effect, it will lead people in a completely wrong direction. It's the same as take it out of context, which is taken from don't take it out of context. Sometimes, the consequences of the lack of key information are much more serious than if you develop it all over again from beginning to end. Especially after Tianxia Group really built nuclear fusion based on this information, this nuclear fusion feasibility paper that lacks key information will definitely lead some anxious countries into a pit. From this perspective, it is obvious that no one on the blue planet can see the problem with this information. About 4 or 5 hours after the announcements were issued by both sides and Tianxia Group released the information, a knowledgeable expert immediately stood up. A well-known nuclear physicist in Bald Eagle praised, "Thank you very much for Tianxia Group's free disclosure of this precious information, and the paper also uses 2 versions of the world's common language and Kyushu language, which saves me the time of translation. I carefully read this paper as soon as it was released. It is no exaggeration to say that this article alone is enough to make the world's research in the field of nuclear fusion progress by more than 20 years. Based on my many years of nuclear physics research and practical knowledge, I can judge that this new route written in the paper is completely feasible, and it is more feasible and reliable than the tokamak, stellarator and other structures we studied before. If possible, I hope Tianxia Group can release more technical details. Nuclear fusion is a big deal for the entire human race. Once it succeeds, humans will no longer have to worry about energy depletion. Of course, if Tianxia Group is unwilling to release it from a commercial perspective, that's reasonable. I absolutely have no intention of moral kidnapping. If possible, I want to apply to join Tianxia Group and join the construction of the nuclear fusion test reactor in Zhuzhou. I have very rich experience. Whether it is theoretical knowledge or reactor construction, I personally have a solid foundation. I hope Tianxia Group can give me a chance." Finally, the foreigner actually at Suyi's personal account and Tianxia Group's official account at the end of the article. As the first person to comment on this article, his professionalism is impeccable, and the series of online certification logos indicate his status as a big shot. Under Tianxia's reminder, Suyi also took a look at the article published by this foreigner as soon as possible. Then I heard Tianxia say, "It is certain that before this, no official from Bald Eagle had talked to him or negotiated with him through other means. He took the initiative to check the paper we sent out and wrote these things to apply to participate in the construction of the experimental reactor. Of course, now he has been visited by Bald Eagle's FBI, and they are trying to persuade him. I can hear the content of the conversation from their home surveillance. The people from Bald Eagle seem to hope that he will not come to Tianxia Group, and promise to give him more funds, so that he can study the route of Tianxia Group on the Bald Eagle side based on the route indicated in this paper. Fusion of nuclear fusion lines. Oh, the line given now has been upgraded. Previously, it was said that $1 billion would be given first, but now it has been directly increased to $10 billion. And they also said that even if he can't do it, it's not his fault. I have checked this person's information. He is indeed a big shot in the relevant field. And from his personal resume, this should be a very pure person. Compared with politics, he is more interested in studying nuclear physics and doesn't care which country he does nuclear physics research in. I think this person can be absorbed into the company. With me watching, there shouldn't be any mistakes." Tianxia said so. Suyi naturally had no reason to refuse. In addition to leading people into the ditch, publishing this paper actually has another important purpose, which is to attract talents. And isn't this a high-end talent that is delivered to the door? In fact, in terms of nuclear power plants, Zhuzhou may have more talents. But you can't poach people from your own hometown, that's not appropriate. So it's better to poach foreigners. As long as there is no problem with the person himself, Suyi will not consider whether he will be coerced or not. He has plenty of ways to solve the worries of these technicians. If all else fails, he can go to the Black Palace of the Bald Eagle and kidnap the sleeping emperor to exchange for hostages. It's no big deal. And with Tianxia watching them all the time, it doesn't really matter whether these people are loyal or not. They can't possibly pass on any information. In modern society, there are too few people who can escape Tianxia's eyes. Only those agents who have received special training can do it. These academics don't have such skills and minds. Those who really have them have been screened out by Tianxia long ago. There is no problem with security, and they are indeed the people that Tianxia Group needs now, so of course there is nothing to worry about. When people come, as long as they work hard, Suyi will not lack them in terms of treatment. At that time, these people will know what it means to abandon darkness and join the light, what it means to board the bus to the future. No, it is a rocket to the future. Tianxi's paper is quite obscure, containing a lot of calculation data, and most ordinary people, even researchers in related majors, can't understand it. Only those who have been immersed in this field for many years and are really capable can understand it. Soon, the second and third people appeared, affirmed the content of this paper, and praised Tianyu Group for disclosing these technical data. Of course, not all of them are just praising a few words, and there are also many who are taking advantage of the situation and hope that Tianyu Group can disclose more. Some of these people are thirsty for knowledge and really want to know how to deal with some problems in the future. Some people naturally have other intentions and want to get free information. Sui has already set up a nest. It is not known how many powerful technical experts he can attract to Tianyu Group, but it seems that there are quite a few. Tianyu alone thinks that there are dozens of people who can be recruited immediately. There are also hundreds of people on the observation list. Tianyu needs to observe for a while before deciding whether to absorb these people. Of course, as time goes by, the situation has naturally changed from pure scientists who come out to publish their papers to a mixed bag of people. There are not only many people who want to morally blackmail Tianyu Group to publish more information, but also many people who don't even understand the papers and start to point out the way. The more such people there are, the more difficult it is for Tianyu to select the ones who can be used. It now needs to allocate manpower and material resources to invest in the construction of the nuclear fusion reactor on Jushu Kaiandao. Not only do they need to allocate people and resources, but they also need to design a reactor and power station blueprint based on the specific conditions of the site and the technical information in the materials. And at the same time, they have to take into account other matters of Tianyu Group, even the aftermath of the uninhabited town in Suakuo. There are so many things to do. Later, it simply didn't bother to waste computing power on such things. It took less than a second to set up a special talent recruitment portal on the official website of Tianyu Group. Want to see the most advanced technology in the world? Sign up yourself. Of course, as a special talent recruitment, there are thresholds for registration here. Those with a resume lower than a doctorate can't even fill in the first page of information. At least you have to have research experience and resume and related majors to be eligible to register and wait for Tianyu to screen. When Tianyu Group just announced the opening of the special talent recruitment portal, it was all over the internet. But after a while, it was a scolding. What the hell? I have a master's degree in nuclear physics, but I don't even have the qualifications to register? I used to go to a nuclear power plant with my mentor. Buddy, I took a look at your resume. When did the architectural design major have anything to do with nuclear physics? That's right, why did the civil engineer come here to join in the fun instead of going to make dust? What? Nuclear power plants don't need people to build them? My mentor and I spent more than a year at a nuclear power plant under construction. Isn't this enough? I looked at the details of the cooperation between Tianyu Group and Jushu Nuclear Industry Group. The drawings for building a nuclear power plant were provided by Tianyu Group, and Jushu Nuclear Industry Group was responsible for the construction, and the drawings have been delivered to Jushu. You are an architectural designer, why do they need you? Ha, so fast? What's fast? Do you really think it's a temporary cooperation? They must have been in contact for a long time. Not to mention that they are exchanging drawings now. With Jushu's personality, I would believe that the reactor has been built now. No, why can't I sign up? I am a doctor in a related major. Oh, the theory aspect, then let me ask you, can you understand the paper published by Tianyu Group? Ahem, I understand it a little bit. Bah, you can't even understand their papers, what are you doing in there? No, who are you, Lao Deng? Can you understand it? Take a closer look at my avatar. I'm awesome. Mentor. You need to have a certain degree and professional certification to enter this page, so the circle is naturally very small. Many people who complained that they were not hired wanted to complain, but then they were criticized, and then they looked carefully and saw the people who criticized them. Either this well-known big guy or that big guy in the field. In short, one is more awesome than the other. Soon the complaints died down. Although entering this recruitment page requires seriousness and not many people can join in the fun, the news inside is obviously not concealed. Soon there were enthusiastic people who moved the situation inside to the outside, and many people who couldn't join in the fun called it exciting. Many people didn't expect that the recruitment requirements of Tianyu Group were so high that even many people with relevant research experience were directly screened out. And the rules for admission are not only based on academic qualifications, but also on resumes. Resumes are filled out by yourself, so naturally some people will fill them out randomly. However, these people will soon find out that Tianyu Group not only knows that their resumes are fake, but can even show them their real resumes. Someone was about to say that TNU Group violated his privacy, but before he could say anything, he saw that after TNU Group took out his real resume, it also took out the content of the agreement that he had just confirmed without even looking at it. One of the clauses is that agreeing to the agreement is to default on TNU Group's access to personal resumes. Seeing this, even those who are dissatisfied can only bear it. As more and more people join in the fun, more details are also turned out. The comments about TNU Group first dropping the bombshell of building a nuclear fusion reactor, then dropping a paper, and then starting to recruit professionals in related fields have gradually changed from shock at the beginning to more and more shocking now. From beginning to end, I found that TNU Group really planned this for a long time. Apart from other things, the various details on the website alone could not have been made in a short time. It was just a temporary solution. Although I couldn't break the firewall of this website, I could still see when they made it by looking through the code. I found that many guys tried to find bugs on the website to get in, because they heard that as long as they were hired, TNU Group would immediately transfer 100,000 yuan to the card number you specified as the travel expenses to Penglai Island. Of course, some people wanted to make money from this, but it turned out to be impossible. There was no bug at all. This website was impossible to break. I also heard that TNU Group does not need to go through manual review when transferring money. As long as it passes the website's certification, the system will automatically send money. I thought TNU Group had a lot of money to burn before, and they were not afraid of people finding loopholes on the website to make money. I didn't expect their network technology to be so advanced. It's more than advanced. It's to the point that I can't understand it. I can only say it's too awesome. Many people realized the awesomeness of TNU Group a long time ago, but today they refreshed their cognition again. The main reason is that before, TNU Group either held a press conference, threw things out and didn't care about it, or fought with foreign countries, inexplicably brought out a bunch of high-tech without explaining. This time is a rare initiative to interact with netizens in public. Many people have once again deepened their impression of TNU Group's awesomeness. Not only did they take out nuclear fusion technology to directly build reactors, but also the amazing network technology. All of them brought a huge shock to the spectators. Inexplicably, they felt that a giant had revealed the tip of the iceberg. We receive so much funding every year, but we don't even get any useful information. Can experiments related to nuclear fusion be done secretly in hiding? It involves countless manpower and material resources. But you didn't get any information in advance, and we didn't find out until they took the initiative to announce it? Are all the empire's expenditures being fed to the dogs? Angry roars came from the presidential office in the Black Palace. The head of Bald Eagle's overseas intelligence department stood in the office and was obedient, not daring to talk back at all. After the old man in front of him finished speaking, he cautiously said, "Mr. President, you also know that this TNU Group is really evil. Weren't there any clues that could be found in the things they took out before? This is definitely not a problem of our intelligence department. But the last time TNU Group released carbon-based wafer technology, I asked you why you didn't get any news in advance. What you said was that TNU Group was not well known before and was not listed as a key observation object by you. That's why they developed the carbon-based crystal element without revealing any information." Sleeping Emperor asked. "Last time, you didn't pay attention because he was not famous. What about this time? TNU Group is not famous at all." Yes. The person in charge of the intelligence department said quickly. "But we really can't be blamed for this. I have used all the power I can to investigate matters about the TNU Group, but I still haven't found any clues." "Mr. President, it's just like what you said. Nuclear fusion is not like other technologies. It can be researched behind closed doors. If you want reliable experimental data, you have to go through countless rounds. Tested. The power consumption is astronomical. In any country, it is impossible to hide this kind of experiment. So I think, is it possible that the so-called nuclear fusion jointly carried out by TNU Group and Jushu is simply fake? Haha, what are they trying to do by deceiving the whole world with such great power?" The sleeping emperor laughed angrily at his outrageous remarks. "Sir, if you think about it carefully, what does nuclear fusion represent?" The head of the intelligence department whispered. "Represents unlimited energy. And when unlimited energy appears, who will have the biggest impact in this world? There is no doubt that it is us. Our knife music is linked to oil transactions, and the most important use of oil, natural gas, and other materials is to act as energy. They claim that they have unlimited energy, relying on the miracles that TNU Group has created before, so regardless of whether this is true, even if it's fake, most people will think it's true. Our status as a swordsman will soon plummet. But lies are lies. As time goes by and they fail to produce the finished product, this bubble will naturally be burst. The sleeping emperor said calmly. Tanya Group has created too many miracles before, and I have had many dealings with Jusu. What stands out in every step of these people is their composure. You said that they teamed up to make a huge joke to the world. The possibility is too low. No. The head of the intelligence department said quickly. Sir, you see, you have also fallen into a misunderstanding of thinking in logic. Whether it is the speed of Tanya Group's technological breakthroughs or the impression of Jusu's calm and solid work style, they are all what they want to create for you and everyone around the world. People watch. Aren't you fooled now? In my opinion, with the current level of human science and technology, it is still far from being able to successfully create commercially available controllable nuclear fusion, and it is not credible at all. The person in charge became more and more confident as he spoke. Originally he just wanted to find a reason to shirk responsibility. But after pushing and pushing, I suddenly realized that my nonsense seemed to have some meaning. Then what will they use to deal with the whole world? Sleeping Emperor asked. There's no need to do anything. The person in charge said, slapping his thigh. Sir, first think about their purpose in lying. Why did you dismember Dole Petroleum's system and hit us hard? Sleeping Emperor looked suspicious. Yes. The person in charge said quickly. If you think about it again, once the whole world believes that they have mastered nuclear fusion technology, and the first experimental nuclear fusion power station is already under construction, what will happen to our oil? Oil will no longer be synonymous with energy, but will become a mineral. Although it is still very precious, it cannot be compared with the necessity of energy. At that time, the value of oil will plummet, and we will no longer be able to use the original oil system harvest the world and keep printing money to solve some internal problems. They only need to keep this scam going for a few years. I'm afraid we won't even be able to afford military expenditures for overseas troops and the country will be in chaos. This is their purpose. The Kyushu people have really sinister intentions. As for how to make a deal then, they don't need to make a deal at all. It will take several years to build the experimental reactor. Is it reasonable? No one in the world can find fault with it. A few years later, they claimed that there were some unexpected minor accidents during the experiment, but it did not affect the construction of the reactor. It was just that it would take some time to officially put it into production and generate electricity, and it would be delayed for a few years. It was easy for them to it can last for more than 10 years. After oil and natural gas are considered by the world to be no longer the main choice of energy, can our current situation of bald eagle survive for 10 years? The person in charge vowed. Mr. President, you know the domestic situation better than me. It is definitely not going to last, and they know it too. Sleeping Emperor originally disdained this guy's remarks, thinking that he was trying to pass the buck. But now that he heard it, it seemed to be true. After what Tanya Group and Jusu did, it didn't matter whether nuclear fusion was real or fake. As long as the other party delays the completion of the nuclear fusion reactor a little bit, and then imposes certain restrictions on the bald eagle in other aspects, such as war, soon the huge bald eagle empire will be dragged down. After all, even now, the bald eagle has owed a huge debt of tens of trillions of dollars. Once oil loses its energy attribute, their huge bald eagle empire will collapse in an instant. This is almost inevitable. Because the entire empire now has too many places to spend money, environmental protection organizations and animal protection organizations have to come out to collect protection fees for doing one thing, which often results in half the effort. Without the oil knife system that harvests the world's high expenditures, the finances will collapse completely in 1 or 2 years at most in the most optimistic scenario. If the situation is worse, they may not be able to pay the interest on their debts in a few months. When he thought about the decline of such a huge empire in his hands, the sleeping emperor suddenly felt very sleepy and wanted to take a nap. Originally, he wanted to pull the head of the intelligence department out to take the blame, but he didn't expect that he would take a big thing. But now that the matter is at hand, it is definitely not possible to go to sleep directly. He thought for a moment and asked, then what do you think we should do now? They want to defeat our oil knife music system by hyping up concepts, and we can also hype up concepts. The person in charge said, Sir, please believe us, no one is better at hyping up these high-tech concepts than us. The sleeping emperor thought about it and it seemed to be the case. Although the bald eagle empire has not made much progress in recent years, relying on the foundation and reputation left behind in the past, there are really people who have harvested countless leaks by hyping up technology concepts. What metaverse, what virtual currency, what colonization of Mars? All of these are things that people with a little common sense think are nonsense, but they can really fool a large number of people to believe, and then make a lot of money by ripping leaks. What does all this rely on? Isn't it the result of the stereotypes left by the countless technological advances created by the competition between the bald eagle and the polar bear in the past few decades? Thinking of this, he suddenly realized. No wonder the person in charge said that Tianyu Group and Juzhu were hyping up the concept to fool the world. Isn't this what the bald eagle likes to do most now? So what are you going to do? The sleeping emperor suddenly became energetic and no longer sleepy. After all, in this field, their bald eagles are much more skilled than Juzhu. I think the nuclear fusion they proposed is the same as the Star Wars plan we proposed when we competed with the polar bears before. They are all fake. The person in charge hurriedly said. The polar bears were fooled at the time and invested huge amounts of money in it. In the end, this was also one of the important factors that dragged them down. I don't think we can repeat the mistakes of the polar bears. Since they proposed nuclear fusion, I think we should also propose an equivalent concept. Equivalent concept? The sleeping emperor asked in confusion. What do you mean? He really couldn't think of any other concept that could be equivalent to nuclear fusion, an infinite energy source, in this era. When they came to the table, they played the trump card. What else can I play? Too many, sir. The person in charge blushed, obviously very excited, and said quickly. For example, the virtual universe allows people to enter it and abandon all the troubles in reality. Another example is colonizing Mars or the Moon and opening up a new home for mankind. These things are probably as valuable to the current world as nuclear fusion. Wait. Sleeping Emperor interrupted immediately. I remember someone mentioned these things before. Has there been? The person in charge was stunned for a moment. He is usually very busy at work. When he is not busy, he is either on vacation or playing golf. He only occasionally hears from friends that someone is hyping up some technology concept to make money. He has no idea what concepts others have hyped up. I don't know when I heard someone mention it. Now that I think about it, it is probably because others hyped up and affected him. Although the sleeping emperor was old, he was not confused, and he still had some understanding of these technologies. Seeing his appearance, he snorted coldly. Even if no one hypes it up, what you said is not comparable to nuclear fusion. It's really difficult for you to give me advice here. Go find the expert group. I need to ask for their opinions. Okay. The person in charge ran away immediately after hearing this. As soon as he left the house, he forgot all the things he had just said. Originally, he wanted to shirk responsibility, but now it seems that this level has been passed. As for what to do next, what concept to hype up to compete with Juzhu, whatever he wants, it's none of his business. Anyway, he will retire soon. And even if the bald eagle dies tomorrow, his property can be immigrated to other countries to continue living a carefree life. Who cares? Big news. Big news. The Bald Eagle Empire announced that it has made great progress in the field of nuclear fusion, claiming that it will soon build a nuclear fusion reactor that can be put into commercial use. The news came out only one day after the announcement of the construction of the nuclear fusion reactor test reactor by Juzhu and Tianyu Group. Is it a healthy competition or? The next day, a piece of news spread all over the world, attracting the attention of almost the whole world. It seemed to correspond to the construction plan of the nuclear fusion test reactor of Juzhu and Tianyu Group. The Bald Eagle Empire and the Ozhu Alliance also proposed to build a controllable nuclear fusion reactor that can be put into commercial use, and the location had been selected when the news was announced. It is located in a beautiful bay on the edge of a large city in the Bald Eagle Empire. And it is different from the impression that those Western countries have left on people that they are slow to do things. Less than an hour after the news came out, local residents claimed that a large number of workers and mechanical equipment were found at the site of the nuclear fusion power station announced in the news. It doesn't sound like nonsense at all. It seems that they are really going to build a nuclear fusion power station. Many people who were skeptical couldn't help but believe it a little. After all, this time they seemed to be serious. The news was said by the spokesperson of the Black Palace himself, and the location was announced by him personally. Even now, the construction has started. On the other hand, the joint siege of Tianyu Group and Juzhu. It has been announced for almost 2 days, and only some netizens have found that some people who seem to be responsible for surveying and mapping are operating various drones, which seem to be surveying the terrain. There is not even any building materials, let alone any engineering vehicles. Soon, someone uploaded a bound version of the photos taken at the construction sites of both sides to the internet. Picture 1 is the nuclear fusion power station construction site of the Bald Eagle Empire, and Picture 2 is the nuclear fusion experimental reactor construction site jointly established by our Juzhu and Tianyu Group. I don't want to say more, just look at the situation yourself. Don't you like to mock the slow efficiency of the West? They just didn't take it seriously. With this seriousness, I don't know how far their efficiency is ahead of your country. And in my opinion, bald eagle is a traditional technological power after all, and it is normal for it to develop mature nuclear fusion technology. Juzhu, haha, I'm too lazy to say more. Such a backward place actually dares to say that it has such high-end technology. Who can believe that it has it in this life? Sure enough, this kind of outrageous remarks soon attracted ridicule. Some people are like this. They like to make some outrageous remarks on the internet and wait for others to scold them. Then they turn their mobile phones to vibrate mode and stuff them into dermatitis for the purpose of self-defense. The efficiency of a construction site depends on whether there is groundbreaking, right? Anyone with a bit of architectural knowledge knows that the various review and design processes before the construction of a special building like a nuclear fusion power station are extremely complicated. Now there are people surveying and mapping the terrain on site, sampling on-site surveys, and even conducting tests on rock formations deep underground. It is a very necessary process. After these tasks are completed, the design drawings may be produced. It's like this. The construction site on Kyushu's side is progressing normally. Bald Eagle's side is breaking ground immediately. I think there are only two possibilities. One is that they have been prepared for a long time, but this time they just happened to encounter the construction site on Kyushu's side. They just announced the news about nuclear fusion. Another thing is that this is completely fake. I don't believe that construction of a special building like a nuclear power plant can start so soon. It is completely inconsistent with common sense. Wumao is here to wash again, haha. Is it so difficult to admit that someone is advanced? I admit it, moo. There is a high probability that this is something that does not exist. Why should anyone admit it? People were able to build F-22 and B 2 decades ago. Is it any wonder that they have conquered controllable nuclear fusion technology before you? On the other hand, there are some countries that were very poor more than 10 years ago and started by making low-end products. When they started to improve, they looked down on this and looked down on that. I don't know how they dare to say that they have conquered controllable nuclear fusion with the technological strength of Kyushu. Actually dared to directly build an experimental reactor, simply did not know what to say, and was not afraid of making people laugh. If you could create something that was ahead of its time a few decades ago, you can still build something that is ahead of its time decades ago. Is this what you mean? Bao Xiao now is like this. If a country can stay ahead if it leads, then there won't be so many countries in the world, and they will have been annexed by those classical empires all over the world. After all, when those ancient dynasties dominated one area, which one was not the leader in the world? When people in Kyushu used iron in ancient times, people in other countries were still using stone tools. This was several generations ahead, so it should continue to be ahead. Because the bald eagle suddenly stepped in and jumped out to say that it had mastered nuclear fusion technology, another controversy quickly arose on the internet. The people of Kyushu who were still excited because Kyushu and Tanya Group decided to build the first operational nuclear fusion reactor in human history, before their excitement has passed, it is like being poured a bucket of cold water on them. I don't know why, but the controllable nuclear fusion technology that was untouchable to the Blue Star people just a few days ago seems to have become worthless overnight. It seems to be a skill that cats and dogs have. This feels like the goddess you have been chasing for a long time and are finally close to catching, but the result is that everyone can touch her. Many people express disbelief in this, but there are also some people who were originally as if they were mourning because Kyushu brought it up first, but now they are directly resurrected with full health and start to compete passionately on the internet, continuing to maintain their spiritual home across the ocean. Can they really master nuclear fusion technology so quickly? Director Su, your company's technical information has not been stolen, right? Old Man Lin's confused voice came over the phone. Although he also felt that the bald eagle might be bluffing, he couldn't believe that these idiots would dare to lie to people on such a big matter. After thinking about it, I couldn't figure it out, so I had to ask Sui. After all, judging from the previous technological level of Blue Star, if Bald Eagle really has mature nuclear fusion technology, the only possibility is to get it from Tanya Group. Since Sui has chosen to cooperate with Juzhu, the possibility of hooking up with Bald Eagle again is very low, so the most likely possibility is of course stealing technology. This kind of thing sounds absurd, but it is not without precedent. Similar things have happened before when bald eagles and polar bears competed. Old Man Lin's worries were not groundless. Keep it in your heart, they can't possibly have this technology. No one can steal our technical information from Tanya Group. Sui said with a smile. Just kidding, the storage ball containing nuclear fusion technology data has been put into Tanya's main computer. Tianxi's main computer was tied with a rope and hung on Yuling's wrist as a bracelet. In this world now, except Xingen, who can steal things from Yuling. What's more, even if they steal the storage ball, with Blue Star's current technology, they can't read the data inside. It's impossible to even recognize that this thing is something like a memory card. It's probably just treated as a marble. That's good, that's good. Hearing his determination, Old Man Lin felt a little relieved, and then asked, since they can't get your technology, they suddenly announced that they have mastered nuclear fusion. Is this true or false? I always feel it is false, but I think they wouldn't be so crazy about such a big thing, right? What if they think the nuclear fusion technology we announced is also fake? Sui asked rhetorically. When Old Man Lin heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and he immediately reacted. You mean, they thought we were lying when we said we had nuclear fusion technology, so they lied with us? What's the point of that? People are playing in the virtual economy, and their main focus is financial stock trading. Do you think it makes sense? Sui explained. Not only do they think our nuclear fusion technology is fake, they also think that we suddenly announced that we have conquered nuclear fusion. We want to imitate their previous Star Wars plan and use this method to bring them down. Do you understand now? I understand now. Old Man Lin's frown suddenly relaxed. As a member of the older generation, he enjoyed the conflict between the bald eagle and the polar bear. The intrigues between these two major forces will also be studied in depth later. I am very impressed by the Star Wars project. Now when Sui said this, I immediately understood why Bald Eagle also claimed that he had conquered nuclear fusion technology. It's completely like judging a gentleman's belly with a villain's heart. Thinking that others are just like themselves, they will hype up a false concept to deceive others to achieve their own goals. Now I'm looking forward to what their expressions will be like when our nuclear fusion power station is finally completed. Old Man Lin couldn't help laughing. These grandsons are still as shameless as before, ha ha ha. There is no need to pay any attention to the little noise on the internet. Even after realizing the real situation, under the advice of Old Man Lin, the Jushu officials not only did not ban those who jumped out to sing bad words at this time, but let them talk. Say whatever you want. Compared with those debates that do not get a clear answer most of the time, there will undoubtedly be an answer to the nuclear fusion issue. The Bald Eagle dared to do this because they were sure that Jushu had not conquered the nuclear fusion technology, so they dared to follow. When the first experimental reactor of Jushu and Tianya Group is built and starts to generate electricity, all the rumors will naturally be broken. When the truth is revealed to the world, those who look down on Jushu will naturally get the punishment they deserve. While the nuclear fusion on Blue Star was making a big fuss, Sui and the military factories on Jushu did not forget about the magic world next door. The first batch of weapons had not been fired halfway, and the second batch of weapons had all been delivered. Unlike the first batch of conventional weapons, the explosives filled in this batch of weapons are not explosives such as TNT. All of them are metallic hydrogen produced by Tianyu Group. This kind of thing with terrifying energy density is powerful and stable enough to be used as a battery, but it is also good as a bomb. Wei Wei followed Su Yi's instructions and went to the headquarters of the reinforcements as soon as she received these weapons. She brought the new weapon operation guide along with the weapons, as well as some suggestions and guidance given by the Jushu military after studying these new weapons. Although these weapons look the same as the previous weapons, even the weight is the same as before. The shells can be directly fired after being stuffed into the barrel as before. But the filling inside is different, and of course some details are also different. For example, a shell filled with dozens of kilograms of metallic hydrogen looks exactly the same as the previous shells, but the power of the explosion of this thing has increased by at least 20 to 30 times. Can it still be fired as before? That's obviously not possible. The increase in power brings an increase in the killing radius. The killing radius is different from before, so the rhythm and interval of the artillery fire are of course different. If we still fire in the same way in array as before, it will obviously cause a lot of firepower waste. As the weapons are replaced, these need to be adjusted. The good news is that there are still a lot of old weapons stored in Mengchuan City, and there is no shortage of ammunition in the short term, so there is no need to rush to move all these new weapons. Besides, since the bombing that day, the coalition forces besieging Mengchuan City have dispersed, and it is said that the foreign races in the northern border of the Xiang Empire have a tendency to regroup. But it will take some time to attack Mengchuan City again. There is no defense pressure in the short term. There is no need to worry about not having time to train new weapons. Without considering the logistics and supplies, the entire Mengchuan City has spent these days in the uninterrupted boom, boom, boom. This magic weapon that the city lord found from nowhere has also become a unique landscape in Mengchuan City. Although under the strict order of the city lord's mansion, No one is allowed to approach the reinforcements within 500 meters of the barracks. It does not prevent many idle people from watching the excitement from a distance. But Wai Wei was different. As the city lord, she could go directly to the scene to watch the fun. After that day, she found that she seemed to have a disease called firepower phobia. No, to be specific, she had an insatiable firepower disease. For the overwhelming firepower, she felt that no matter how much it came, it was not too much. The more powerful, the better, and the denser the array, the better. Just blow her mother up and it's done. Isn't this more interesting than women shooting at each other with bows and arrows? As for these cannons, she likes them more and more. These days, she spends half of her time in the reinforcements barracks almost every day, and dares not do anything else but watch these soldiers from Kyushu test fire various types of cannons and rocket launchers. Sometimes she even shamelessly goes over and fires a few shots to satisfy her. With her status here, the reinforcements certainly can't refuse, so she can only go. In order to satisfy the curiosity of Her Royal Highness, Lin Yulong, as the Commander-in-Chief, even specially dispatched an automatic artillery vehicle for her. The magical experience of being able to fire by rubbing the screen twice made Wai Wei exclaim that it was awesome. Are these the weapons that defeated our million-strong army? On the wide artillery test field, Enkai looked at the neatly arranged truck guns in a trance. With the vitality of a 7th-level warrior, she was not directly killed at the time, and of course it would be difficult for her to die afterwards. Especially when Wai Wei used the water of life to heal her wounds, Enkai completely recovered in less than 2 days. It was so fast. After all her cultivation was banned and she became an ordinary person, Wai Wei did not treat her too harshly. She even took her to visit the artillery position and the way to fire. Of course, this was not because Wai Wei was careless. The main reason was that she had proposed a few days ago that the Elf Kingdom and the Coalition take a few thousand barrels of water of life in exchange for the princess. But they directly refused and were too lazy to talk. Originally, she thought Enkai had some value, but now it seems that she has no value at all. In this situation, there are only 2 possible outcomes waiting for In-Chi. One is to find a time in the next 2 days to send a cup of poisoned wine to In-Chi and let her die. Another is to pack this person up next time you meet Sui and see if Sui wants it. If he wants it, just give him something as a gift. After all, she is a very beautiful maid. Wei Wei thinks Sui should be very interested in her. Anyway, In-Chi has been to Mengchuan City, and it is definitely not possible for her to continue to stay in the magic world. Since it has been decided not to keep her in this world, it doesn't matter if she shows her some secrets. Cannon, powerful, right? Wei Wei raised her eyebrows. Cannon? Is it a way of using fire magic? And she looked at the strange-shaped truck cannons from a distance and wondered. With so many such weapons, how many magic cores are needed for a volley? The magic world also has large siege crossbows engraved with magic arrays. The effect is actually similar to that of cannons, but that thing consumes a lot of magic cores for each shot. These magic cores are all dug from monsters and are precious magic resources. And she obviously misunderstood these cannons as something like a magic siege crossbow. Seeing this, Wai Wei smiled and said, "You don't even need a magic core. It's much more powerful than you think." It doesn't need a magic core? Then what does it use as energy to drive these strange arrows? Looking at this weird-looking vehicle-mounted automatic turret at close range, Enkai still couldn't believe that his army of 1 million people could actually lose to these iron lumps. Gunpowder. Wai Wei waved her hand and said, "This thing is more complicated. If I tell you, you probably won't understand it. Anyway, there is no magic used in it. Depending on the internal filling, the effect after the explosion is also different. Different shells are fired completely differently. The one that blew you up that day is called a rocket bomb, and the warhead inside is called a cloud bomb. It is currently the most powerful bomb here. How do you feel?" And Chi's face froze, remembering some not-so-good memories, and whispered, "It's strange. After the explosion, there was not only hot fire and strong shock waves, but also a suffocating feeling. It was very difficult to even breathe. At that time, I thought it was your human magic union that had developed some new type of magic. I didn't expect it to be this kind of thing. After the cloud bomb explodes, it will quickly drain the surrounding air. Of course, it is normal to feel suffocated. That is because she is a 7th-level warrior, and her physical strength has already exceeded the limit of carbon-based creatures. Otherwise, these 2 consecutive cloud blast bombs hit her face, and her body would turn to ashes. After hearing her question, Wai Wei said calmly, "Principal? How would I know? I didn't make this thing." With that said, he took Enkai to a temporary maintenance workshop. If so many guns are fired next time in a high-intensity battle, of course some vehicles or the weapon systems mounted on them will malfunction. Several hundred of the 10,000 soldiers are engineers who are professionally responsible for equipment maintenance. There is a lack of heavy equipment here, and in many cases it is of course not that convenient for large vehicles to be repaired and maintained by these people alone. But the good news is there's no shortage of strong people here. Any second or third level warrior can remove some parts with bare hands that require mechanical assistance. It saves a lot of trouble. Hundreds of maintenance engineer masters, each with a few local cattle and horses in Mengchuan City, can barely guarantee the maintenance of these thousands of vehicles. When it comes to transporting ammunition during wartime, these local strong men in Mengchuan City are much more useful than the cat trucks that transport supplies and ammunition. It's not that Juzhu and Sui can't afford to send these vehicles. The key is that the number of people who need to be sent is limited, and the vehicles need people to drive them. So we can only find these ways to replace it. As soon as Ankai entered this huge temporary maintenance workshop, he saw that it was filled with various vehicle turrets. Many weak humans were directing some huge horses and oxen to do this and that, and they seemed to be very busy. Cows and horses are not adjectives here, but descriptions that are consistent with reality. Second and third level human warriors usually have some social status, much higher than ordinary people. In this world where blood is supreme, let these powerful warriors listen to the orders of a bunch of ordinary people and do this and that. It's definitely not going to work. Moreover, they also need to be stationed on the walls of Mengchuan City. So the coolies Weiwei found for the engineers were not humans, but a group of orcs. Minotaurs and horseheads are the most honest and obedient and least aggressive among the orcs. There are almost none. But at the same time, these two kinds of orcs are powerful. As long as they reach adulthood, they are comparable to second and third level human warriors. Some individuals can even have the strength of a fourth level warrior. But in a human country like the Blazing Sun Empire, the status of these orcs is usually very low. Although the average strength is not bad, the high-end combat power is almost non-existent, not to mention the bloodline. Those so-called noble bloodlines are basically those whose ancestors have produced super strong people. Under such circumstances, the status of these orcs in the Blazing Sun Empire is naturally very low, even inferior to ordinary people. And although they are hardworking and honest, they are usually timid and afraid of fighting, to the extent that even the strongest men in the human army are too lazy to fight. The most they can do is to forcibly capture a group of them during a war and send them to the logistics force to transport supplies. This is naturally the case now. When Weiwei heard that the female officer responsible for communicating with her mentioned the manpower problem and needed a group of strong and powerful people to help do some heavy work instead of machinery, she immediately gathered all the torrent and horse-headed people in the city without thinking. 30,000 cattle and horses were sent to the reinforcement camp that day. These orcs were quite scared when they were recruited at first, thinking that Mengchuan City could not be defended and the city leader wanted to drag them to fill the line. After arriving at the place and finding out that I only needed to move things around, I quickly settled down. Very obedient, it can be said that they do whatever the engineers tell them to do. Originally, in this kind of world, if you were drafted into the army, even if you didn't need to fight, you just had to work, you had to bring your own dry food, and you didn't get paid. Although these cows and horses were obedient, their enthusiasm for work was not very high at first. Coupled with the language barrier, there are many obstacles to communication between the two sides. Until they worked in the camp all morning, and when they were ready to take out the dry food they brought to fill their stomachs at the end of the work, they were suddenly pulled into a temporary open-air canteen by the engineers who led them to work. Here, these strong and powerful beasts of burden, who were at the bottom of the magic world, had the most abundant meal in their lives. After eating, the senior officers of the reinforcements who had used the language access card came to tell them the treatment for helping in the camp. Hearing that they would not only be provided with food and accommodation, but also be paid afterwards, these orcs who were used to being exploited could not believe it for a while. But the meal was eaten. Therefore, with a skeptical attitude, these orcs began to actively cooperate with the work of the engineers and carefully learn what they were taught. The efficiency of mechanical maintenance quickly increased, and even experienced engineers said that even if there were professional equipment here, they might not be as fast as these orcs. For example, dismantling the wheels of those trucks. Under normal circumstances, you have to use a jack to lift the car first, and then use a machine that is specially used to remove the wheel bolts of the truck to hit it one by one. Even with mechanical assistance, it takes more than 10 minutes for one person to remove a wheel. But after teaching these orcs, everything became simple. What jack? They don't need it at all. A few people lifted the car a little, and another one took a wrench and went up to tighten it. The speed was faster than any special machine. After a few days of getting along, these soldiers from Kyushu had a very good impression of these orcs. And goodwill is mutual. When you show kindness to others, others can certainly feel it. In the eyes of orcs, these people who came from nowhere, dress strangely, but can use extremely powerful weapons, are no different from angels. Compared to this world's social atmosphere based on hierarchical bloodlines, the Kyushu warriors from Blue Star are simply a breath of fresh air. When getting along with these orcs, not only did he not have any intention of discriminating against them, but he treated them extremely well. Eat and drink together. These orcs, who were used to being discriminated against, were greatly moved. They even worked a lot harder, and they also tried very hard to use their not very flexible brains to learn some words that Kyushu people often said. After getting along for so many days, the two parties can not only work together tacitly, but also have no problem with simple communication. So when Waiwei and Ankai walked into the maintenance workshop, they saw many engineers wearing dirty work clothes, directing the orcs to work, and even working with the orcs. In this kind of world, there are bloodlines within ethnic groups, and of course there are chains of contempt between different ethnic groups. Humans and elves are considered to be two of the noblest races in this world. The remaining races, such as dragons, although their status is not low, are too few in number to be counted. People of these two races look down upon any other race equally. Naturally, this includes vulgar orcs. So as soon as he entered the workshop, Ankai instinctively frowned, showing displeasure. In her opinion, humans are a similar race to elves after all. It's obviously degrading to mix with these vulgar orcs even if they just order the orcs to do their work. Waiwei, on the other hand, has been here many times and already knows the situation here well, so she is not surprised. Because it has been an accident. At first, she heard that the reinforcements needed a group of coolies. When she sent these tens of thousands of orcs, she was actually prepared that these orcs would not be able to get out alive. After all, when the female officer asked her for support, she said that some people with sufficient strength were needed to replace some mechanical work. She had seen Blue Star's machinery before, but she didn't know what was different about the machinery. She thought these machinery referred to the large engineering vehicles that transported automatic turrets and rocket launchers. Instead of machinery, even second and third level warriors would be exhausted. Unexpectedly, after staying in this camp for a few days, not only were none of the orcs exhausted to death, but they were even kept smooth and fat, becoming stronger and fatter. Occasionally, a few orcs were injured while working, and these reinforcements did not intend to let them go. Instead, they hired professional military doctors to treat them seriously. The wounds were sutured, and various drugs were injected to promote wound healing and prevent wound infection. If they were seriously injured, they would even give the water of life to these orcs. This operation confused Waiwei at first. Later, while the female officer responsible for contacting her was around, she specifically asked them why they were so nice to these orcs. As a result, I suddenly asked the civilian girl in the reinforcements and was confused. After being stunned for a while, he replied, "Is this considered good? They do such heavy work, so the pay is very average. That means the conditions here are not enough, otherwise there would be a lot of subsidies. The internal treatment of these soldiers is very good." Waiwei has also learned about it, so she knows it very well. What she didn't understand was another thing. These orcs, if you don't give them any treatment, they will still be obedient and work as you are told. After all, they are vulgar and they are completely unworthy of recognition in our world. In fact, there is no need to treat them according to the standards of your own warriors. Disburse benefits. Ha! The female officer was obviously surprised to hear such words. She held it in for a long time before saying, "Although they look a little weird, they also have their own emotions, anger, sorrow, and wisdom. Aren't they also human beings?" The topic ends here. Although she didn't get a specific answer, Waiwei seemed to feel that she had gotten some answers through what she saw while running around the camp these days. The work enthusiasm of these orcs can be said to be unprecedentedly high, which is completely different from the usual situation when overseers use whips to urge them to work. There was even an accident yesterday. A spy from the coalition forces sneaked into Mengchuan City. After discovering something unusual in the military camp, they wanted to come in and inquire about the situation. As a result, they accidentally bumped into two Kyushu warriors patrolling the camp. Although these two warriors were armed with guns, the situation at that time was that the coalition spies spying on the news were fourth-level warriors. The place where the two sides met was too narrow, and the firearms had the advantage. Can't perform at all. Just when the two soldiers were almost killed by the sneak attack of the coalition spies, a group of Tauren who had just returned to the camp to rest after dinner happened to pass by. There are 4 Tauren in total, 3 are second level and 1 is third level. This kind of strength is definitely not enough for a 4th level warrior. Not to mention that these orcs are originally timid and afraid of fighting, and their combat effectiveness is often very poor, far inferior to other races of the same level. But at this critical moment, the four Tauren encountered this scene and did not think about running away. Instead, they mustered up the courage to rush forward and fight the assassin who sneaked in, saving the two Kyushu warriors. By the time the knights sent by Wai Wei to protect the reinforcement camp arrived, all four Tauren had been seriously injured, and one of them even had a leg chopped off. But he still dragged the spy tightly, so that the man's idea of tying up a soldier in the camp and going back to torture and ask for information failed. The assassin who sneaked in was killed by the knights who rushed over, and the two Kyushu warriors were not injured. They also had nothing to say about the four Minotaurs who tried their best to save people. They immediately pulled the military doctor to treat them and used all the means they could. Even the leg that was cut off not long ago was reattached to the Minotaur. Although it may cause hidden diseases after the reattachment, it is much better than being disabled directly. After that, Wai Wei severely punished the leader of the knights who was responsible for protecting the camp, and at the same time strengthened the protection of the camp. After all, these Kyushu warriors are just ordinary people. It is too difficult to deal with those warriors or magicians with strange means. This story is actually not that brilliant. It is about encountering an assassin sneaking into the camp, confronting the patrolling soldiers, and then the Minotaurs who were coolies rushed out to save the soldiers. But the key is that these Minotaurs are not good at fighting, and their nature is extremely cowardly. During a war, they would be weak even if they were asked to stand on the wall and move stones and throw them down. It was this group that did not choose to escape when faced with intruders who were stronger than themselves, but fought hard. Afterwards, Wai Wei went to visit the Tauren in person and asked them why they mustered up the courage to come forward. After all, these orcs were just working as coolies, so it was basically impossible for them to know any secrets. The infiltrators' goal couldn't be them. After encountering the two patrolling soldiers, the infiltrator's intention was to capture the two men and torture them. He had no intention of going deeper into the camp. Naturally, there was no need to kill these Tauren to prevent them from leaking information. As long as they were willing and left at that time, the infiltrators would never waste time dealing with a few worthless orcs at such a critical moment. These Tauren are just stupid, not really stupid, so they can't even understand this. However, when faced with the inquiry from this noble female city lord, the Tauren lying on the hospital bed gave a simple answer. They are good people. No one can treat us better than them. We cannot watch others harm them. Since then, Wai Wei's mentality has undergone some slight changes. I have been running to the military camp these days, not only to be curious about these weapons, but also to have more contact with these Blue Star people. Compared with the shock brought by the overwhelming firepower when those weapons were fired, it can be said that the shock brought to her by these Blue Star people when facing different groups of people was not inferior to those weapons. Through these days of careful observation, she keenly discovered a point. Even the lowest-ranking ordinary soldier in the Kyushu reinforcement army, knowing her identity, was respectful on the surface when facing her, but in fact he was not as inferior as other people in the world when facing her. The way he looked at her was actually not much different from the way he looked at those Tauren. Of course, this lack of difference refers to the mentality and status of both parties. People do not think that they are inferior to her, a princess. In other aspects, it is still different from watching the Minotaur. After all, in addition to her noble status and a bunch of messy titles, Wai Wei is also a well-known beauty in the mainland. These little warriors were generally shy, and few of them dared to look directly at her face. This discovery made her a little angry at first. After all, she was deeply influenced by the theory of blood. Wai Wei thought that she was much nobler than those orcs. But after comparing the attitudes of the orcs before and after, she realized, perhaps these Blue Star talents are right. Human thinking will be assimilated by the group. These days, Wai Wei can be said to have a deeper understanding of this. So now after seeing the displeasure in Chi's eyes, she was very calm and said with a smile, "Why, does Her Royal Highness Princess Ankai think there is any problem? Why do they hang out with lowly orcs?" Ankai frowned and said, "It's simply degrading." "Then why do you want to cooperate with those coalition forces composed of goblins, dwarves, and orcs to attack Mengchuan City? Wouldn't that be even more humiliating?" Wai Wei said with a half-smile, "That's different. It's just that we have the same goal as them. This is not cooperation." And Chi had no expression on his face and said in a calm tone, "In the coalition military camp, they are only qualified to live on the outermost perimeter and watch the gate." At this moment, a flash of light suddenly flashed through Wai Wei's mind. The book Sun Tzu's Art of War she had taken from Sui before seemed to suddenly come to her mind. She was stunned for a moment, and then she prayed secretly, "So, your coalition is destined to fail and will not be able to enter Mengchuan City." Not only was Chi not angry when he heard this, but he looked at the bustling repair shop and chuckled. Your Highness, the princess, thinks that these iron knots can stop the storm in the north. Everyone, including Wai Wei, knew that the last almost one-sided war was actually just an accident. And it will definitely not be the end of this war. The death of hundreds of thousands of troops under Mengchuan City will not stop the desperate foreigners in the north. Some of them are human beings and some are excellent warriors. The previous million-strong army was just an appetizer, and it was far from the time when they were exhausted. The next attack will only be more fierce and violent. And after being bombed, they will obviously respond to it. Although these measures may not be effective, it is obviously impossible for Mengchuan City to solve all the problems with one round of bombardment like last time. It's not just these iron bumps, it's mainly because I've been wandering here recently and suddenly learned something new. Wai Wei smiled, not knowing what she thought of, and stopped walking around the camp with Ankai. Interested, he took her directly back to the castle. After letting Ankai stay in a room and letting people watch her, Wai Wei ducked into the trading platform. A moment later, Sui appeared on the platform. Why are you so anxious to find me? I have a question to ask you. Wai Wei came straight to the point and said, do you think it's possible for me to disintegrate the coalition forces outside Mengchuan City, or even let one of them be used by me? With that said, she told Sui everything about the chat she had just had with Enchi and what he saw in the military camp of the Kyushu reinforcements. I think the status of the orcs, goblins, dwarves and other races was too low before. They were just cannon fodder in the coalition. Everyone is an intelligent creature. Even if they agree that they are inferior and should be cannon fodder for the elves, they will always feel a little unbalanced. If we start from this point, is there hope? Sui was a little surprised when he heard this. In fact, he has been in contact with Wai Wei for so long that he can be said to be very clear about who she is. Because they are both platform agents, Wai Wei's attitude is relatively positive when communicating with him. She basically treats him as a person of the same level. But when the topic involves other people, her high-handed temperament can't be hidden at all. Before, when the orcs in the coalition were mentioned, Wai Wei was disgusted and contemptuous. Obviously, she is deeply influenced by the bloodline theory in their world. After all, she herself is a beneficiary. In the magic world, she belongs to a small group of people with noble blood. This is normal. If you really want to oppose the bloodline theory, you are sick. In fact, Sui had this idea when he heard about the situation in Mengchuan City at the beginning, but he felt that with this woman's arrogance, she might not be able to lower herself and take the initiative to join forces with those races that she looked down on. Unexpectedly, Wai Wei's mind turned around. In this case, isn't this matter too simple? After knowing the specific situation of the magical world, as well as the general composition of the coalition forces inside Mengchuan City and the city outside, it can be said that as a Kyushu native, it is difficult not to think of some strategies left behind by our ancestors. What about countermeasures and what about divide and rule? There are simply too many ways. Before, he just thought that Wai Wei probably wouldn't do this and didn't bother to say anything. Now that she has taken the initiative to bring it up, Sui has done too many tricks here. It's not only very promising, it's simply too promising. Sui suddenly became energetic and asked, think about it, what is the purpose of those coalition forces attacking Mengchuan City and going south? The Blazing Sun Empire is rich. At first, they probably just wanted to go south to fight the autumn wind. As usual, they took advantage of the chaos within the empire to plunder and then left. But it is different now. Something happened to the elves, and the environment in the north changed drastically. Wai Wei calmly replied. Although the far north of the mainland outside Mengchuan City was also bitter and cold before, the elf kingdom relied on the presence of the spring of life to open up a resource-rich paradise in the bitter cold land. This area is nourished by the spring of life. Although it is monopolized by the elves, races such as orcs and dwarves can also benefit a lot and gradually grow stronger. Now that the fountain of life is damaged, the elves cannot protect themselves, let alone these races. If they just want to go south to plunder at first, their fighting will is not that strong. As long as the resistance is strong enough, they will realize that they are chewing on Mengchuan. If the city is not that easy, they should retreat. But it's different now. Whether they can go south is related to the survival of their ethnic group. The spring of life has withered, and the food production in the north may be greatly reduced this year. The harvested food cannot feed so many people. And there are still 3 months at most. The biting cold wind will bring the coldness of the Arctic ice sheet to the north. Without the protection brought by the changing environment of the fountain of life, most of them would not be able to withstand the biting cold wind. If they cannot capture Mengchuan City before this and move south, what awaits them is death from hunger and cold. The current purpose of the coalition forces can be said to be very clear. Fighting for plunder and fighting for survival are obviously not on the same level. If we don't go south, we'll die, and we can't fight this battle unless we fight tooth and nail. How many people are there in total from those races north of Mengchuan City? Sui asked again. The Elf Kingdom occupies the most fertile and prosperous area nourished by the Fountain of Life, but it is more difficult to reproduce than other races, so the population should be about 100 million. On the contrary, there are many other races, and the orcs have tenacious vitality, and there are several. The reproductive capacity of this branch is even more top-notch, and the number of dwarves, goblins, and the like is probably at least 5 to 6 billion. In addition, there are some miscellaneous small races, and the total number of people must be hundreds of millions. North of Mengchuan City is an extremely vast land. Even without the Fountain of Life, the output of this land is completely enough for hundreds of millions of people to live and work in peace and contentment. With the blessing of the Fountain of Life, countless people have passed through it. It took tens of thousands of years of development to achieve the current population size. As the Lord of Mengchuan City, Weiwei has been stationed on the front line of the northern frontier of the Blazing Sun Empire for a long time, so she naturally knows this information very well. In other words, if you want to block this hole, you will face up to 2 billion enemies. Sui was shocked. Weiwei had said before that there were many living beings in the bitter cold land of the north, but he had not yet realized the seriousness of the matter. Now it seems that this is not just many, it is simply a huge number. However, compared to the tens of billions of people in the Blazing Sun Empire mentioned by Weiwei before, this does not seem to be a very large number. It can only be said that in a world blessed by magic, the crop yield is not comparable to that of ancient Kyushu, and the population density is naturally incomparable. Not that many. The northern territory is very large, and there are many openings for them to go south. The Mengchuan City where I am stationed is just the only entrance for them to go south to the Blazing Sun Empire. Weiwei explained. There is an east-west mountain range in the north, stretching for tens of thousands of kilometers, which directly isolates the north from the south. It also blocks the cold wind in the north. This causes the wind to be sunny to the south of the mountain and the cold wind to the north of the mountain, a situation unsuitable for living things. There are a total of 6 openings in this mountain range to go south, and Mengchuan City is just one of them. Mengchuan City is on the east side of the mainland, and there is the Huangsha Empire to the west. There are 2 openings for these northern races to go south, but Huangsha the Empire is full of yellow sand and is very barren, and even if they successfully attack these people, they will not be able to survive. And further to the west, there is another Frost Empire, and the remaining 3 openings are all within the territory of the Frost Empire. However, the strength of the Frost Empire is one of the best on the mainland, and it is extremely strong. The most important thing is that whether it is the Yellow Sand Empire or the Frost Empire, they are relatively stable internally. If such a big thing happens on the northern border, they will definitely increase their troops to defend it. Only our Blazing Sun Empire is in chaos internally. I just got news a few days ago that although no one from the imperial capital has taken the initiative to attack the imperial capital, there is already a war outside the city. They want to go south. The best place is Mengchuan City, and the Blazing Sun Empire is rich enough. As long as they break in, they can survive. So even if it won't withstand the attacks of all the races in the north, Mengchuan City will still bear the greatest pressure. The million-strong army is just an appetizer. The real storm is still brewing. What Enkai said is right. By the way, Enkai is the new elf princess. I captured her. Do you want her? If you do, I'll make you a slave. Although the situation is serious, Weiwei's tone seems relatively relaxed. As they were talking about business, Sui naturally ignored her next sentence and asked back, 2 billion aliens, if they don't go south, they will die. It's not difficult to raise an army of hundreds of millions of people, right? Even if the other few ports give you troops, with your Mengchuan City being a soft persimmon, the enemies you have to face must be hundreds of millions. Sui sighed. Do you think Mengchuan City can resist it? Of course not, otherwise why would I come to you? Weiwei rolled her eyes at him and said, and your estimate of facing hundreds of millions of enemies is still too conservative. For these northern races, many of them are born stronger than humans. Regardless of gender, age or young, they are excellent warriors when they pick up weapons, especially those orcs, who have the largest population. So the real enemies to face at that time are far more than these. The reinforcements from Jushu can only alleviate the urgent need of the previous million-strong army besieging the city. Facing this overwhelming alien race, even if the firepower is doubled, it is impossible to defend. Unless you go directly to the big mushroom. But things obviously haven't reached that point yet. Weiwei has already said a better way to deal with it. The coalition forces are not monolithic, and it is not an exaggeration to say that they are a patchwork of sand. The internal situation is to say that everyone has their own agenda, which is to flatter them. It is a group that has to stick together in order to survive. And there is a serious chain of discrimination internally. As long as we start from this point, it is not difficult to disintegrate the coalition forces. Of course, this is only theoretical. When it comes to actual operation, detailed planning is still required. So what do you mean by coming to me? Sui probably guessed what Wai Wei meant. I want to cooperate with a race in the coalition. Wai Wei said frankly. The opening in the eastern part of the mountain range where Mengchuan City is located is usually called the Sunrise Canyon. It is a huge channel that runs north to south, is more than 1,000 kilometers long, and is hundreds of kilometers wide at its widest point, almost like a basin. The canyon is winding and rugged, and the surrounding mountains can withstand most of the severe cold from the far north. Although it is also cold in winter, it is not like in the north, where without the protection of the Spring of Life Basin, you will freeze to death. Cooperate with one of the races and let them station themselves in the canyon to escape the coming severe winter. The condition is that they need to defend Mengchuan City from the coalition's attack. I think it is feasible. Sui suddenly understood after hearing this. Although the canyon is large and can accommodate hundreds of millions of people, the products inside are not rich enough. In addition, the food production in the north has decreased this year. Therefore, even if these people try to escape the biting cold wind in the canyon, they do not have enough food supplies to survive. Is it right to spend the winter? Yes. Wai Wei took a deep breath. This is why I came to discuss with you. If this plan is implemented, I need food, at least enough food for hundreds of millions of people to survive the winter. Of course, this is too much. It's normal that you can't provide it. Don't be embarrassed. At worst, find another way. I wonder if you can provide me with some of the weapons you mentioned before. Nuclear weapons. Sui was non-committal and just reminded lightly. When they attack Mengchuan City, there will be so many people crowded in a canyon. If this thing is thrown away, hundreds of millions of casualties will easily occur. Are you sure you want to use it? Wai Wei chuckled and said, "Don't you understand yet? Even the fertile Blazing Sun Empire cannot afford to support so many people in the north. The coalition I mentioned earlier is just a delaying tactic to defend Mengchuan City, and it cannot completely solve this problem. On the contrary, use your super weapons now. While these people are preparing to attack Mengchuan City and gather in the canyon, just kill them all. This is the real way to solve the problem. This is a very cruel but realistic thing. The magical world is not a new civilization. The population carrying capacity of their world has long reached its upper limit, and this upper limit includes the effect of the special item called the Fountain of Life. If we compare it to Blue Star, it is almost as if one day suddenly, the hybrid rice technology that has fed countless people suddenly disappeared, and it is very likely that it will never appear again in the future. The resulting gap is destined to cause the entire world's population to far exceed the upper limit that output resources can carry. Famine and disaster would spread quickly throughout the world. The situation after the magical world loses the Fountain of Life is similar to this. The difference is that if Blue Star loses a certain high-yield crop and causes a large-scale reduction in world food production, it will spread all over the world and become a problem for everyone in the world. But it's different in the magical world. The problem is only in the north. In other words, the redundant people are all concentrated in one place. The most direct way to solve this disaster is to deal with these people. There are many solutions. Blocking the entrance to the south and letting these people die in the cold wind is the easiest way. Once they are allowed to break through the defense line and go south, the war will take away the redundant population that the world cannot support. At this time, it will not only be the aliens in the north who will be taken away, but also the Blazing Sun Empire, or other people of several countries. No matter how you say it, it is extremely cruel. Without the Fountain of Life, the wizarding world will almost certainly see a mass extinction of more than 1 billion people. Is the Fountain of Life really irreparable? Sui asked after a moment of silence. If it can be repaired, these elves will not directly send troops. They have difficulty reproducing and usually don't like war. Wai Wei shook her head. Even if Yu Ling is still here, I'm afraid it can't be repaired. Because I can clearly feel that the elves have completely given up on searching for Yu Ling. I'm afraid that the damage to the Fountain of Life is not just a matter of missing a core. Where are your gods? Sui asked subconsciously, but as soon as he said the words, he almost couldn't hold back. At this time, he actually pulled out this trick of asking ghosts and gods without asking the common people. If the gods of the magical world were really in charge, they would not let a civilization that has existed for hundreds of thousands of years remain in this state. As expected, Wai Wei immediately sneered. The most recent birth of a god was a Dharma god who appeared in the Frost Empire, more than 40,000 years ago. Who knows whether these so-called immortal gods are dead or alive now? Then this greater disaster has appeared many times in the magical world, but they have never appeared before. Gods don't care about the life and death of mortals. So now the multiple choice question is placed in front of Sui. Follow the first method, take it one step at a time, and defend Mengchuan City first. Or just avoid future troubles and shoot a few big mushrooms to solve all problems. This multiple choice question is really difficult. It can be said that the lives of more than 1 billion people depend on his thoughts. Wait a minute. Sui struggled for a long time and was suddenly stunned. He's not from the magical world, so why would he give me multiple choice questions? He immediately looked at Wai Wei and said, I can provide food or weapons, it's your choice. Blue Star's food should be enough to withstand this wave. Moreover, there is not enough food here in Blue Star, so he can also go to his good friend Bela to buy it. It's too difficult for her to rob a starship or something like that. Isn't it just a waste of time to rob a granary? Since everyone is an interstellar civilization, there will definitely be no shortage of food. As for weapons, it is very difficult to make all the nuclear weapons of Blue Star disappear. It should be no problem to give yourself a few rounds. There is no shortage of people in this world who are greedy for money and afraid of death. Sure enough, seeing Sui throw the question back, Wai Wei's slender red lips moved, and finally she sighed and said with some frustration, Never mind that, just give me food first. Sure enough, although this woman seemed to be ruthless when killing the enemy, she was still soft-hearted. I couldn't be so cruel as to bury more than 1 billion people in the north outside Mengchuan City. Sui laughed in his heart and was about to say that if she didn't have anything good to trade this time, he could temporarily owe her and pay her back when he got something good in the future. But before he could say anything, he saw Wai Wei take out a longbow and slap it on the table. This is the magic bow my father gave me when I was an adult. It is a weapon used by a demigod. It is inlaid with a high-level magic core as an energy source. Before the energy in the magic core dries up, even ordinary people can use it. Even if there is no magic core, it can be used in the hands of a magician or warrior above the 7th level. It has many functions. The most basic one is of course to shoot magic arrows. No arrows are needed. You can shoot by pulling the bow. In addition, it is extremely tough. The blades with magic array patterns engraved on both ends can also be used as a very powerful melee weapon. Even if you don't look at its function as a weapon, it can also serve as a piece of armor. After all, archers or the body is generally weak, so when the demigod level existence designed this bow, it was designed in advance to save itself once it was approached. It is only one of the melee weapons that it becomes. Once it senses that the user is in danger, the defense array pattern in the longbow will be activated, and you will be covered with a layer of magic shield, which can resist the attack of the 9th level warrior or magician. How many times it can be blocked depends on how much energy the magic core on it has. And there is also a berserker array pattern on it, which can give the user extremely powerful physical strength comparable to that of a 9th level warrior in a short period of time, allowing you to fight head-on with people who rush into your face. Use it to exchange your food, is it enough? Sui picked up this extremely gorgeous longbow and swallowed his saliva. Just the functions that Wai Wei said are already a bit too awesome. Almost an ordinary person can have the strength to kill a 9th level strongman by picking up this thing. This artifact is really awesome. By the way, it can also be enlarged and reduced according to your preferences. When it is inconvenient to carry weapons, it is also very good to shrink it into a small pendant and hang it on your body. Although you cannot shoot arrows to attack others in this situation, the defensive array pattern on it can be activated at any time, and it can be used as a magic prop for self-defense. Wai Wei stretched out her hand and tapped twice on a place on the longbow. The longbow that was almost as tall as Sui just now suddenly turned into a miniature handmade figure of only 4 or 5 centimeters. It is completely no problem to tie it with a rope and hang it around your neck. Sui took this little thing in his hand and looked at it for a while, and then controlled it to change to a normal form according to Wai Wei's guidance, waved it in his hand, and shot an arrow. Then he said decisively, "Deal." Originally, the transaction involved this time was so big that he thought Wai Wei would not be able to exchange anything good because she was trapped in Mengchuan City, so he planned to let her owe it first and talk about it later. As a result, she really deserved to be an old noble of Jingxiang banner, and she took out such a good treasure at will. The cold winter in the north of the magic world lasts for more than 5 months. If we feed 1 billion people and each person consumes 1 kilogram of food every day, Sui needs to prepare at least 150 million tons of food for Wei Wei. This is undoubtedly an astronomical figure. If measured in Zhuzu's currency, the price of these grains is at least more than 300 billion. For the current Tinya group, it is a huge sum of money. It cannot be taken out in a short time, and can only be purchased in batches. And can this bao have such a high value? In fact, it is hard to say. These are completely products of two different systems, and the standards for measuring value are also different. As a semi-artifact, this bao is absolutely priceless in the magic world. But hundreds of millions of tons of food, in a feudal society, it is also impossible for anyone to take it out. The value between the two is really difficult to compare. Therefore, this transaction actually depends on whether Sui can take a fancy to it. Coincidentally, he likes this bao very much. If he likes it, he will buy it. As for its value, it is not important. Moreover, this bao is not only good for showing off, but also can save your life if you encounter any emergency. You can have a lot of money, but you only have one life. This is more valuable to Sui than its main attack attribute. When do you plan to go back and split the coalition forces and contact one of the races for cooperation? It has been so many days since the last great victory. I am afraid that Mengchuan City will not be safe for long, right? Sui asked while admiring the big toy he had just got. I will contact you as soon as I go back today. Wai Wei said decisively. After the transaction with you before, there are still millions of tons of stored grain in Mengchuan City. I plan to take out a part of it as a sincerity and cooperate with a certain race. Have you thought about which one? Orcs. Orcs. Sui was stunned for a moment, and looked at Wai Wei with some surprise. He originally thought that Wai Wei wanted to win over the elves. After all, the elves were strong enough and belonged to the level of the overlord of the northern border. As for the orcs, Wai Wei had complained about those messy races here many times before, and orcs were the ones she complained about the most. They are born with bodies that are much stronger than humans, and even many of their branches only need to grow to adulthood to be comparable to the strength of low-level human warriors. But the combat effectiveness of this race is very average. When the population is much larger than that of the elves, they can only serve as dogs for the elves. In a war like this, you are completely cannon fodder. And if he remembered correctly, the orcs should be the most populous race in the north, right? Instead of choosing the most powerful elves with a relatively small population to cooperate, they chose orcs instead. What kind of brain circuit is this? There are many reasons, but the main reason is that I recently discovered that orcs should be the easiest to control. Wai Wei obviously guessed in advance that Sui would be surprised, and explained calmly. Orcs is just a general term. There are many internal branches, and there is even a relationship between predators and prey between different branches. I say that we must cooperate with orcs, but it does not mean that we must cooperate with all orcs. My current goal is to first bring the cattle, horse, and goat races, which have the largest number of orcs but the lowest status among the orcs, under my command. These orcs are mainly vegetarians and only need me to provide them with the most basic food. Food is enough for them to survive. Compared to tigers and werewolves who have to eat meat, they are much easier to feed. Of course, the most important reason is that these vegetarian orcs are generally stupid, but they are strong enough and there are many in number. It is roughly estimated that there are 3 to 4 billion. They account for more than half of the large race of orcs. Even if they can only find one warrior out of 100 who dares to fight, they can still pull out an army of millions of people. The remaining people can also help with some menial work, such as building walls and fortifications. As long as we conquer this group, defending Mengchuan City will not be a problem at all. Wai Wei's words were quite firm, and Sui said thoughtfully when he heard the words, "Do you want to build an army of millions of orcs? I'm afraid it's not just to defend Mengchuan City, right?" "Of course." Wai Wei smiled and said, "It's impossible that my brothers don't know about the situation in the north, but they still ignore it and leave the mess in the north to me alone. When the crisis in Mengchuan City is resolved, I will take my army south and go to the imperial capital in person to ask them, which one is more important, the tens of billions of people in the Blazing Sun Empire or the throne? If you can't answer, then go and bury your father." "Good guy, what a crime. You also want to hold up the knife and go to Luoton to explain the pros and cons, right?" Sui didn't even expect that this woman had already planned how to go south to seize the throne after defending Mengchuan City. Moreover, the resentment in Wai Wei's words almost overflowed, like the evil ghost who had returned to his soul for the first 7 times. Just think about it, a girl's family was thrown to the north to become a local emperor, and the result was such a mess. Obviously, the Xiang Empire has a great cause. As long as they pay a little attention to this area, they can easily solve the problems in the north with the help of Mengchuan City's geographical location. As a result, everyone ignored her. It would be impossible without resentment. Aren't you worried about backlash? This is a foreign race after all, and it may not be as easy to control as you think. Sui reminded. And don't forget, people are discriminated against by elves and more advanced orcs in the north, but they may not be discriminated against when they come here. According to what you said before, the humans in your world are probably more discriminatory towards these half-human, half-animal guys, right? How do you plan to let the people under your command get along with these orcs that you have subjugated? If you don't handle it well, they can betray the high-level orcs and elves who discriminate against them. Of course, they can also betray the humans who discriminate against them. It was useless for Wai Wei to calm down on her own. Even if she had absolute authority in Mengchuan City, it would be useless to order her soldiers to coexist peacefully with these orcs. In the history of Blue Star, many Western countries used black people to serve in the army. However, discrimination against these black people still exists to this day. Not to mention the wizarding world. The difference between the orcs and normal people over there is not just skin color. The real races are all different. Moreover, blood is still the most important thing there. These orcs are usually regarded as mixed-blood mongrels, with extremely low social status. In this social atmosphere, eliminating discrimination is not something she can solve with just a few orders. Sui could almost imagine that under Wai Wei's order, everyone maintained harmony on the surface, but privately the people in Mengchuan City did not regard the orcs as human beings at all. However, faced with this problem, Wai Wei acted very relaxed. After standing up and stretching, showing off her well-endowed figure without any reservation, she said nonchalantly, "It's very simple. I had no intention of letting those orcs come into contact with the aborigines of Mengchuan City from the beginning." "Then how do you control them?" Sui asked doubtfully. "Those who pass you." Wai Wei's fiery red eyes blinked at Sui and said slyly, "You didn't expect that, did you? Our people." Sui was stunned for a moment, but then he guessed who she was referring to. "You mean the 10,000 reinforcements I sent over?" "Certainly." Wai Wei smiled and told him about the relationship between the Kyushu warriors and the Minotaur and Horseheads in the coalition camp, as well as the current attitude of the orcs towards those Kyushu warriors, and finally said, "If I hadn't discovered this situation, I wouldn't have thought about cooperating with those of other races, because the discrimination problem you mentioned is unsolvable. In this case, it is almost impossible to guarantee the loyalty of these orcs. Even if I successfully win over them, they are just doing it for stuttering. It's okay to hold on to Mengchuan City for the time being, but in the future, if I want to use their power to help me go south to the imperial capital, that will definitely not work. People come here for a bite to eat. After seeing the wealth and prosperity within the empire, they will naturally leave in search of more food." After hearing this, Sui couldn't help but admire that this woman's brain was really good. He also observed things carefully enough to be keenly aware of the changes that occurred in the low-level orcs after getting along with the Kyushu warriors, and based on this, he derived a plan to divide the coalition forces outside the city and take advantage of them. It's hard to say that the person's high status in the magical world can only be attributed to his noble bloodline. He also has something. But how do you plan to implement these plans specifically? The reinforcements we sent are only 10,000 in total. I'm afraid it will be difficult to help you control so many orcs, right? And let them directly contact these orcs. If an accident occurs, you are ready to deal with it. Is there any way? I did prepare some plans. Wai Wei explained. First of all, after the victory of the last bombardment, I have asked a large number of craftsmen and magicians to lead workers to build a new city defense facility at a canyon pass nearly 100 kilometers north of Mengchuan City. This facility was originally mine. It was intended to be used as the new defense line of Mengchuan City, but now it seems that it has other uses. The canyon area between the pass defense line and Mengchuan City is relatively wide. The widest part reaches more than 70 kilometers. It is not an exaggeration to say it is a small plain. There are many rivers flowing out of the mountains. In the end, these rivers they will all converge into one of the two large rivers surrounding Mengchuan City. This area is enough to provide temporary shelter for hundreds of millions of people. I plan to take my trusted knights with me in the initial negotiations and show my sincerity from the beginning. After the negotiation is successful, I will open the pass and allow these orcs to enter this canyon plain and temporarily settle down. At this point, those orcs will naturally help us defend the city. With the help of such a large number of orcs, plus the upper pass is easy to defend and difficult to attack. It can be said that the defense of Mengchuan City is already impregnable. It will be very difficult for the coalition forces to defeat it. When the pass defense line is stable because the pass defense line extends forward, it is necessary to move the artillery positions. At that time, I will have the Kyushu reinforcements stationed outside Mengchuan City. Of course, this is when the pass defense line is strong enough and the coalition forces will be able to move in a short time, under the premise that it cannot be broken inside. Those Kyushu reinforcements who have moved their positions outside the city will naturally have more contact with the orcs. By then, the pressure on the city defense will not be so great. I will equip every soldier in the reinforcements who is in the camp outside the city with two. The warriors from Mengchuan City will accompany you to protect you from any accidents during the contact. Over time, the plain between the pass and Mengchuan City will gradually develop into an orc city, blocking the front of Mengchuan City. And the people who have the most contact with those orcs will only be the Kyushu reinforcements stationed outside Mengchuan City, not the local soldiers and civilians of Mengchuan City. I will give strict orders to the Mengchuan City soldiers stationed at the pass ahead. They are absolutely not allowed to leave and run around when they are stationed at the pass. They also need to return to Mengchuan City when changing defenses. Of course, this kind of artificial isolation cannot be accelerated. Mutual recognition and integration between the two parties will lead to conflicts, so the ban will not be too strict, but I will issue another strict order prohibiting human soldiers from discriminating against orcs. In this way, as long as a few people are punished for killing chickens and monkeys, no one will take the risk of violating the law, going in front of those orcs to do another thing that violates the law. Let both parties be willing to have as little contact as possible, and let the orcs' impression of the humans in Mengchuan City stay on those Kyushu soldiers as much as possible. To this end, I will also buy a batch of world language pass cards and train a group of people who are familiar with Kyushu dialect. Then let them teach a group of Mengchuan City soldiers how to communicate basically in Kyushu dialect, and let these soldiers serve as translators and security guards or assigned to Kyushu warriors as followers. Of course, there are also some localization methods that are in line with the characteristics of our world. For example, Sui asked curiously. For example, these 10,000 Kyushu warriors defeated 1,000,000 coalition forces and defended Mengchuan City. Their hard work and merit are great. I will confer honors and titles on them as the eldest princess of the empire. I guarantee that these 10,000 people will also have knighthoods for the first time. Wai Wei said calmly. If they have a title, some low and middle level warriors are willing to serve as knights for them. Warriors of the 4th level and above are usually called knights, but this is different from knights who actually have imperial honors. The former is a recognition of your strength, and the latter is a real social status. Most of the 4th and 5th level warriors born as civilians do not have knighthoods. This means that although they have some strength, they are still civilians, not nobles. If you want to have the title of knight, the easiest way is to start as an official knight squire. This is true regardless of your strength. In our world, there are many positions like knight squire, which sounds inferior to others. No one can ask for it, and there are some 4th and 5th level warriors among them. Sui listened for a long time and finally understood. Wai Wei's logic was probably that in the name of repelling a 1,000,000-strong army, she would grant these tens of thousands of Juzhu reinforcements a noble title from the Xiang Empire. After having such a high social status, some local warriors in the magic world are willing to help them. After simple instruction, these people can not only act as translators, but also protect the safety of those Kyushu warriors. And because of the extremely strict hierarchy in the magical world and the default rules in society, these attendants would never dare to disobey the master knight to whom they are loyal. Naturally, it is impossible for people in Kyushu not to discriminate against orcs, but these attendants do. Over time, these people will naturally be subtly influenced, and Mengchuan City will naturally have a group of people who don't have such strong racial concepts. This move is equivalent to taking the 10,000 reinforcements from Kyushu as the center and spreading their behavior and thinking. As the saying goes, if something is good from above, it will be followed by others below. The status of these 10,000 people is high enough to truly affect the magical world. No, it is still a bit early to say that the entire world, but at least it has no problem affecting the social atmosphere of Mengchuan City. This will not only ensure the safety of these Kyushu reinforcements, but also leave an excellent impression on the surrendered orcs, allowing them to gain respect that they will never get elsewhere. Even if absolute loyalty cannot be guaranteed, it will increase their risk of betrayal. Cost. At the same time, it can also subtly influence a group of middle and low-level warriors, allowing them to change the inherent thinking in their brains. And these middle and low-level warriors are undoubtedly in the middle level among the ordinary people in the magic world, and their thinking will affect more people. As long as Wai Wei uses this method long enough, this kind of thinking will gradually become a trend in the magical world. Sui suddenly thought of a very serious problem. In fact, this may not be a good thing for Wai Wei and the imperial nobles. Because various races in the magical world discriminate against each other, and chains of contempt are formed within the races based on different bloodlines. The root of all this lies in the deep-rooted blood theory in the magical world. If this kind of thinking becomes a trend, it will be subversive to the social order of the entire magical world. To put it bluntly, the Blazing Sun Empire in Weiwei's mouth can be passed down for hundreds of thousands of years only because of its awesome bloodline theory. Without this thing, next time someone comes and calls out Prince General Xiang Ning, maybe these old empires that have been passed down through blood for countless years will collapse in an instant. He glanced at Weiwei and opened his mouth, not knowing whether to speak or not. But Weiwei seemed to have thought of this situation a long time ago. As soon as she saw Su Yi's expression, she guessed what he wanted to say and answered first. This kind of change in thinking that affects the whole world is not something that can be achieved overnight, or even 10 or dozens of years. It will take hundreds of years to change. By that time, if I had not reached the level of a demigod, I would have died long ago. After I die, I will not care about the floods. Let the country perish, it's none of my business. And compared to the current world that is like a stagnant pool of water, introducing some new things to make the world more exciting may not be a bad thing. I didn't expect you to have such ideological awareness. Great. Sui couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. However, Weiwei smiled and said, "Actually, that was something I had thought about in advance, and I will tell others about it when I am about to die. As for now, if I really have no other choice, I will not do such a thing to dig my own grave. My brothers, and those foreign races in the north, since they don't want me to have an easy life, then let's just say goodbye." With the support from Sui, Weiwei immediately started sending people to secretly contact the orcs as soon as she returned to Mengchuan City. There is no need to wait until Sui has prepared all the food before starting. Mengchuan City itself still has millions of tons of food, so it is entirely possible to use some of it first to show sincerity. After all, even if all the food arrived, she would not be able to give all the hundreds of millions of tons to the orcs at once. She would definitely have to give it in batches. There's no need to wait until everything is ready. Moreover, many days have passed since the last great victory. According to the news from the scouts sent to the north, all the tribes in the north have learned about the situation in the Fountain of Life, and are currently gathering on a large scale to prepare to go south again. The dozens of tribal coalition forces closest to Mengchuan City have already assembled and are just waiting for an order. If we wait any longer, when the army presses on the border and those races come to attack under the leadership of the elves, it may not be so easy to instigate some of them to rebel. Even if they instigate rebellion, there probably won't be many orcs among the rebels who can come to Mengchuan City alive. This is definitely not in line with Weiwei's original plan. Therefore, she needs to complete the work of instigating rebellion before the northern border is completely assembled, so that some orcs who are willing to surrender can enter the pass in front of Mengchuan City and become a barrier for Mengchuan City. Sui has not been idle since returning to Blue Star. He contacted Old Man Lin immediately and talked about the things Weiwei mentioned. Not only the food part, but also the ideas Weiwei mentioned this time, as well as the internal situation of the Blazing Sun Empire. These are real old foxes who know much more than him and Weiwei in this regard. It's normal to ask others for advice. The senior officials of Kyushu had a certain understanding of Weiwei, a princess from another world, and the existence of the Blazing Sun Empire. This time, after hearing Sui talk about the situation there, their understanding became a little deeper. About a day after Sui contacted Old Man Lin, another news finally came from Old Man Lin. As soon as he opened his mouth, he said something Sui didn't expect. To what extent can you connect with that other world? Apart from restrictions on sending people there, can any items be exchanged freely? Sui didn't know why he suddenly asked this, so he thought about it and said, "There are certain restrictions, but it can also be seen as any supplies can come and go at will." If that's the case. Old Man Lin pondered for a moment and then said, "Based on the information you provided, we discussed it and concluded that this battle does not necessarily need to be fought to such an extent that most of the alien races will be completely exterminated. And if the princess from another world wants to change the social laws of their world, this is not only not a crisis, but an opportunity." How do you say it? Sui suddenly became interested. According to your statement, the root cause of this war is that their world lost important means of production, which led to a sharp drop in productivity in an area, which in turn prevented the people living in this area from seeking opportunities to survive. The paradox is that after losing important means of production, this group of people has theoretically exceeded the upper limit of the world's population under the current productivity. If some people cannot survive, war will naturally break out. But isn't this you? Old Man Lin said in surprise. Have you never thought about introducing Blue Star's production technology to replace their missing production materials and restore balance to the imbalanced environment of productivity and massive population? Of course I have thought about it. Sui explained. But I'm afraid it won't happen overnight. They are still in an agricultural society and suddenly have billions of redundant people. I'm afraid it won't be possible to solve these problems just by increasing productivity, right? Even if we transfer more advanced agricultural machinery, fertilizers, and planting technology to them for free, I'm afraid it will be difficult to complete productivity upgrades in a short time. It will take at least several years to see results. How can so many people do this during this period? Feeding? We can't always provide food, right? Blue Star doesn't have so much food. Look, this is a misunderstanding, isn't it? Old Man Lin suddenly said happily. Why don't you say you are still young? In a world that can feed tens of billions of people, do you really think that under such circumstances, you can't even provide enough food to feed these 2 billion people for several years? Even in Blue Star's modern society, food is an important strategic resource, let alone an agricultural society. Under this social form, the middle and upper classes will inevitably hoard large amounts of food to cope with sudden natural disasters, plagues, wars, and other unpredictable factors. Their society is like a sponge. The food that can feed these 2 billion people for several years is definitely yes. The question is whether you can squeeze it out and how to squeeze it out. That may not be easy for you to understand. Let me ask you another question. Do you know why there were all kinds of natural and man-made disasters at the end of the ancient dynasty? Sui really hasn't studied this issue, so he can only tentatively say, because the natural disaster itself was the cause of the dynasty's end. Wrong, of course not. Old Man Lin smiled and said, this is the misunderstanding that many people have now. They think that natural disasters will lead to the end of the dynasty. Coupled with man-made disasters, the dynasty will eventually collapse. In fact, this is not the case at all. You have natural disasters, but can it be that there will be no natural disasters in the new dynasty established after your demise? The reason why there are more records of natural disasters and man-made disasters leading to large-scale humanitarian disasters in history books at the end of the dynasty is that many people have reversed the cause and effect relationship here. Natural disasters actually exist in any period, but when the dynasty is prosperous, the central court can effectively coordinate resources and use strong means to relieve disasters, so even if natural disasters occur, they cannot cause too much impact. But at the end of the dynasty, it was not the case. The central court's control over the local areas was greatly reduced, and it was unable to coordinate the forces of all parties for disaster relief. Even the relief materials sent to treat the symptoms but not the root cause would be embezzled at all levels, eventually leading to a major disaster. The scope spread, completely out of control, and then it was recorded in history books as an unprecedented natural disaster. The closer to the end of the dynasty, the more obvious this situation will be. So when future generations look through history books, they will see that natural disasters are rampant at the end of the dynasty, as if the country is about to perish due to a curse from heaven. In fact, natural disasters are rampant only at the end of the dynasty. I am not saying this to tell you history, but to say that the aliens in the other world who lost their means of production are the people who encountered natural disasters at the end of the dynasty. Whether this natural disaster will become a large-scale disaster that causes the death of billions of people depends on whether there is anyone who can squeeze water out of the sponge and prolong their lives. Hearing this, Sui probably understood. These high-level officials in Kyushu believe that the magical world is capable of feeding the more than 2 billion people in the north within 3 to 5 years. As long as the means of production are replenished and productivity is improved during this period, these people are not necessarily destined to die. The only problem is how to squeeze out the water from those in the magical world who want to sit on the sidelines. This may not be that easy. Not only is it not that easy, it may be much more difficult than imagined. After all, the theory of blood is deeply rooted in this world. Those who can accumulate a large amount of food in their hands, who is not a noble. Normally, these nobles would not even bother to take a look at ordinary humans who were suffering from disasters and starving, let alone the aliens who were even more humble in their eyes. If they were to provide food to feed those alien races, wouldn't that cost them their lives? Don't say that if you don't produce this food, the aliens will come in and rob your whole family if they are about to starve to death. The nobles who farm grain do not think of themselves as a whole, but only as an independent individual. At that time, I was thinking, with so many alien races, is it possible that I can feed them just by giving them food? Since I can't feed them, they will still attack me, so why should I give them food? Instead of wasting my efforts, I might as well before the aliens come over, I will just take my family property and run away. In this way, my property and life are saved, but my home is gone. What does it matter if I have money and food and start a new place? But since Old Man Lin said so, Sui felt that he should have a solution, so he immediately asked, so how do you think this sponge should be squeezed? Their world does not have only one country, but several large empires juxtaposed with a bunch of small kingdoms and a large number of aliens. Currently, we are only cooperating with an imperial princess, and the fiefdom only has one border city. Yes, it is absolutely impossible to use administrative means to accomplish what you said by squeezing resources to coordinate disaster relief. It's basically impossible to use force, and since we already have such force, why don't we just repel the invading alien races? Why should we make enemies of the whole world? Administrative means and physical means will not work, of course we know it. Old Man Lin came prepared and said calmly, so we can complete coordination through trade. Your large-scale transactions with other worlds have always been limited to food. To be honest, it's a bit too wasteful. The other world is not just a magical world with some supernatural powers, it is also a huge market with a population of tens of billions. Even though it was extremely backward under the feudal system, most people were extremely poor and had little spending power. But it has enough spending power. The number of nobles is at least hundreds of millions. In this kind of market, if we don't do any big business with them, but just trade some knowledge and small items, wouldn't that be a waste of natural resources? An idea flashed in Su Yi's mind, and he immediately understood what Old Man Lin was going to say. You mean to export Blue Star's products to other worlds, use the profits earned from these products to coordinate resources, and then use the resources within their world to feed more than 2 billion people in a short period of time? That's right. Old Man Lin confirmed. After our discussion, this is the best way at the moment. Then the problem comes again. Sui asked with a strange expression, why should I save those people? Confused. Old Lin said with a headache and heartache, that's a total of 2 billion people. That little girl called a princess can think of dividing the alien races, collecting one for her own use, and then using the power of these alien races to fight for the throne. What if all these 2 billion people were recruited? What if we use a more modern approach to establish an effective management method? The power that this group of people can unleash is absolutely unimaginable to you. Let alone fighting for the throne of the Blazing Sun Empire, it may not be impossible to compete in the world. After all, you have said before that there is some kind of magic teleportation array in their world. Being able to carry out large-scale transfers of people and materials over long distances, unlike ancient Kyushu, transportation has never been a factor limiting territory expansion. Theoretically, it is completely possible to unify the world. If our ally is the master of a world, then the things that can be traded with us will obviously be more abundant than now. I have to say that Sui couldn't help but feel a little moved by his words. The main thing is that this is not nonsense, but a very feasible solution considering all aspects. The current situation faced by these 2 billion aliens is to either die, or to conquer these easy-to-defend and difficult-to-attack passes and move south on a large scale, triggering a larger-scale war and causing more killings, fighting for their own survival. Territory. But now, according to Old Man Lin, it is undoubtedly a new choice for these foreign races. A choice that allows one to survive without having to kill so many people or fighting life and death. The price of this choice is actually very simple for them, accepting the transformation of Mengchuan City. A complete transformation starting from their internal social makeup, changing their thinking, changing their internal structure based on blood theory. Let this alien race become a weapon that Wei can use at will. Compared to dying of hunger and cold in the cold wind, and being wounded to death under the deep ditch and high fortress of Mengchuan City, this seemingly difficult thing may not necessarily be difficult to do. In the face of survival, nothing cannot be compromised. Once successful, Wei will have the power to change the world. As for whether she, as a noble of the Blazing Sun Empire's royal family, is willing to change by then, it actually doesn't matter anymore. The lifeblood of food is in Su Yi's hands. Most of the billions of alien races in the lower class, which are the largest in number, are at the lower end of the contempt chain. They have the subjective initiative to break the lineage theory in the magical world, plus the results of their incorporation and transformation. By then, Sui might really be able to control the war and future direction of another world from across one world. Hiss. This feeling is really exciting when I think about it. But your current strategy is correct. You can just do it for the time being. There is no need to change it in a hurry. Old Man Lin waited for a while and finally continued. Incorporating and dividing some alien races is absolutely correct. If you want people to return to their homes, you must first set an example to make them believe in you. You don't need to rush to tell her to change her strategy. You only need to let her try to contact and integrate the alien races. At the same time, do some research on the market in the other world to see what is easier to sell. We will also be prepared here. When the production capacity explodes, the storage will squeeze out not a drop of water from the sponge of the other world. Of course, the most important thing right now is food. We must first survive this severe winter. The 150 million tons of food you mentioned before to feed a billion people for at least 5 months seems to be obviously not enough now. This number must be at least doubled, and more than 300 million tons of grain must be prepared, and this is just the beginning. More grain supplies will be needed in the future. Speaking of this, Old Man Lin pondered for a moment and then continued. We also understand the purpose of why you came to us. We old guys discussed it. Although there are hundreds of millions of tons of grain reserves in Jiuzhou, it is certainly impossible to give them all to you. The first thing we have to consider is what happens in the country. Issues in response to natural and man-made disasters. After contacting the Grain Reserve Department, we came to the conclusion that the grain that can be given to you is about 30 million tons. We need to ensure that no matter what happens, Kyushu will have enough grain reserves to ensure that the people will not go hungry again. Talk about other things. So this is the limit. But in addition to these normal grains, Jiuzhou can also get some from the livestock feed reserves, which is about 20 million tons. Don't think it's bad just because it's feed. In fact, a lot of it is corn and soybean meal, which people can eat. In the past, when there was a famine, there wasn't enough food if you wanted to. It's only now that life has improved that we use these things. Feeding livestock. What's more, didn't you say that the alien orcs in the other world have many beast-like characteristics? So they may not be able to use the feed they feed to satisfy their hunger. In short, these are the limits of what we can provide. It's up to you whether you can use it. If the livestock feed cannot be used, then we can only provide 30 million tons of normal grain. Sui twitched the corners of his mouth when he heard this. 30 million tons, then you still suggest that I recruit all those 2 billion people. That's 300 million tons. The food you can provide is only 1/10. It's a good idea, but it's useless without food. You can't say that. After hearing this, Old Man Lin suddenly changed the subject and said, if I have to say it, it's not that Kyushu can't produce so much food. It's just that first we have to consider the ability of the people of Kyushu to withstand risks, so we can't give it to you. But outside of Kyushu, in agricultural countries with entire plains that produce grain, they may not care about the death of their own residents. Ahem. Good guy. Sui suddenly smiled and said, what you mean is that you can't give me much food, but I can go to other places in the world to purchase it, right? Then you are not worried that I will buy too much food and cause famine in Blue Star. In principle, we don't support you purchasing food from Blue Star to sell to other worlds. After all, there are still many people in Blue Star who don't have enough to eat, and famine is not a rare thing on Blue Star. Old Man Lin said, quite bachelor. But apart from the principle, you are not in a superior-subordinate relationship with us, so we can't control you? What's more, if you buy grain from those grain merchants, it is a normal transaction. Who can control you? Good guy, are you waiting for me here? Sui immediately knew what he meant. How can the 4 major grain merchants of ABCD be so easy to deal with? It may not be that easy to ask them to take out the grain obediently, right? Of course it's not that easy for others. Is there anything else in this world that's not easy for you? Old Man Lin said with a smile. If you want to buy it, will they dare not sell it to you, or will they raise the price? Tisk, let me do the math. Sui clapped his fingers and said, first I offended the medical industry by selling water of life, then I offended the semiconductor industry by selling carbon-based wafers, then I offended the military industry by selling exoskeleton armor, and I offended almost the entire Penglai Island issue. Western official sector including Bald Eagle. By the way, I also offended the pirates by fighting against them. Now we are going to rob grain and offend grain merchants. If we continue like this, why don't we offend the whole world? You kid is so unscrupulous in doing things, why do you still care about this? Old Man Lin said in surprise. Listen to my uncle's advice. If you have too much debt, you don't have to worry about having too many lice. Anyway, you have offended so many people. What does it matter if you offend a few more? They can't do anything to you anyway. It's a small problem. Then what if I get hit by a nuclear bomb? Sui asked. It's impossible. The importance of nuclear weapons is much more serious than you think. As long as you don't openly attack the territory of nuclear-armed countries and hit them until they are about to lose their country and annihilate their species, they won't use it. Old Man Lin said flatly, clearly very confident about this. Okay. In fact, Sui has already accepted their proposals. While he was chatting with Old Man Lin, Tianxia next to him was building a data model and performing calculations. In the end, based on the results of countless billions of deductions by Tianxia, the new plan proposed by Jiuzhou was more reliable, led to better results, and was more beneficial to him than the one he and Wei originally discussed. Since there was a better plan, he obviously had no reason to refuse. After some pleasantries with Old Man Lin agreed to go back and let the expert team study it first and prepare a batch of industrial products that could be used in other worlds. Sui would then bring these things to Wei next time Wei tries to sell in the wizarding world. Once this path is achieved, large-scale dumping will follow. Wei can coordinate the resources of the magic world through these commodities, and then have the ability to feed more than 2 billion people in a short time, and then calmly upgrade productivity and introduce Blue Star technology. Sui and Juzhu will certainly not give these things away for nothing. There must be a price to pay. Although Old Man Lin said that the pattern of only trading knowledge is too small, judging from the current situation on Weiwei's side, all they can ask for is the knowledge of the magic world. Let alone magic or something like that. If they can develop some martial arts training methods in the magic world and popularize them among the people of Juzhu, it will be worth the price. If Weiwei can really conquer the entire magic world in the future, there will be too many things that can be developed in the magic world. It is not only a huge market, but also a huge world that has hardly been deeply developed. After all, from Weiwei's description, the magic world is much larger than Blue Star. The vastness of the Xiang Empire alone is several times larger than the entire Eurasian continent of Blue Star combined. Otherwise, it would be impossible to feed tens of billions of people. The Blazing Sun Empire is not even the largest empire on the continent where she is located. And there are other continents outside of the continent where she is located. Such a huge world, which has been developed for hundreds of thousands of years, is still in an agricultural society and has not been developed on a large scale. It is obviously a waste of resources. It is not an exaggeration to say that Juzhu, which lacks resources, is envious. Not to mention that the resources invested now can immediately get some returns on how to use magic. Even if there is no return in the short term, Juzhu will try to invest according to its habits. After all, once it is successful, there will be a world of resources waiting to be developed. And this is much more reliable than those capricious and uncivilized black brothers in the black state of Blue Star. Anyway, according to the information Sui has obtained so far, even those various orcs who are discriminated against and looked down upon by humans are more like humans in their behavior habits than the black brothers on Blue Star. Otherwise, Yuling would not be so surprised after knowing some of the deeds of the black brothers on Blue Star. In her opinion, the civilization level of Blue Star is much higher than that of the magic world. As a result, there is a group of people in it who are not even as good as the most vulgar orcs in the magic world. It would be strange if she was not surprised. In Yuling's words, the orcs knew that they had to take care of the children they had created, but the black guys from Blue Star would run away. It was too abstract and not like what intelligent creatures would do. In short, the investment in the magic world now seems to be worth a try anyway. Juzhu has also invested a lot of money. Although Sui complained, he also knew what it meant to take out 30 million tons of food at one time. As an official system, Juzhu obviously has to consider its own people first, and it is impossible to really empty the granary to support the other world. Taking out 30 million tons is already the best effort. The rest, of course, depends on Suyi's ability. He asked Tianshu, and the answer he got was that if the 4 major grains were really emptied, 300 million to 400 million tons of food could indeed be sent out. These grains are scattered all over the world and are all sent to Penglai Island by sea. The slowest one will take about 3 months, and the fastest one will arrive in a week, which is indeed in time and will not affect the progress of the other world plan. Here he had to sigh at the shrewdness of these old foxes in Juzhu. They had almost no flaws. Before proposing this plan, they had obviously considered the speed of grain transportation and how much grain the 4 major grain companies had in reserve, whether it was enough to feed the 2 billion people for several months. Do you think that through normal trading methods, the 4 major grain merchants can hand over the grain in their hands? This is what Sui asked Tianshu, and Tianshu's answer was of course very straightforward. Impossible. The 4 major grain merchants make profits not only by selling the most basic grain, but also by selling grain processing products and ancillary goods. These goods are more valuable and profitable for them. The profit from selling grain alone is too little. And we only need food, and they are obviously not willing to empty their family assets at once and give us all the stored grain. Then we must use some means outside the rules. Sui probed. Then do you think it is more appropriate to go directly to their decision makers to talk offline, or to use some blatant force? Sir, in fact, this matter does not necessarily need such an extreme method. In addition to normal transactions, we can also use some other methods to make them willingly take out the things. Tianshu suggested. For example, the transportation and storage of grain is a complicated task. We only need to tell them through some small tricks that if they are unwilling to sell grain to us, we can keep all their grain in the place of origin and not sell a single grain of rice, and they will naturally agree to sell. Compared to losing all their money and making less money by selling grain directly, they should know what to choose. At present, our forces already exist in the Suwa country that controls the world's golden waterway. In fact, there are only a few major sea transportation routes in the entire Blue Star. It is not difficult to control more. With the flexible characteristics of the security department of Tianya Group, it can be done through trade means. If you trust me, I can solve this matter perfectly. Sui naturally trusts Tianshu. According to his good brother Bailu, this kind of commercial AI itself has almost no bottom line to speak of. It can do all kinds of dirty and tiring work. What kind of robot convention cannot harm humans is pure nonsense. How can you do business without hurting others? In order to make profits for the company and serve the boss, let Tinsha commit genocide. There is no problem in its program. If it is unwilling to do it, then it can only be said that this matter is more disadvantageous than beneficial to the boss. All the purposes of commercial AI are ultimately to serve the boss alone. Its underlying logic also completely limits its absolute loyalty to the master. There is no possibility of any accidents. Since Tianshu has taken on this most basic food collection problem, Sui certainly cannot be idle. Because in addition to collecting food on Blue Star to support the magic world, he has another card to play. White deer. They dare to rob starships, so what's wrong with robbing some food? Although at present, the food that can be collected on Blue Star is enough for Mengchuan City to survive, but Sui thinks this is not enough. These foods are only to ensure the basic survival of those bought by Mengchuan City. Since you want to make people return to their hearts and be obedient, why don't you give them better conditions so that they can't live without Mengchuan City? He went to find white deer for this purpose. What's going on? Hurry up and tell me we're going to fight. After waiting in the trading space for a short time, I saw Bailu running in like a raging storm. The power armor on his body was still stained with blood, and the armor on it was even partially damaged. What's going on? The Dongchuang incident happened and we were surrounded and suppressed? Sui said in surprise. Fart, I am serious about suppressing bandits. Do you understand? If you have anything to say, please tell me quickly. We are about to hit the interstellar pirate mothership. After finishing this job, you can apply for a batch of subsidies from the Alliance. Bailu's tone was full of pride. Can't cover it up. Ah, there are other interstellar pirates besides you on your planet. Sui was stunned for a moment, greatly surprised. What kind of fucking night city is this? Everyone is really evil, right? Our orbital airborne brigade only occasionally works part-time as pirates. They are professional full-time pirates, right? Bailu gave him a roll of his eyes, and then urged impatiently. Hurry, what's going on? It's nothing serious. I just wanted to ask if you can get some food over there. Food? How much do you want? Kingland Star next to our Kingya Star is an agricultural planet. If you want it, I will grab it in a few days. There should be hundreds of billions of tons of food. If it is not enough, then we have to find other ways. No, huh? I would like to ask, is there no shortage of food in your world? It's hundreds of billions of tons when you open your mouth. This number is really scary. Sui couldn't help but want to ask more questions. Why is there a shortage of this kind of thing? Bailu asked in surprise. If there is a lack of food, won't that person starve to death? In our area, people starving to death have not happened for hundreds of years. It is only mentioned in history books that this kind of thing happened a long time ago before humans left their home planet. Okay, you are an interstellar civilization and you are awesome. But since there is no shortage of food there, Sui naturally wants to ask more questions. The kind of agricultural planet you are talking about, is the entire planet used for farming? Or is it accompanied by other aspects, such as breeding and so on? Of course, we can't let people just eat carbohydrates, right? Bailu said indifferently. What else do you want? Meat that can provide high-quality protein? Or fruits that can provide various vitamins? Just tell me how many you want. The warehouse on the Kingland Star next door will be emptied every 3 months, and the warehouse will be empty. The harvested crops, fruits, and meats are all transported to several surrounding planets. It just so happens that there are only a few days left before the next time the warehouse is cleared. The warehouse should be full by now. Tell me what you want, and I will take the time to go there. Take. By the way, it just so happens that the area occupied by the interstellar pirates I destroyed this time is not far from Kingland Planet. When I finish the robbery, I can pass the blame to these interstellar pirates. Then our orbital airborne brigade will be successful in suppressing the bandits. Behind the agricultural planet, the giant company has to thank me. I want whatever they have in their warehouse, as long as it's edible. Sui said matter-of-factly. Just kidding, who can have too much food? If you can't finish it, just hoard it. If you can't hoard it, Use it as feed to feed livestock. It has many uses. Okay. Bai Lu agreed happily. Anyway, for her, this was completely easy. In the past, it was almost impossible to grab so many things at once. Just moving and transporting them was a big project and very difficult. But it's different now. She has a portable space given by the system. Although her personal space is not large, the temporary space that cannot withstand transactions is infinite. As long as she reaches a temporary verbal agreement with Sui here, she can use it as she pleases when she returns to the trading space. Food is not a strategic resource at all in their world. The warehouse where the grain is stored is no different from a pile of sand on the roadside. Apart from the most basic fire protection system, there is almost no defense force. I'm afraid no one in the whole world would have thought that someone would come and steal food. As long as Bai Lu is willing, she doesn't even need to use any force. She can just find a way to avoid some surveillance equipment and enter the warehouse, then stuff everything into the space and take it away. By the way, are you interested in some magic props? Some of these props can be used for attack, and some can be used for defense. Those with strong defensive capabilities should be better than your power armor. They are definitely the best choice to save your life. Magic props. Bai Lu, who originally seemed uninterested, suddenly became interested. After constant communication during this period, she already knew that the so-called spiritual energy recently discovered and studied by scientific researchers in her interstellar world was the magic power Sui mentioned. Magic props are naturally props that can draw on special energy such as psychic energy. Shinix, or things related to magic, are the key needs of Bailu and Sui's deal. In the past, I had always traded some food and drink to enhance my physical fitness, and the effect was indeed very good, but after eating too much and drinking too much, it was not as obvious as it was at the beginning. Now that Sui has proposed to trade new magic props, she naturally wants them. Well, since you are interested, I will go back and collect a set and try to give you a complete set of all types. It was hard for Sui to hide someone who was so happy. There were many magic props in the magic world. Wei had taken some for trade before, but most of them were of little use to Sui who had Yuling by his side. In the world view of the magical world, a strong man with both magic and martial arts skills can almost replace the role of any magic item. But now if these props are given to Bailu, it will obviously be a good choice. At least those life-saving props must be given to her. Sui didn't want her to send such a generous and open transaction partner one day due to an unexpected incident. Of course that's the best. Bai Lu seemed to be very satisfied with this, and after thinking for a while he said with excitement, "In this case, giving you such a small amount of food will definitely not be enough. When the time comes, I will go to Kingland Planet to see if there is a backup planetary environment modification device on it. If there is, I will get one for you so that you don't need it in the future." Worrying about food. Planetary environment modification instrument. Sui asked doubtfully. It is an equipment that changes the surface environment of a planet to a limited extent and makes the planet suitable for growing crops or raising livestock. Bai Lu glanced at him and said with some humor, "Otherwise, where do you think these agricultural planets come from? There are not enough habitable planets for people to live on. How can there be so many habitable planets to grow these food and drinks? We usually look for a planet closer to the star in the star system where the habitable planet is located, and use the planetary environment transformation instrument to transform the environment, artificially build an atmosphere to isolate excess ultraviolet rays and sunlight, and then collect comets in the starry sky to fill the planet with water vapor, and then further adjust the planetary atmosphere, and transform the temperature, atmosphere, humidity and other data to a range suitable for crop growth. Of course, even after the transformation, the environment of this planet is quite extreme. If you want to grow crops, you still need to cultivate and transform the crops to adapt to the environment of this planet. The advantage is that this planet is closer to the star, and the sunlight conditions are much better than those of habitable planets. In the regulation of the planetary environment transformation instrument under this condition, the planet can be in conditions suitable for crop growth at all times, and can continuously produce various crops regardless of the season. The disadvantage is that this planet is not very suitable for human survival. Workers on the planting planet usually only live in a few specific places, and they need to wear special equipment when they go out to manage crops. Everything on this planet is prepared for the growth of crops. Even animal husbandry can only be carried out in specific areas, and there are many restrictions. By the way, I have to remind you that planetary environmental transformation devices should never be used on normal habitable planets. This transformation process is extremely violent, and if it is not done properly, it will lead to large-scale extinction of life on habitable planets. A planet is specially transformed for farming, and this seems to have become a fixed process in that world. No wonder there is no shortage of food and drink. How much output can be produced if a planet is entirely used for farming? This is probably an astronomical figure that neither Blue Star nor the magical world can imagine. Blue Star is restricted by various mountains, geography, climate, and other factors, and only some plain areas are truly suitable for large-scale planting. But the agricultural planet transformed by others has no such worries at all. Are the rugged mountains difficult to plant on a large scale? That planetary mining machine can even hollow out a planet. It shouldn't be too easy to flatten several mountains. As long as people are willing, they can even make a planet have no mountains at all and be all plains. As for climate factors, places too far inland may be too arid for agriculture. That won't be a problem anymore. People can directly control the climate of the entire planet. If there is a shortage of water, it will rain directly. From the beginning, the entire planet was designed for farming, and all possible hidden dangers were taken into consideration before transformation. As a result, it is difficult to achieve high output. The hundreds of billions of tons Bela mentioned just now are probably only a fraction of the annual output on other planets. Such a planet is enough to support several habitable planets full of people. Hearing what she said, Sui would definitely be lying if he said he didn't take action. Since Bai Lu had already taken the initiative to mention getting him a planetary environment transformation device, he naturally had no reason to refuse. If there is really something to be done by then, Venus and Mercury will be transformed into an agricultural planet. There is also a marketplace on Blue Star. It's enough to feed both Blue Star and the wizarding world. After the conversation, both parties went back to prepare for the time being. What Bela said is that he will get this batch of food for him tomorrow at the latest. As for the planetary transformation device, it depends on whether there is a backup on Kingland planet. It will be easier for her to do it if there is a backup. Otherwise, she won't be able to do it. What can I do? I can only wait until I have the opportunity to do it again in the future. She went to an agricultural planet to rob a few warehouses of food reserves. That was a small problem. The giant companies that were developing the planet would not even blink an eye at this loss. But if you directly rob someone else's planetary environment transformation device that is in operation, it might lead to the complete collapse of the entire planet's transformed environment. If you want to rebuild it again, you will need to invest countless funds, which is no less than rebuilding a planet. This will directly lead to the scrapping of an agricultural planet, causing the surrounding habitable planets that rely on this agricultural planet to lose their nearby food sources, doubling transportation costs and affecting tens or even hundreds of billions of people. This is no joke. It is tantamount to offending the Star Alliance officials and the giant companies that develop agricultural planets. I'm afraid that even if they search the entire galaxy, they won't give up. As for grabbing a spare planetary environment terraforming device, it's nothing more than losing a relatively valuable piece of equipment, so it's not a big deal. Things were different here with Sui. As soon as he came back, he heard Tinsha's report. Sir, the 4 major grain merchants rejected my proposed transaction intention. According to the original plan, the next step is for us to show some strength as a deterrent, and then I will negotiate with them and lower some prices. The probability of them compromising is over 80%. However, the implementation of the step of deterrence through strength requires your authorization. However, Sui did not follow Tinsha's previous plan. Hearing this, he just waved his hands indifferently and said, "Since they are not willing to trade normally, then don't trade." Tinshu: Sir, do you plan to use a more direct and extreme way to solve this matter? No, I don't plan to purchase food from them anymore. Sui said lightly. And since they are not allowed to drink alcohol and are fine with alcohol, then don't even think about having an easy time. Is there an accident in the magical world and the food is no longer needed? Tinsha continued to speculate. No, it's just that I have a better source of food. Sui thought for a while and said, if we give you 10 billion tons of grain, can you bring down the 4 major grain merchants? 10 billion tons? Are you sure, sir? Tinshu was stunned for a moment before answering in disbelief. It was not turned on when it was sent from Bela's world. The advantage of this kind of artificial intelligence mainly comes from learning. Basic information sources can be directly obtained by accessing the internet. Naturally, it does not have much built-in common sense about the world there. Regarding this terrifying number, judging from the concept of food formation on Blue Star, it is no exaggeration to say that it is an astronomical number. Of course I'm sure. Is it possible that I'm still lying to you? If 10 billion tons is not enough, I'll give you another 20 billion tons or even 30 billion tons. Sui said indifferently. Blue Star's current food is enough to feed everyone. The reason why there are still famines in many places now is because the 4 major grain merchants have contributed a lot. Since we have such an opportunity now, there is no need to hold back if we can defeat them. Sir, you have misunderstood me. Judging from the size of Blue Star, 10 billion tons of grain is completely enough, and there is still a huge surplus. Tianxia said quickly. I'm just a little shocked that you can get so much food. Who knew that interstellar civilization could be so rich? Sui couldn't help but sigh. This is what we call real material abundance. In the castle of Mengchuan City in the magic world, a high-level warrior half-knelt in the middle of the hall and said respectfully, Your Highness, I have fulfilled my mission. I have successfully contacted the chief of the cattle tribe among the orcs, and have made an appointment with him to have a more detailed and in-depth exchange outside the Canyon Pass at midnight tonight. They said that as long as we can fulfill their promise, we can now lead our tribesmen to sneak into the territory prepared for them by Mengchuan City and stand in front of Mengchuan City to fight for you. Wai Wei, who was sitting in the first seat, nodded and said, You did a good job in this matter. After this battle is over, I will report to the imperial capital and apply for a promotion for your title. Hearing this, the middle-aged knight was visibly excited and hurriedly said, It is my honor to serve you, Your Highness. The knights awarded by the Empire can only be regarded as 1 foot into the circle of nobles, and are qualified to eat at the table with real nobles. This kind of knight status can be awarded to the princess in front of her if she is willing, but if you go 1 step further and become a baron, it will be different. That is a true aristocrat, the kind that can be inherited from generation to generation. For those who come from ordinary families and do not have noble blood, it is already a great honor to have reached this point. Wai Wei nodded, then looked at the people in the hall, and prepared to announce a big event. It has been nearly half a month since we defeated the million-strong coalition army. Now the enemy is trying to make a comeback. In order to encourage the warriors who fought bravely to defend Mengchuan City, I decided to reward them according to their merits. Based on the results of the last battle, I will give some deserved rewards to the warriors who have made outstanding contributions. As soon as Wai Wei finished speaking, everyone in the hall's eyes lit up. After all, who doesn't want to reward them according to their merits after the victory? They originally thought that Wai Wei would put this matter off until the end of the war, but they didn't expect that there would be a phased reward settlement now. This is a completely unexpected preference. Next, Wai Wei took out a list that had been prepared long ago. The list included the generals under her command and the warriors who had performed outstandingly in the previous defense of the city. Mengchuan City has been under siege for several years, so there is no shortage of combat heroes. Wai Wei could either simply not mention the reward now, or, since she did, she would naturally appease these old heroes before rewarding the warriors of Juzhu. People are not worried about the lack of people, but about the inequality of the people. If no one is rewarded, then nothing will happen. But now a group of people suddenly appeared and won the battle and got rewards. I have been guarding the city diligently for several years, but I didn't get anything. No one will feel balanced. At that time, people's hearts may be scattered, and the team will be difficult to lead. Without the support of this group of local troops in the magic world, it is obviously difficult to achieve success with only the reinforcements from Juzhu. In this world, even if the Juzhu army's long-distance and large-scale firepower delivery method is used as the main force, it must be protected by a strong enough local army. Otherwise, any high-level warrior or magician who touches the artillery position can kill them indiscriminately. After pacifying her old subordinates, Wai Wei began to mention the issue of rewards for this group of Juzhu reinforcements. First of all, the commanders of this group of reinforcements, 5 senior commanders headed by Lin Yulong, were uniformly awarded the title of Baron of the Xiang Empire, which was inherited from generation to generation and lived with the country. Most of the senior generals under Wai Wei who had been with her for a long time had this title before. After the settlement of this stage, most of them were promoted a little bit. Now the title is higher than this, so naturally they have no objection to this. After all, the Juzhu reinforcements did win a rare victory, which solved the biggest crisis of Mengchuan City some time ago, allowing all of them to breathe a sigh of relief. No one thought there was anything wrong with giving this title to the 5 senior commanders. Next are the middle and low-level commanders of the reinforcements, and these are basically all honorary titles. Some even have higher titles than the 5 senior commanders, reaching Viscount. However, there is still a difference between the honorary title and the permanent title that is hereditary. The former also has fiefs and can receive money on time, but this fief and money are only available when you are alive, and cannot be inherited by your descendants after death. The permanent title can be inherited, and as long as you or your descendants do not make big mistakes, it is an iron rice bowl that rests with the country, and after a few generations, you should be a proper noble. There is still a difference. Naturally, no one had any objection to this kind of reward. Then came the highlight of the day. Wai Wei directly took out 20,000 knights titles, of which she gave 5,000 directly to her trusted subordinates to distribute. These people are basically high-level warriors with high titles. When they were knights, those who served as knight attendants had long since become regular knights, or even nobles, then formed a group of interests. To reward the warriors of Kyushu on a large scale, the mouths of these interest groups must be shut up first. Give them 5,000 titles and let them grant regular titles to their trusted knight attendants, so that they will naturally not be able to jump out and say anything more. And this can also encourage many warriors without titles to become knight attendants. After all, who wouldn't be moved by this large-scale one-person's success and everyone else's success? Of the other 15,000 YYs, 5,000 were given directly to the local soldiers of Mengchuan City. They selected the brave warriors who had fought in the past few years and awarded them directly, regardless of whether they had completed the prerequisites to become knight squires. There is nothing to say about this. They have made real contributions. Becoming a knight squire first and then a knight is a way to take shortcuts. It does not mean that they cannot get rewards if they do not take shortcuts. Finally, after taking care of the upper and lower levels of the internal affairs, Wai Wei finally revealed her true purpose. In the last war against the alien race, we were able to successfully repel 1 million alien coalition forces and cause huge casualties to them. The reinforcements of the artillery battalion were the main contributors. The nature of their troops is relatively special and they are not known for their individual abilities, but they can achieve such achievements and records without the efforts of everyone in them. So after careful consideration, I decided to grant the title of knight to all these 10,000 people. I hope that in the upcoming more brutal war, they can continue to work hard and fight bravely. As soon as these words came out, the whole hall was in an uproar. But after the uproar, no one stood up to say anything, and no one raised any objections. Because everyone thought about it carefully, no matter whether the rewards Wai Wei gave to others were outrageous or not, they had already received enough rewards, and more or less they had obtained a number of designated knights. This kind of reward was far beyond their expectations. If they raised objections now, what if the princess was unhappy and wanted to take back all the rewards? And speaking of which, the scene of thousands of cannons firing at the same time last time did open the eyes of these natives in the magic world, and it was also an important reason why they were still optimistic about the war situation even though they knew that more troops from the north were heading south. They were still counting on these reinforcements that came out of nowhere to help fight the war, so there was really no need to run out and offend them now. Wai Wei waited for a while, and seeing that no one in the hall had any objections, she nodded with satisfaction, turned to look at the sky outside, and then said, "Since everyone has no objection, then disperse, get ready, and go out of the city with me later to meet with the leaders of those orcs. Remember to arrange the convoys for transporting supplies and storage magic props. They should be very short of food now. To show your sincerity, send 1 million tons of food first." In fact, Wai Wei is certainly not qualified to confer so many titles. As the princess of the empire, within her authority, she is qualified to establish a night guard of 10,000 people. As the lord of Mengchuan City, within her authority, she can establish a city lord guard of 5,000 people, and the members of the guard can also be conferred knight titles. As the leader of the Red Flame Knights of the empire, the Red Flame Knights under her can be expanded by 5,000 people. Therefore, these 20,000 knight titles are nothing. They can be conferred within her authority. But she is actually not qualified to confer higher-level permanent and formal titles, such as permanent barons and permanent viscounts. This kind of hereditary permanent title is usually only conferred by the emperor of the empire. The good news is that the nominal emperor of the Xiang Empire is now her eldest brother, that idiot prince. The better news is that the imperial capital has become a mess. At least tens of millions of troops have gathered around it, all of which are elite troops of the Xiang Empire. Although the real war has not yet completely broken out, it is only a spark away from the chaos of the succession battle that will destroy the imperial capital. The eldest prince who has ascended to the throne can now be said to be unable to care about anything in order to win the hearts of the people and strengthen his power. As for the request of his fourth sister to reward his subordinates, after the message was sent, he naturally agreed without thinking. He directly gave Wai Wei the qualifications of a duke, 5 marquises, 20 earls, 100 viscounts, and 300 barons. All of them are permanent titles that are hereditary and unchangeable, and all of them are formal edicts that have been stamped with the emperor's golden seal. You just need to fill in your name. These are all formal titles, and the honorary titles directly gave 10,000. This kind of non-hereditary things can be awarded at will. As for the knight title, Wai Wei didn't even use the 20,000 quotas that she could have used because she found another brother, her second brother, the second prince of the Xiang Empire. In addition to being a prince of the empire, the second prince was also the marshal of the Xiang Empire because he was good at fighting since he was a child. In name, he could control all the troops of the empire. He was even more qualified than the emperor to confer the title of knight. In order to win over this sister, the second prince gave Mengchuan City a legion without thinking after hearing Wai Wei's request. This means that in addition to the current Xian Legion, Wai Wei can also establish an additional legion with 50,000 people. This is also equivalent to 50,000 knight quotas. The things given by these two alone are enough for Wai Wei to win people's hearts and build an army that is completely loyal to her. That is, when several princes confront each other and may fight at any time, such benefits will be distributed for free. In normal times, this is something that you can't even think about. Of course, the crisis in the north is also an important factor. The first and second princes were fleeced, and of course, the other princes were not spared. As a famous magic genius in the empire, the third prince, who was secretly supported by the Magic Union and the Southern Magic Empire, could not give much in the form of empty checks such as licensing rights, but they could really give benefits. As soon as Wai Wei opened her mouth, a large number of magic props were directly sent through the magic teleportation array, including a planting magic array with a radius of more than 1,000 kilometers. These are the princes who are currently the most competitive for the throne, and they are also the ones Wai Wei fleeced the most. The remaining few also fleeced a little, but compared to the wealth of these three, it was still a little less. Of course, she could fleece the wool of others not only because she was a princess of the empire. The previous emperor had more than a dozen wives and many children, so there would naturally be no shortage of princesses. The reason why she has a special status is not only because she is a legitimate daughter, but also because of her own talent. The great reputation brought by her own talent is also an important reason, although she was bragging to Sui about the Dragon Slayer warrior. But whether in terms of talent for cultivation or strength, she is the best among her peers. If she were not a girl, she would have been one of the people who gathered at the edge of the imperial capital to eat chicken. In addition, Wai Wei has an unsolvable reputation for gaining prestige, the most beautiful woman in the Xiang Empire. Yes, this is the title she got when she was 16 years old. Don't worry about whether there is really no one in this empire with hundreds of billions of people who looks better than her, but to have such a title, plus the noble status of a princess and the heaven-defying talent for cultivation, her reputation is almost unmatched. Even several direct princes are far inferior. It is not an exaggeration to say that the people pursuing her can line up from Mengchuan City to the imperial capital. If she was not really good at fighting, and had not broken the legs of several princes from the surrounding empires who came to propose marriage, she would have been married off as a tool for marriage. Her existence is equivalent to a banner within the Xiang Empire. Although the army of Mengchuan City is not large in number, the combat effectiveness per capita is extremely high, and this is also because many powerful people come to her for her, and not all of her subordinates are recruited locally. Otherwise, if only local soldiers were recruited as soldiers, it would be impossible to defend Mengchuan City for several years under great pressure. Now, no matter which prince, as long as he can get her support in public, his reputation will rise greatly. So in the face of Wai Wei's request, they naturally agreed to it if they could. Of course, taking benefits is taking benefits, but asking Wai Wei to stand on the side is naturally impossible. Let's not talk about the premise of standing in the team, which is to give up Mengchuan City and go directly to the imperial capital to join the gang openly. Even if she didn't have to go, she would not do it if she only needed to make a statement. Want to borrow her reputation for such a small thing? She is just sending beggars away. She has her own ideas about the throne. Why should she lend her reputation to others? Let these princes who are preparing to eat chicken around the imperial capital play by themselves, and wait until he solves the crisis in the north, and then go south with a great victory to show these brothers that this is the real owner of the throne. It is not an exaggeration to say that this record has never been seen before, blocking 2 billion aliens in the north with the power of one city. At that time, he will defeat his brothers and ascend to the throne. She doesn't believe that anyone can stand up against him. After all, no matter what, the appearance of those princes is a bit too ugly. She replaces him, which is a full justice. I can finally relax for a few days. On the roof of the main building of Penglai Island, Sui, who had just returned from the trading space, stretched. The batch of grain given by Bela was more than he expected, almost approaching 1 trillion tons. After sending 10 billion tons to Wai Wei next door, he kept most of it in his own hands. After all, Wai Wei and Bela are different. The latter is a really good brother and can get along with each other. Wai Wei is more thoughtful. Sui didn't want to let her achieve food freedom at once. Anyway, with these 10 billion tons of food, she would definitely have no problem guarding Mengchuan City. With so much food in hand and a mess of opponents, it is not easy to divide and conquer. If she still can't deal with those alien races, Sui will doubt whether her ability is worth such a large investment on her side. Yuling was still reading a book in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in the office, as quietly as a beauty walking out of a scroll. Xingin was sitting on the sofa playing games with a controller. After Yuling, who had just arrived at Blue Star, turned into an internet-addicted girl, Xingin, the demigod boss of the magical world, also became a severe internet addict. Just when Sui was about to see what she was playing, Xingin, who was operating the controller frantically, was suddenly startled. Then, with a red temperature visible to the naked eye on his fair face, he looked at the screen and gritted his teeth and said, "What is Rutten if he's not a dung monster? If he dares to appear in front of me, I can crush him to death with one hand. This protagonist is like a disabled person, how can he play? No more playing." With that said, he threw the handle towards Sui. He left angrily. Sui looked at the controller in his hand, and then at the screen in front of him. She has been stuck at this level for 2 days. Yu Ling chuckled. Sui was speechless for a moment. Who would have thought that a powerful demigod from another world could be defeated by a boss in a game on Blue Star? But when I think about it carefully, there seems to be nothing wrong with what she said. With her strength, I'm afraid the boss in the game can't beat her when he pops out of the screen, but she just can't beat him in the game. No wonder it breaks the defense. Sui is still very clear about his own strength and has no intention of playing games to seek abuse. Throwing the controller aside, he sat directly next to Yuling, hugged her and said, "You've been sitting at home for a few days. Do you want to go out for a walk?" "Going out? Where to go?" Yuling asked doubtfully. In fact, both she and Sui are very homebound. When nothing happens, they almost never go out. When he was in Jiangqing, he stayed in the villa Sui bought every day. After coming to Penglai Island, he stayed in the top floor office of the group headquarters building in their home every day. "Let's go downstairs and take a walk. Have you ever been downstairs?" Yuling was stunned for a moment after hearing this, thought about it carefully, then shook her head and said, "It seems that I have never been down there. Since the press conference that day, I have been on the roof most of the time, or I have followed you to Kyushu or other places for business. I have never been down to Penglai Island once." "Then just go down and take a stroll," Sui suggested. Just in Tianxi's plan, today is the first opening day of Penglai Island to the outside world. Many tourists will come to the island. The group's autumn recruitment will also be held today. The last round of interviews is expected to start in the afternoon. That's right, busy time. And unlike before, the facilities on the island are now very comprehensive. Although there are only tens of thousands of serious residents and company employees, there are many living and entertainment facilities such as parks, shopping malls, snack streets, and bars. I just happened to drop by and have a look. It's not a problem to stay in the room. It's all up to you. Yuling smiled and put away the book, then looked at her casual clothes and asked Sui, "Do you need to change into something more formal?" "No, I just went downstairs for a walk. If you want to be formal, that's fine." "Good." Yuling didn't mean to dress up too much. She simply smoothed her long hair and followed Sui to prepare to go downstairs. Just when they walked out of the door to the elevator, they happened to see Xingin coming out of another bedroom. Unlike the two of them who are both otakus and otakus, Xingin is a typical current person. This elevator that goes directly to the top of the building can be said to be the one she uses the most. Of course, she could actually do without the elevator, but that would be a bit too shocking. Penglai Island is busy today, and it is not surprising that Xingin wants to go downstairs. What is really incomprehensible is that she actually wore the semi-artifact robe that was embroidered with the sun, moon and stars that she wore when she came from the magical world. Sui looked confused. "No, what are you doing?" "Go downstairs to attend the comic exhibition," Xingin said matter-of-factly. "What's wrong? There is a comic exhibition downstairs today? Isn't it an autumn recruitment event and the first event open to the public?" Sui frowned as he looked at her appearance, which although beautiful and gorgeous, was incompatible with this world. He always felt that Xingin was better than Yuling. "I asked Tianxia to add it. I asked before that most of the people who will come to apply for jobs and visit the island this time are young people. Isn't it just right for the entire comic exhibition?" "Okay." Although Tianxia only needs to obey Suyi's orders, it is smart enough after all and will probably not refuse small and unimportant requests like Xingin. Anyway, this island belongs to Tianyu Group. It is hard to say who owns it now, and there are no clear laws and regulations. Let alone holding a comic exhibition, which is reasonable and legal, even if a silver party is held on the island, no one can control it. The elevator on the roof is specially made. It only takes less than a minute to go down from the roof of more than 2,000 meters to the first floor. It is very fast. Unlike Sui and Yu Ling who just want to go downstairs to stroll around, Xinghan has a clear purpose. Naturally, he ran away as soon as he went downstairs. Sui didn't know what to say about a demigod who likes to play with this kind of thing, but he obviously couldn't blame her for this personal interest, so he let her go. After he went downstairs, he took Yu Ling's arm and walked out of the headquarters building, and slowly walked on the streets of the island. In fact, he almost didn't go downstairs after that day, and it was only through Tianxia that he knew that the downstairs had changed at this time. In addition to the original simple decoration and other things being brand new, the streets are indeed not as deserted as before. A large number of shops have been opened on both sides of the street, and many of them have flower baskets in front of the door, which obviously just opened. There are also a large number of pedestrians on the street. Many people are strolling leisurely like him, while some people are carrying bags and walking in a hurry. When they look at the local residents from time to time, their eyes also reveal envy. These are obviously the people who were selected by Tianxia to come to the island for the final round of interviews to prepare for joining Tianxia Group. Of course, in addition to these people, there are many pedestrians from all over the world. They all took advantage of the opening of Penglai Island to the public and obtained the qualifications to visit and travel. At this moment, a large number of people gathered downstairs of the Tianxia Group headquarters building, looking at this building that is more than 2,000 meters high and deep in the clouds, and bursts of exclamations came from time to time. This vibrant scene on the island is in stark contrast to the previous deserted scene. Although Sui and Yu Ling both like to stay quiet, they don't hate this lively atmosphere. I wandered downstairs for a few hours, and of course many people recognized the two of them on the street. Fortunately, the people who came to the island after being screened by Tianxia were generally of relatively high quality, and they all came up politely. Saying hello and taking a photo together did not make Sui feel uncomfortable. It wasn't until it was almost dark that he took Yu Ling into a newly opened Chinese restaurant on the island. It was said that it was opened by a well-known chef from Kyushu. I don't know if it's the famous chef Sui, but he has really good eyesight in this area. He had just walked in and sat down for 2 minutes when the chef and owner of the restaurant trotted over and said respectfully, "Mr. Su and Mrs. Su, some are welcome from a distance, some are welcome from afar." Seeing this, Sui and Yu Ling looked at each other and smiled, then waved their hands and said, "We are just here to have a casual meal. You are busy with your business and don't worry about me. If you have any special dishes, you can recommend them to me so that I can try the skills of the Kyushu chef." "That's necessary," the chef said quickly. A batch of ingredients was just flown in from Kyushu this morning, and there are a lot of special ingredients you cultivated in Jiangqing Farm. No one has seen these new types of ingredients before. I have spent some time researching them and created a few special dishes. You must try them later. With that said, he hurriedly left, as if just to come and say hello. After all, someone who can open such a large restaurant on Penglai Island is obviously not a fool. I came up to say hello because I wanted to express my attention and respect. I said a few words and left because I didn't want to disturb Sui and his wife. When a couple is having dinner, what does it mean for a grown-up man like him to sit next to them and chatter nonstop? This is called emotional intelligence. Well, now as long as they are employees within Tianxia Group and people who know a little bit about the group, it is basically believed that Chairman Sui and CEO Yu Ling are actually a couple. After all, in order to protect Sui's safety, Yu Ling would always be with her when she was outside. We appear together every time in public, and our looks are incredible. It wouldn't make sense if there wasn't some scandal. Of course, people's guesses about the actual situation are correct, so there is no need to refute the rumors. You don't seem to be comfortable with people treating you in this way. After the restaurant owner left, Yu Ling asked with a chuckle, "It's true that I don't get used to it, but sometimes this world is like this. If you stand high enough and have enough power, then these things will come to you on their own initiative." Sui shook his head and said, "In fact, there is no solution. We can only let them go." This is one of the reasons why he doesn't like running around much. Just a few months ago, he was a passerby who no one would even look at when he was walking on the road, and now it is no exaggeration to say that he is attracting worldwide attention. The sense of terror caused by the absurdity of reality is actually very strong. Not many people can adapt to it in a short period of time. So, the magic world divides different classes by blood, while your world divides them by things like power. In fact, there is not much difference in essence. It's just that the strong in your world are far more powerful in deterring the weak. It's not as good as the magic world, so it's not as extreme as ours. Yu Ling also sighed. A few months have been enough for her to break some of the filters she had when she first came to Blue Star. In fact, no one among the people in the two worlds, or intelligent creatures, is more noble than the other. What makes the world so diverse is actually the powerful individual power brought by magic. On Blue Star, no matter what big shot you are actually just a person, and you are very fragile. Even if you are as powerful as the bald eagle president, you will die if someone shoots you in the head. The magical world is different. Ordinary people there have almost no resistance to powerful beings. No matter how many ordinary people are gathered together, they can only deal with magicians or warriors below the level of demigods. When she reaches the level of demigod or above, no matter how many people there is nothing she can do to a being like Zingan. Although it is difficult for her to kill millions of people, she would be too easy to escape. If a demigod is like this, there is no need to say more about a stronger true god. Those Dharma gods and martial gods can truly ignore the difference in numbers and can easily defeat or even kill no matter how many people come. The blood theory of the magical world is actually based on these gods. Therefore, the society here in Blue Star has entered a stagnant water with no vitality. The channels for advancement are monopolized, and ordinary people no longer have the opportunity to get promotions and change their own class. Everyone can also lift the table and stop playing. The dynastic cycle of ancient Kyushu and the two modern world wars were all the same. But in the magical world, ordinary people are not even qualified to turn over the table and not play. This is also the main reason why I have not announced the methods of obtaining magic and martial arts training in the magical world. Sui shook his head and said, "Excessively strong individual power is like a Pandora's box. Once opened, it is difficult to predict the direction in which the world will lead. But you will still bring these magic and martial arts to this world." Yu Ling said softly. These things were included in some of Suyi's transactions with the Jushu government. She knew it, of course. Yes, I thought about it for a long time, and finally I felt that I had to introduce these things. Sui explained. Whether it is technology or magic, it is just skills in the end. These things themselves are not wrong, but the people who use them are wrong. If we can regulate them to a certain extent, this will undoubtedly be a new power for Blue Star, and it is an important technology to improve the overall life expectancy and productivity of Blue Star humans. How to regulate this? Yu Ling raised his eyebrows. It's actually very simple, just make sure that no one in the world has more power than I have. Sui took a deep breath and said, "Do you know the concept of the end product?" Yu Ling has read a lot of books recently, and she really knows what this means. When she heard it, she suddenly realized. So you want to be an end product? It's not what I want. Sui shook his head. When fate let me get these things, it was destined that I must take this path, and other paths would not work. Then did fate tell you that today is your death date? A shrill voice came from the side. Then, a knife flashed and stabbed straight at the back of Sui's neck. The sudden assassin is a waiter pushing a food cart. From all aspects of the knife production angle, it looks very professional. The moment he pushed the dining cart closer to Sui, Dian was stabbed with a knife, aiming directly at the cerebellum on the back of Sui's neck. If it is pierced here, even if the person is soaked in the fountain of life, he will definitely die. The other party obviously came here just to kill him and had no intention of leaving him alive. However, although he pretended to be exactly the same thing, he really acted like a restaurant waiter. But before he got close, Yu Ling noticed the murderous aura in him. Not to mention Yu Ling, even Sui himself felt a strong malice coming from behind. It's just that when faced with this little Karami, neither of them bothered to take care of him in advance. In the assassin's crazy and excited eyes, the tip of the table knife almost penetrated the back of Sui's neck. But at this last moment, ding! A crisp voice came, and a faint transparent light film enveloped Sui's body. Yu Ling briefly released a blessing magic, then slowly put down her hand, picked up the tea on the table and took a sip. As for Sui, he didn't even bother to look back. Even if Yu Ling didn't release this magic, the demigod level longbow on his body would activate the protective magic circle. Even if he didn't have these two methods, with the toughness of his skin now, it's not something that an ordinary person could pierce with a table knife. At this moment, looking at the dagger that was about to stab Sui, but could not make an inch, there was disbelief in his eyes. But no matter how hard he tried, the seemingly thin light curtain was like a wall of size that he couldn't shake at all. He looked back at Yu Ling, who was drinking tea opposite Sui, and his brain reacted quickly, and he immediately drew his knife and stabbed Yu Ling. Although he didn't know why such a strange situation happened to Sui, he came here and already took action. There was obviously no chance of turning back. In this case, it would be better to do nothing at all. If you can't kill Sui, the chairman of Tanya Group, then kill his wife. Facing the attacking knife, Yu Ling shook her head helplessly, picked up a knife from the tableware nearby and stabbed it out with her backhand. The tips of the two table knives collided accurately, and then the knife in Yu Ling's hand was split directly from the assassin's hand. Looking at the table knife in his hand that was strangely split into two halves along the middle blade, the assassin was completely dumbfounded this time. You He looked at Yu Ling and was stunned for a long time. Finally, his eyes fell on Yu Ling's pointed ears, and he said tremblingly, "Monster, monster." In the past, when Yu Ling went out, she would simply dress up and use a spell to cover her elf ears that were different from ordinary people. But this time she just went out for a casual stroll, so she didn't put so much thought into it. Anyway, when people saw her, they probably thought she was attending a comic convention. But this assassin is different from the others. As a professional killer, he can enjoy a good reputation in the industry and has successfully assassinated many big figures. In addition to his great agility and some awesome camouflage skills, his biggest advantage is his sharp eyes. Everything he looks at is meticulous and no detail is missed. Before, even though he was far away, he thought Yu Ling's ears were props for cosplay. But now I look a little closer, and I can see the veins of blood vessels in the ears and the intricate features on them. Everyone told him that this was definitely not a prop. Be honest and tell me who sent you here. Although the delivery man was almost ready to deliver the food, Sui still had to eat after all. As he asked, he opened the lid of the dining cart next to him and brought the dishes to the table. The assassin froze on the spot, looked at Sui, then at Yu Ling, and then said as if he suddenly realized, I know. Let me tell you why you, an ordinary person, can rise so rapidly in just a few months. It turns out that you are cooperating with these monsters. Sui, you betrayed humanity. Snap. The lid of the dinner plate stuck to his face, interrupting his words. Sui said angrily, "You know what the heck, I'm asking you a question. Who asked you to come here? Speak." Ha ha ha. At this moment, he opened the lid and ignored Sui's question, regardless of the redness on his face. He just smiled solemnly and said, "Since it failed and you asked, although it is against the rules to betray your employer, I have no other choice at the moment. I can only tell you that someone from the Kyushu official asked me to come here. The purpose is to kill you and then take over your TNU group. It seems you are still dishonest." Sui shook his head in disappointment. "You can get away with it if you tell the truth honestly, but now you have to suffer extra. Why bother? I don't have any serious prison here, and I won't tell you about humanitarianism. Do you want to try those famous ancient tortures? You don't need to take action. How can we do this kind of thing without a backup?" His face was abnormally red at the moment, and his voice became more intermittent as he continued. After he finished speaking, he fell directly to the ground and twitched. "What poison works so quickly? Cyanide." Sui glanced at him curiously, and then looked at Yu Ling. Yu Ling smiled slightly and threw out a healing spell. Then the two of them ignored the assassin lying on the ground and ate the dishes served to them. After a while, the assassin slowly got up from the ground, looked at his hands, and then looked at the two people who were talking and laughing while eating dinner. His eyes were full of confusion and bewilderment. Awake. Sui had just finished his meal at this time, turned his head to look at the assassin, and pointed to the leftovers on the plate and said kindly, "Do you want to eat together?" People often collapse in an instant. When Sui pointed at the dishes on the table and asked him if he wanted to eat together, this assassin who claimed to be highly professional, had a full psychological quality, and would not panic in any situation, finally collapsed. All the weird things that I have never seen in my life happened at once today. First, the other person sat there without moving, and the knife in his hand could not hurt him at all. Then he wanted to change his target, but this one was even more fierce. He stabbed out with a sharp knife that was so thick that it was invisible to the naked eye, but was actually cut by another knife. After the stabbing, he wanted to die, so he bit the large dose of cyanide prepared in his mouth and swallowed it. This dose of poison would kill an elephant at the speed of light. As a result, he stood up again after lying down. There was even a bitter taste of bitter almonds in his mouth, reminding him all the time that these medicines were not fake medicines, but real medicines. I said, "A man named Ichiro Matsushima contacted me offline and asked me to come. He promised to give me $10 million after the success, and paid me $5 million in advance. He also told me to assassinate if there is a chance, and if there is no chance, I can give up the assassination, no need to force it. Such a generous client is rare, so I came here. I'll give you 5 million knives first, and then I'll give you another 10 million knives after everything is done. Is your name Matsushima Ichiro?" Sui took out his cell phone and took a look at it thoughtfully. Sure enough, based on the information he provided, Tinsho had already thoroughly investigated Matsushima Ichiro, but did not edit the findings into information and send it over. This includes the causes and consequences of this assassination. Looking at the things recorded in the data, Sui couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, looked at the assassin with some sympathy and said, "Brother, do you know who is behind Ichiro Matsushima? Is he a footbath guy?" "No, he does not belong to any force." Sui asked again. Do you know how much money the CIA spent on this assassination with a slim chance? The assassin shook his head blankly. A total of $1 billion. To be honest, compared to my worth and influence, if you only give this price, Bald Eagle and the others are really stingy. Sui said with a smile. Then, for the billion they originally planned to hire at least 20 or 30 internationally notorious assassins to carry out the assassination to ensure nothing went wrong. As a result, after the funds were released, Commissioner Smith, who was specifically responsible for handling this matter, took away $500 million. Then they were subcontracted in layers along the way. In the end, what ended up in the hands of Ichiro Matsushima was less than $50 million. Yes, he is also an international killer, but after taking this order, he thought the risk was too great, so he transferred $45 million of it to several different accounts, and used the last $5 million to find you. Well, you guessed it right. The so-called balance does not exist at all. He took the money away long ago. As for Matsushima Ichiro, he is not the person you imagine from the Footpot Chicken or the Bald Eagle official. He is also an international killer. Tisk, tisk. Sui looked at the confused assassin, and some of his colleagues said, "Do you think no one tried to assassinate me before? You don't think about why those people disappeared later. You see, compared to a stupid young man like you, that Matsushima Ichiro is much smarter. He spends a small amount of money to do big things, but gets the big bucks for himself. When he opened his mouth, he was already broken, but now he was even more broken. Come in." After saying this, Suyuke shouted outside. The heavy wooden door of the private room was opened immediately, and several armed personnel from the security department wearing exoskeleton armor walked in. Sui pointed at the confused assassin on the ground. "Take him down and torture him well. It doesn't matter whether you can find out anything useful. What's important is that you torture him well. There's no need to save the water of life. Just don't let him die." The assassin finally came to his senses and quickly begged for mercy. "Dr. Su, Dong Su. I was also confused for a moment. Please give me a chance. Let me live. I have money, I have a lot of money, and I can give it to you. By the way, I also know many unknown secrets that I can tell you. Just give me a pleasure." Noisy. Woo, woo. Yu Ling drank lightly. The few soldiers from the security department who dragged the assassin out immediately covered his mouth. "He just said that Jusu asked him to come. Why don't you believe it at all? As long as you die, Jusu will indeed have a reason to take over the Tianyu group. There is a certain suspicion, right?" Yu Ling asked curiously. "Of course I don't believe it. It's not like there's something wrong with the brains of the top management of Jusu. They just gave me tens of millions of tons of grain and haven't seen any return yet. I am now in debt. Which creditor would want the person who owes him money to die?" Sui said somewhat amusedly. "Moreover, the top management of Jusu are one of the few people on Blue Star who know that we have certain supernatural powers. How could they do such a meaningless thing except to offend us? That Matsushima Ichiro, the one whose name is called Takumai. A normal person would probably immediately think that he is an assassin sent by Takumai, right? Why are you so sure it's not the case? I remember that Tinsha hadn't given you the information at that time. Bar. When did I say no?" Sui looked at Yu Ling and smiled. "Subeiji sent a killer named Matsushima Ichiro, together with the person just now, to assassinate the chairman and the chairman's wife of Tianyu Group. In half an hour, this news will be on the front page of all news. But didn't you just say that he doesn't belong? Doesn't it belong to the official website of Footpot Chicken?" Sui shrugged. "It is true that he is not the person sent by the official website of Footpot Chicken, but I don't care. I said he is, and he is. This man is not far from Penglay Island now. He is on vacation with an oil man in the Middle East. Tianshu has sent 2 soldiers from the security department wearing power armor to catch him. When he is captured, there will be irrefutable evidence. Of course we can't let go of the Bald Eagle. Do you think I will handle these things in a low-key manner? Wrong. I will put all the process of how this billion of funds were allocated from the bottom to the middle to how it was exploited at every level, and where the money went, will be put online without reservation. Don't all netizens like to watch fun? Such great fun must be shared. Anyway, the Bald Eagle and the chicken are teaming up to assassinate me. This matter must be done no matter what. Believe me, it will definitely be useful." While talking, the two of them also walked out of the private room. As soon as he went out, he saw the restaurant owner standing at the door trembling, not daring to move. Sui encountered an assassin in his restaurant. If this happened in ancient times, he would have been executed along with his entire clan. And Sui's authority in Penglay Island was probably even more outrageous than that of the ancient emperor. It would be a lie for the restaurant owner to say that he was not afraid. After looking at him, Sui said in a gentle voice, "Where is the waiter?" The restaurant owner was stunned for a moment before realizing that he was asking about the waiter who was replaced by the assassin, and hurriedly said, "He was knocked unconscious and thrown into the utility room in the back kitchen." "Well, it's good that he's okay. Send him to the hospital to see a doctor. When the time comes, ask the group's finance department to reimburse the expenses, and the damaged items can also be reimbursed." Sui waved his hand, took Yuling's arm and walked out. The restaurant owner felt as if he had been pardoned, and couldn't help but collapse to the ground with weak legs. Just as he walked out of the restaurant, an explosion sounded from the other side of the island, followed by a sky full of brilliance. Obviously, this was a scheduled fireworks show. Sui and Yuling found a beach and quietly admired the fireworks in the sky. They couldn't help but sigh that Tianqiu had really arranged everything for this kind of activity. They even arranged this kind of small show after dinner in the evening. It can be regarded as leaving some good memories for people who came to Penglai Island for the first time. However, in the sound of bursts of fireworks, Sui seemed to hear some different explosions. Turning to look at Yuling beside him, he happened to see Yuling turning his head and looking over. "You heard it too?" Yuling nodded and pointed to the southeast corner of the island. There was an explosion over there in the industrial zone, which was not the same as the sound of these fireworks. Sui smiled, then took out his mobile phone and said, "Tianqiu, aren't you going to give me an explanation?" With Tianqiu's ability, everyone who goes to the island will be screened layer by layer, and their belongings will be checked when they go to the island. It is basically impossible for any problems to occur. If an assassin got on the island, it could be said that it was Tianqiu's fault, or the identity information of the other party as an assassin on the internet was difficult to search, and Tianqiu could not find a suitable one. But if the assassin was caught somewhere else and something went wrong, it would obviously be abnormal. "Sir, in fact, I deliberately put these people on the island," Tianqiu replied calmly. "Including the assassin?" "Yes, including the assassin." As an AI, Tianqiu's tone was obviously calm, and he said lightly, "In the original plan, I would have someone catch him at this time, and then reveal his identity and the person who ordered him to come, so as to blame the assassin problem on the chicken country, create some nominal reasons for the group, and gain more benefits. Because you and your wife are on the roof of the group headquarters most of the time, it is absolutely safe, and letting in some assassins and terrorists will not affect your safety. It's just that my program can't predict that you will go downstairs on a whim today." Sure enough, the behavior of the group can be predicted by the algorithm model, but the behavior of the individual is always in chaos and cannot be predicted by calculation. Tianqiu's tone seems to be a little helpless. "So this is all in your plan?" Sui raised his eyebrows. "Why didn't you remind me when I went downstairs?" "Actually, I reminded you, but because you didn't wear headphones today, I couldn't remind you directly. I could only send it to your phone via SMS, but you don't seem to like to take out your phone to kill time when you have nothing to do, so you haven't paid attention to it," Tianqiu replied. Sui flipped up the messages in the notification bar of his phone. Wow, there are really a lot of reminders from Tianqiu, and it has already explained all its plans. The sending time was probably when he and Yuling planned to go downstairs. It's just that after coming down, he took Yuling to stroll around and had no time to look at his phone, so he ignored it. Plus, those assassins are completely no threat to you, so in order not to disturb you and your wife's interest, I didn't remind you too much. Tianqiu explained again. Its plan was actually quite complete, but its boss suddenly couldn't make up and went downstairs to go shopping, which it hadn't thought of before. Just as it said, when humans, intelligent creatures, integrate into a group, their behavior is often predictable, but when they are alone, it is often chaotic. It's like standing from the perspective of a normal human being. Everyone thinks that eating shit and running naked are things that only psychopaths would do. But in reality, many people with normal brains would do such things against the will of heaven. This is unpredictable personal behavior. Therefore, in modern society, the upper class often uses various means to guide people to join circles and have their own positions. The unpredictability brought about by this personal behavior is offset by the natural nature of human social creatures. As long as you are in a certain circle, then in things related to this circle, your behavior is predictable, not chaotic. And if a person enters enough circles, then most of the person's behavior will eventually become predictable. This is a means to weaken unpredictable individual behavior in society and enhance predictable group behavior. Tianqiu will of course use this method. But the problem is that Sui, as an overly special individual, basically doesn't buy it. Even including Yuling and Xinghen, two visitors from another world, what kind of behavior habits they will have to a certain extent, Tianqiu can calculate a little bit through calculation. But this set doesn't work on Sui. And as Sui is the master, Tianxia can't use this set of things on Sui. In Bailu's world, this kind of intelligent AI can be used on anyone, but it must not be used on its own master, which recommends some relevant information through calculation, determines people's positions, makes people enter group thinking, and gives up weakening individual unpredictability. Otherwise, it means that the intelligent AI is trying to manipulate humans, which is absolutely not allowed. Tianxia's underlying code will not allow it to do this. So when Sui suddenly wants to do something, Tianxia really has no way to deal with it. Even after finding something wrong and wanting to remind him, Sui didn't receive it at all. That's why the assassin almost succeeded. Of course, it was mainly because Tianxia actually knew that the assassin would never succeed. Even if its knife really stabbed Sui, he didn't take any protection and couldn't pierce his skin. It was just an ordinary table knife. Whether it was sharp or not was secondary. The main thing was that the assassin's strength was too weak and his strength was not enough to break Sui's defense. So Tianxia just sent a simple SMS reminder. Sui didn't notice it, and he was too lazy to say more. Anyway, his boss wouldn't be in trouble. On the contrary, Tianxia thought that Sui might be very excited about this kind of assassination. Sometimes it's like this. The boss just needs to enjoy life and the happiness brought by various stimulations encountered in life, while intelligent AI has a lot to consider. It not only has to arrange various plans, but also needs to consider providing emotional value to its big boss to make the boss happy. Nowadays, even if you are an AI, you have to consider not only cold programs and algorithms, but also human relationships. So everything is in your plan? So what is going on now? Sui pointed to the industrial area, obviously asking about the explosion just now. Tianxia immediately replied, "This is a group of terrorists from the oil region. The organization that sent them here is called Mossad. It is the intelligence organization known as the Little Overlord in the oil region. The purpose of this group of people coming to the island is actually very simple. It is not to carry out any terrorist attack, but to try to sneak into the factory area and snatch the technical data. The focus is the factory where our exoskeleton production line is located. Their actions were relatively professional, and they did not go to the island through formal methods after being screened by me. Instead, they took advantage of the bustle on the island during today's open day and took a small submarine to approach the offshore waters of Penglay Island, and then went through the diving process. Means landing from the beach. By the way, among the employees of the Tianxia group on the island, someone has received more than 10 million yuan from them before to act as their internal agent and provide them with information on the island, including which beach has the fewest cameras and where there is surveillance. The blind spot. The intelligence provided them with quite detailed information on the garrison strength of the industrial area on the island and how the exoskeleton warriors of the security department usually patrol and rotate. Including the information about this open day, internal officials provided intelligence to the outside world early, which allowed these people to prepare early. Of course, this information is all under my supervision, and I also passed on some false news through this internal channel. For example, Sui said with interest. For example, in the computer room on the third floor of the factory where the exoskeleton production line is located in the Penglay Island Industrial Zone, there is a host computer, which stores the technical information on exoskeleton armor, as well as the technical information and production methods of X7674 special alloy. For another example, when it was first opened to the outside world, because the island currently has too few residents, the group wanted to show the vibrant scene of the island to foreign tourists, making the island less deserted. Today, give all employees in the factory a day off. The factory is now completely empty. Only the patrolling exoskeleton warriors of the security department are still patrolling at the same pace as before. There is no doubt that the previous patrol rhythm has huge loopholes. They have mastered this pattern. When the inside of the factory is completely empty, they can seize the gaps in the patrol and easily sneak into the factory, and then take the technical information. In order to prevent these people from having really knowledgeable technical experts, I have processed the technical information stored in this host to a certain extent and made up a set of fake information that can almost look real. Even this, all the relevant experts in the world will not be able to find any problems with this information until the actual object is created. So you are not planning to arrest these people now, but are planning to let them leave directly with the technical information. Sui discovered the meaning of Tianxia's words. It has gone to great lengths to build so many things, and no matter how hard it looks, it has no intention of taking down these people now. As expected of the boss, he easily saw through my intentions. Tianxia immediately replied, "If there is just a group of assassins or terrorists infiltrated on the island, even if we kill them, the people behind them will have enough reasons to blame them. But they stole important technical information. After taking the information back, we then come to steal it and seize it. That is another matter. You even thoughtfully prepared all the stolen goods for them, right? Sui couldn't help but mourn for these unfortunate people. As a very purposeful group, under Tianxi's algorithm, even the color of their underwear was exposed, and there was no privacy at all. They even guessed that Tianyu group was phishing and sent experts to check whether the information was authentic. They also prepared a copy of the information in advance and put it in Penglay Island, inside the factory. Several white soldiers wearing diving suits and holding rifles looked around cautiously. A middle-aged man who looked quite young and dressed similarly was checking the information on the laptop in front of him. The other end of the computer is connected to a mainframe in the factory that is said to store important technical data. Are you ready? How long will it take? The captain leading the team glanced at the dark factory and asked eagerly. They had just used the time to set off fireworks to blow open the door of the factory's machine room. The bomb used was a specially made one, with a very low sound, and was covered by the sound of fireworks explosions. In addition, based on time, the explosion happened to be when the exoskeleton soldiers of the security department were farthest away from here. So they were relatively confident that no one could hear the explosion. But despite this, sneaking into the notorious Tianyu Group headquarters to steal other people's core technical information is enough to make any experienced mercenary nervous and scared. As professional mercenaries, these people have studied the exoskeletons of the Tianyu Group on their own. They even bought a set of Sentinel-1 light exoskeletons at the end of the retail market to try them out, but they have not been shipped yet. They knew very well that even though their group was now fully armed, they looked very powerful. The actual situation is that once they are discovered, even if they are tied together, they may not be able to defeat a light exoskeleton, not to mention the Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeleton. The standard equipment of the Tianyu Group's security department is all this kind of stuff. The few broken guns in their hands can only deter ordinary people. If they really encounter a heavy exoskeleton that can scare people by its size, it is no different from a fire stick. It is impossible to penetrate the enemy's armor. Don't rush, I'm looking at the information," the middle-aged man said with some dissatisfaction. The Tianyu Group has not set up any strict firewalls in these hosts. It is not difficult to crack them, but there are too many and too complicated information inside. I have to take a look first to confirm whether this is the information we are looking for. It's just to confirm the authenticity. Why does it take so long? The captain was also impatient. He didn't want to care whether the information was true or false. As a mercenary, the purpose of his operation this time was to sneak into Penglay Island and take away this host. Whether the things in the host are real or fake, it has nothing to do with him. If Zhongdeng was not sent by Party A, the captain would have kicked him over and carried the host away just because of his hesitation. This place is much more dangerous than a dangerous place. He actually planned to check the information in such a place. Isn't that too long for his life? 3 minutes. You have at most 3 minutes. The captain looked at his watch and said without letting anyone know. In 3 minutes, the Tianyu Group security department will be patrolling the factory. At that time, we just need to return along the original route. If we miss this opportunity, we will either have to risk being discovered and break through by force, or we will have to wait another half an hour. This island gives me a very strange feeling, as if our every move is under the watchful eyes of some kind of god, which makes me very unnatural. If we don't leave early, I'm afraid we will be in big trouble. The feeling is coming. How come you, a man, also have a sixth sense? The technician who was looking at the information said disdainfully. Even if there are gods, they will protect our descendants and let us complete this mission safely. They will not harm us. He has been unhappy with these mercenaries for a long time. Now that he has caught the opportunity to talk nonsense, of course he is unwilling to let it go. Wouldn't it be a loss if he didn't mock them a few times? The captain was talked about a few times, opened his mouth, and didn't know how to refute, so he could only say angrily, "Why don't you read your information quickly? You talk so much nonsense. Do you really think you are the descendant of gods? Will you not die if you are shot? I have finished reading it." The technician slowly put away the laptop, turned to look at the team leader, and said disdainfully, "Many people have a kind of ability, that is, multitasking. If I don't even have this ability, how can I be pulled to perform such a dangerous task? Stop talking nonsense, can it be used? Move it, this, and the one over there, move them all away." The technician pointed to several hosts and reminded them, "By the way, we will swim back in a while, it is best to waterproof it now, otherwise the information inside will be lost, even if the gods come, it will be difficult to save it." The other people in the team seemed to have known about the attitude of the technicians for a long time, but because of the oppression brought by Sui and the giant Tianyu Group, They didn't have the heart to argue about these things now. Since the other party has already specified what to move, there is naturally nothing to say. Just move it and it's done. Even if they move it wrong, it's not their turn as a group of mercenaries who are paid for commissions to be responsible. The group came prepared, and the equipment in this computer room is basically common on Blue Star, and there is nothing special about it. Naturally, they moved it quickly. In just a moment, the group dismantled and packed several mainframes, and also carried out multiple layers of waterproof protection to prevent the important data files from being lost when they ran away in the sea. After sorting it out, the captain looked at the time, and it was just about to reach the 3rd minute. He immediately said to the people behind him, "It's almost time, get out quickly. Remember to keep quiet. Once you are discovered, remember not to panic, and don't fight. We only need to reach the coast and enter the sea to be completely safe. There are still our submarines waiting for support in the sea. By then, even if Tanya Group has great ability, it will not be possible to find submarines hundreds or even thousands of meters underwater in this vast ocean." At the end, he did not forget to give his men a sip of chicken soup while running away. "Brothers, after this job, the money each of us gets is enough to spend for the rest of our lives. After we go back, we will retire and never do this again. Everyone must be careful and don't turn over at this last minute." "Yes." A low response sounded. Excitement flashed in the eyes of a group of mercenaries. Because this is a pie in the sky, but it is not completely true. After all, the employer gave too much this time. Even if so many people share it, it will be enough for them to achieve financial freedom. With money, who would dare to do such a dangerous job as a mercenary with their heads tied to their belts? Isn't it fun to enjoy life? And now, this mission has almost been completed by more than half. The factory is less than 2 kilometers away from the nearest beach, and only a little over 3 kilometers away from the weakly guarded beach where they landed. If they hurry on their way, they can reach the beach in 10 minutes at most. By then, the vast sea will be their best barrier, and this matter will really be considered a success. "Let's go." The dense footsteps that were so low that they could hardly be detected sounded in the dark factory. There was no sound outside at all. In the gap where a patrolling security soldier had just passed the factory gate, a group of more than 10 mercenaries and an expert, holding several host computers, ran madly towards the beach. Along the way, they almost always passed by the patrolling soldiers of the Tianyu Group security department. It seemed that no one on the island had noticed them until now. After a while, the mercenary captain on the beach breathed a sigh of relief. Looking back, everyone was there, and no one was left behind. He couldn't help but smile. "Very good guys, all very energetic. Only one step left, speed up." The group of mercenaries who had not dared to move before in order not to make too much noise, immediately ignored the mess and ran wildly. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the beach. Then, without thinking, these people plunged into the sea. A moment later, they all disappeared in the vast sea. The captain's heart was still beating wildly until they went deep into the sea and headed for the location where the submarine had been agreed to pick them up. Thinking carefully about all his experiences in and out, he thought that this was definitely a case that could be written into the textbook of perfect infiltration, acquisition of the target, and finally retreating unscathed. During the whole process, although he had some unpleasantness with the expert sent by Party A, he almost never made any mistakes. Everyone came all the way strictly according to the established plan. The so-called strict protection forces of Tianyu Group were played in their hands. This feeling was simply too exciting. It took him a long time to calm down. Although he just told the team members that he would retire after completing this job, he knew very well that he did this business not only for money, but also for excitement. If you ask him to come again next time for something as exciting as this, he will definitely come again. So are we really just going to watch them go? In the sky, a powered armor was suspended in the clouds, overlooking a group of people on the beach who were gradually disappearing into the sea, and joked in the chat channel. Would this make them think it's too easy? At the same time, several other voices came from the channel. The captain is right. It's too easy for them to escape like this. I'm afraid they don't cherish it enough if they get it easily. That's right, I just walked past the patrol route wearing an exoskeleton, and I found that the beer radar showed that these grandchildren were running out behind me. It was the same when I came in. If I don't give them some color, what will happen? I'm afraid the gangsters really think we are blind. Hurry up and pull them down. What you are wearing this time is the Sentinel-3 heavy-duty exoskeleton. If you really find them and let them run away, it would be completely unreasonable. In comparison, it's better to pretend to be blind. If we really find out, it won't end well if we don't kill them all. What the mercenaries didn't know was that the route they thought was foolproof to infiltrate and escape intact was actually under the surveillance of the soldiers from the security department from beginning to end. The exoskeleton armor worn by these security department soldiers is equipped with radar. The radar inside each armor can cover a range of several kilometers around it. Under this premise, Tinch specially designed a set of patrol routes around the factory. With the radar mounted on these exoskeletons, it can be said that there is no gap in the guards around the entire factory. The group of mercenaries thought that they could sneak in without any risk as long as they avoided the front view of these exoskeleton warriors. It was no different than a dream. The moment they landed on the island, they were actually noticed by the security department of Tianyu Group. It's just that this was originally a fishing plan prepared by Tianyu, so no one paid attention to them. What a perfect infiltration route, what loopholes the security department patrolled, it's all nonsense. There is simply no loophole for them to exploit in the defense force here. Even leaving aside the security guards patrolling the perimeter, the entire factory campus is covered with various alarm facilities and automatic defense systems. Among them, the guards on the most precious production lines in the factory area are even more terrifying. In addition to modern technological means, some magic arrays on the magic side were also used, which were arranged by Yuling and Xingin themselves. Even if Penglay Island is bombed by nuclear weapons, these magic arrays and designed physical defenses can be used to ensure that there will be no problems with these precious production lines. I hacked into their voice channel, haha, they are still having fun now, thinking they really succeeded. Another security team leader wearing power armor joked. They are currently diving to find a submarine to pick them up, while they are flirting and bragging on the voice channel. Do you think if I say a few words on their channel, will they faint and drown in the sea? Would you like to give it a try? Don't do it. It will ruin the company's plan and we won't get any good results. I know, it's just a joke. The power armor warrior who just spoke said again. Hey, they're on the submarine, Lao Zhang, it's our turn to work. Coming. As soon as the voice fell, the two power armors in the clouds slowly descended and appeared on the sea. After looking at each other, they plunged into the sea. Now, their mission is to follow this submarine and find the other side's home base along the way. When the other side transfers these important technical information to official representative figures of certain countries, they will jump out directly and steal the stolen goods. And one. Then there will be a good show to watch. Seeing the two power armors disappearing directly on the sea, envious voices could not help but come from the several heavy-duty exoskeletons observing. The power armor that captains come with as standard is awesome. Who says it's not? It's a trinity of sea, land, and air. It's small in size, has strong firepower, high defense, and even has an energy shield. It's not too powerful at all. What a trinity! This thing can guarantee combat effectiveness even in space. It is said to have a nuclear fusion battery inside, which can be used forever. It can fight for a long time even in the infinite universe. It's so cool. I don't know when we can change to this equipment. Don't think about it, the heavy-duty exoskeleton has a production line in the factory, so it can be equipped with one set for each member of the security department as standard. There is no fixed production line for those power armors. Currently, the number is very small, so only the team leader or above of the security department can. There is one, and it is estimated that this thing cannot be mass-produced. If you expect this thing to be distributed to us, you might as well work hard and get a set of power armor through meritorious service. Stop bragging, hurry up and go on patrol. It's time to get off work and go on a trade tour. Have you forgotten what Director Su said? Don't get involved, understand. I'll go to the cafeteria downstairs at the headquarters for dinner later. The crab roe soup dumplings there are new, and there are the crabs in season are said to be made from hairy crabs sent from China. Is anyone here? I'll go too. I heard that the quality of crabs is very high. In China, they cost tens or hundreds of yuan. But here, as long as you are an employee, you can eat them as you like. It's really cool. Why else would I be willing to work for our company? This is the treatment, tisk tisk. My son used to clamor for crabs, but I couldn't bear to buy them. This time, he's lucky to be able to eat until he vomits. The treatment in our company is really amazing. The security soldiers on Penglay Island were leisurely discussing what to eat after get off work. And the mercenaries who successfully entered the submarine underwater were also very happy at this moment. Entering the submarine means that they are 100% safe. Next, they just need to submit the mission items and then take the money and leave. It is also the process they are most familiar with. As soon as they entered the submarine, the group took off their diving suits and a bunch of equipment, and each found a seat to sit down. The submarine driver said, "Everyone, are you seated? Please fasten your seatbelts. We are about to set off. It will take about 5 hours to reach the destination. You can take a rest during this process." Others naturally had no objection. The submarine, which had stayed in place for a long time, finally moved at this time. But no one in the submarine noticed that a figure appeared not far from the submarine in the dark deep sea. A laser flashed in the figure's hand, leaving an undetectable mark on the submarine. Special rays will leave permanent marks on the outer shell of their submarines. Such marks are difficult to detect with the naked eye and must be found with specific instruments. Such instruments are also available on Blue Star, but no one should be so idle to use this thing to scan submarines. So we can use special spectrometers to track the whereabouts of submarines. Any submarine on Blue Star that can never be found after diving into the water, whether it is a nuclear submarine or a conventional submarine, will become a joke. Once targeted, there is no escape. And to do all this, we only need to see the submarine from a distance, and then use the laser equipment on the power armor to leave traces of rays on the submarine. Of course, this is not without any disadvantages. Not only does it have disadvantages, but they are also quite large. That is, this powerful ray itself will carry huge radiation, and the interior of the submarine is mostly a closed space. After it is imprinted on the submarine, the people inside will be corroded by this radiation all the time, and will soon suffer from various complications. This radiation is essentially no different from nuclear radiation. Tianxia patiently explained his plan to Sui, as well as the key method of targeting the other party's submarines and other difficult-to-detect tools in the plan. As long as the power-armored soldiers of the Tianxia Group Security Department quietly follow these people to see the submarine and brand it, then there will be no secrets about this submarine. Even if they are thousands of miles apart, the special spectrum capture equipment on the power armor can find traces of the submarine. This is a function that Sui has never understood before. But this is normal. The power armor itself has a lot of extremely complex functions. He only wears it occasionally to play, so naturally he doesn't spend too much time studying it. Although Tianxia knows it, he obviously won't jump out to spoil the fun when his boss is playing with the power armor and say this shouldn't be used like this, it should be played like that, and you are wrong to use it like this. Humans may do this kind of low EQ behavior, but Tianxia obviously won't. Anyway, this thing is just a large toy for Sui. It doesn't matter whether it can be played well or not. However, after knowing this function, Sui has some other ideas. If so, is it possible for us to let the power armor go around the world to find those big black fish lurking on the seabed in the current peacetime, and then mark these big black fish to determine their location, so that once a war breaks out, we can ensure that all the nuclear submarines of these hostile countries cruising in the vast ocean for strategic nuclear counterattacks are sunk as soon as possible? What is the most terrifying thing about submarines? Of course, it is concealment. If you can't keep an eye on most nuclear submarines when they leave the port, once they leave the offshore and drill into the deep sea, and then turn on the radio silence and lie on any seabed, they will really be no different from a piece of stone or wood sunk on the seabed. It is very difficult to find things like sonar. This is also the main reason why nuclear submarines are regarded as standing strategic nuclear counterattack forces by major countries on Blue Star, carrying submarine-launched intercontinental missiles with a range of tens of thousands of kilometers. Once they drill into the ocean, they are world-destroying warships that can strike any area of the world at any time. Even if the homeland suffers a devastating blow, it can launch a nuclear counterattack and pull people into the water together. Among them, the most core link is the concealment of the submarine itself. Don't look at the various anti-submarine technologies in the movies, how awesome they are, and how accurate the sonar system is. In fact, that's all nonsense. This thing has drilled into the depths of the ocean and got rid of the various surface and underwater detection systems deployed in the near sea, and no one can find it at all. The so-called anti-submarine can only be countered in the near sea. It's a bit too funny to want to anti-submarine in the ocean. Whether it can be found depends on luck. Even the current Tianxia group doesn't have a good way to deal with submarines. Otherwise, Sui wouldn't think about how to deal with nuclear weapons. If the opponent only has land-based and air-based nuclear forces, with Tianxia's information collection capabilities, the super performance of landing craft, and orbital strike capabilities, he can completely destroy the opponent's land-based and air-based nuclear forces on the premise that those countries with nuclear weapons cannot even make any decisions. Unfortunately, there are still nuclear submarines in reality, hiding in an unknown sea area, carrying firepower that is not enough to destroy human civilization, but at least enough to destroy countless cities. They can only drag their opponents to self-destruct when an accident occurs. If all these self-destruct ghosts lurking in the dark can be caught, and when they are completely unable to react, these nuclear submarines can be destroyed together with those land-based and air-based nuclear weapons, then everything will be fine. He is equivalent to unloading the guns of the whole world easily. There will be no need to worry about doing things in Blue Star in the future. It is feasible in theory, but it is probably a long time for members to actually operate it, and no one knows whether the nuclear submarines marked and recorded by us are all nuclear submarines. Tianchu explained. This weapon is the most confidential weapon among all countries in Blue Star. For those big countries, this is undoubtedly the last means of counterattack in confidence, and naturally they will not easily leak information. What I found on the public internet, and even by hacking into the internal networks of various countries' military systems, may not be real data. My suggestion is that your plan can be carried out, and a certain amount of power armor can be sent to find and mark these nuclear submarines, but this can only be used as a contingency. Once the situation has deteriorated to the point where it cannot be reversed, we must strike first, then we can use this method to counterattack. At other times, we can only try to record as much as possible, and prepare other means of defending against nuclear strikes. Well, what you said makes sense. Sui nodded. In fact, there is one very important point in his plan, that is, Tianchu must confirm how many nuclear submarines these countries with potential war risks have. The number is the key, and the location is not so important. As long as the number can be determined, let the power armor squat and watch at military ports all over the world. Even nuclear submarines need to return to port for supplies, and sooner or later these submarines can be found. But unfortunately, all countries are very alert to this thing. Even if Tianchu can do anything on the internet, it cannot completely determine how many of these underwater big black fish there are. In this case, marking all submarines can only be used as a backup method. It is best not to use it unless it is absolutely necessary. It is better to use the normal method before and find a way to intercept or defend these nuclear weapons after they are launched. Just when Sui was using this special tracking technology to start thinking, people on the other side of the submarine who know nothing about it are also heading towards their destination. There was no deviation in their route, but they headed straight for their destination. In fact, the reason is not difficult to understand. There were no obvious anti-submarine devices deployed around Pendlay Island. When they drove the submarine over, they were confident that no one would detect it. Even if the team members who went to the island were targeted, or even tampered with in secret, and some positioning devices were placed on their bodies or in the items they brought back, the effect would not be very great. The diving suits they wore were all taken off and thrown away when they entered the submarine. Now the only things related to Pendlay Island are the few hosts that store important information. These hosts themselves have been checked many times by very professional people, and there are almost no problems. In this way, they will naturally be very confident that they will not be followed. What's more, after leaving the sea area where Pendlay Island is located, there are still Bald Eagle military aircraft and warships cruising in the sky to ensure that nothing follows them on the sea. To say it is foolproof is an understatement. In the whole plan, they believed that the most dangerous part was going to the island, stealing technical information, and leaving the island. As long as you successfully leave Pendlay Island, everything will be settled. Tianyu Group's high-tech exoskeleton, which has caused headaches for countries all over the world that cannot deal with it, will no longer be a threat from now on, but will become everyone's trump card. As for the X76-74 special alloy, military experts from various countries have long believed that the Tianyu Group definitely has a very unparalleled method of making metal materials. Relying on this material, small exoskeletons and power armor can have such powerful defensive capabilities. This material is not only extremely strong and flexible, but also requires extreme lightweighting. Previously, experts from various countries only speculated that Tianyu Group had such a thing, and did not know what this alloy was called. Now that I finally have accurate information, I am naturally very excited. Many people have even begun to think divergently, thinking about how to make good use of this alloy, which is the pinnacle of materials science in the current era, and how to use it to develop more civilian products to gain profits. Of course, what they didn't know was that the submarine brought back not only technical information, but also 2 Reapers. This is too slow. In the deep sea, in the 2 powered armors following the submarine far behind, a member of the security department complained. This thing can only hide in the sea and be a turtle. At this speed, if it is discovered, even the body cannot be recovered. It's embarrassing. Another person responded. This submarine is still a civilian submarine. There is no need to consider various silent issues. In fact, it is quite fast. Military submarines that need to remain silent as soon as they leave the coastal waters, as well as some strategic nuclear submarines, will only be slower than this. But once they hide in the sea, even if they have a deterrent effect, they don't rely on running. Come scare people. That's for sure. Nuclear submarines carrying nuclear weapons to prepare for strategic counterattacks are running so fast to reincarnate. What I mean is that these B submarines are too slow. It is a waste of time to follow them. Okay, in our line of work, where can I find such an easy job? I should have at least a week off after this mission. I plan to go back to China for a few days. What do you say? To be honest, the island is much less fun than in China. My family has all been picked up from the island. Why go back? Let's show off. I am now a person with a monthly salary of 1 million. Although I can't say what my job content is. If I spend so much money, people may misunderstand that I am doing something illegal, but it certainly does not affect my showing off. You think so? If you don't return home with wealth, it's like walking in brocade at night. Go, pretend. I have to spend time with my wife and kids. Wait, they have slowed down. Are they about to enter the port? It seems like. Let me take a look at the map. No, the map of this place shows the territory of the Flipper Party in the oil region. If you take a closer look, Tinsho has modified the geographical information here. This was once an overseas garrison base for Bald Eagle in the last century, and it was also a naval base that could dock large ships. Later, this base was forced to move due to regional factors. Cancelled. I didn't expect there to be a cave at the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, submarines are like ghosts. If we didn't follow here, who would have thought that there would be such an entrance under the sea that could connect to a Bald Eagle military base that had been abandoned for decades? The two powered armors slowly came to the cave on the seabed, but they were in no hurry to enter. The armor's sensing system told them that the hole was filled with various monitoring equipment, and they would be discovered if they entered rashly. Although the entrance of the hole looks like a completely open hole, a fish-repelling ultrasonic wave is constantly playing inside to prevent any fish from randomly getting in and triggering the alarm system. The surrounding sea area became extremely empty. The two powered armors looked at each other and did not get in rashly. The armor plates on the back of the armor opened one by one like scales, and then a palm-sized drone flew out from the back of the armor. Like the armor that can be used in all kinds of environments, these drones are also special combat equipment that can adapt to various environments. This includes underwater, of course. A target as large as a power armor will definitely be discovered by the detection equipment inside if it drills directly into the hole, but a few small drones are difficult to detect. Even if it is discovered, the people inside will probably not take it seriously, and will just ignore it as a small fish that has come in from nearby. Although there is an ultrasonic fish repellent device, there will always be some fish that get confused and rush in, which is not surprising. The signal connection is stable, the weapon system is working properly, and the camera system is working properly. Go, little darlings. Two power armors released a total of 8 palm-sized shuttle drones. These drones pretended to be a school of small fish in the sea, and rushed into the depths of the cave without caring. Even the most experienced fisherman, in this gloomy and deep seabed, probably can't tell whether it is a fish or a drone through the screen. Not to mention other people. I'm afraid no one in this world can imagine that drones can do this. The 8 drones entered the cave with almost no obstacles, and there were no accidents along the way. Even on the way in, they accurately transmitted back information about all the monitoring facilities in the underwater cave passages. Also sent back together were the internal structures of the seabed cave passages that they had gone in to survey and map. The power armor's built-in AI immediately models the known area based on this information, and analyzes the blind spots and detour options between these monitoring devices. There are places where the power armor can be bypassed without being discovered, and there are places where it has to be destroyed in advance. They are all clearly marked. When these small drones reached the deepest part of the underwater cave, they happened to encounter the submarine floating on the surface. There seems to be a submarine port built inside a hollowed-out mountain on the sea surface. Looking up, you can even see traces of excavations on the top of the cave above. The people in the submarine were all crawling outside the submarine. As for outside the submarine, there were already several teams of fully armed soldiers waiting for them. The 2 powered armor soldiers of the Tianyu group who were observing the melon outside were originally convinced that the Bald Eagle did this. After all, this place used to be the Bald Eagle's military base. But after seeing the 6-pointed star flag on the uniform of this army, I couldn't help but be surprised. If I read it correctly, this should be the flag of the Kingdom of God, right? Isn't this the base of the Bald Eagle? And when we came all the way with the submarine just now, my radar clearly showed that all the way to the sky there are many Bald Eagle warships and military aircraft cruising nearby to protect this submarine. Now you tell me that the people behind these things are actually people from the Kingdom of God? Don't you understand this? I'm here as a father and son, so I must be wearing a pair of pants. I don't think it's like wearing a pair of pants, but it looks like the dog owner lets the dog do some dirty work for him, and he gets the benefits. That being said, it doesn't seem to be a problem. Stop talking, look, there's something to eat. Just when the two were shocked by the presence of the Kingdom of God army in this base to receive these technical materials, a very dramatic scene also appeared in the footage captured by the drone. As soon as the group of mercenaries with the mainframe got off the submarine, they were immediately surrounded by a group of the Kingdom of God's troops with live ammunition. The speed was so fast that these mercenaries didn't even have time to grab their guns. Almost as soon as they stepped off the submarine, the muzzles of their rear guns were pressed against their foreheads. "What do you mean?" The leader of the mercenary was pointed at a gun, but he was not afraid at all and asked the officer leading the Kingdom of God very angrily, "What do you mean, can't you see it? Hand over your things quickly." The officer from the Kingdom of God said impatiently. As he said that, 2 soldiers went to snatch the host that was held in the arms of several mercenaries. However, the mercenaries were not willing to hand over the things at all. Although this sudden change made them a little confused, everyone still had a basic sense of crisis when doing such a job of licking blood with the tip of a knife. They knew very well that there were things the other party needed in these hosts. They might still have a chance to survive while holding the hosts in their hands. If they were taken away, they would definitely be dead today. When the soldiers of the Kingdom of God saw that they could not snatch it, they raised their guns and wanted to shoot. But those mercenaries weren't stupid either. Although they didn't have guns in their hands, it didn't stop them from quickly picking up the host and blocking it in front of them. When the soldiers of the Kingdom of God saw this, their hand on the trigger suddenly lost the courage to pull it. They knew very well how much they valued this thing. If a fire broke out and damaged the hosts containing the data, resulting in the loss of important technical data inside, they would probably have to live with it. The 2 sides fell into a stalemate for a while. "You want to take advantage of others?" The boss of the mercenary snorted coldly when he saw this. "Having been in this business for so many years, do you really think we won't leave any backup at all? Give me the money and ensure that we can leave here safely. We will return the things to you immediately, and we can promise you that no one of us will reveal a word about today's events. You also know that Tanya Group's revenge is completely unreasonable. Once Nasui knows that we are involved in this matter, we will definitely die. You don't need to worry about us leaking secrets. There is no need to do things like this. Ugly. If you burn bridges after doing your work, who will dare to cooperate with you in the future? I advise you to think clearly. You should know better than me how valuable the technical information here is. Not only ruining your own reputation and losing these information for our little money, it is definitely a lose-lose solution for you. There is really no need for this. The enemy is strong and we are weak. At this time, this veteran who has been a mercenary for more than 10 years can only follow the guidance of Xiao Xiao. In case the other party's brain gets hot, they will fire directly regardless of whether these hosts will be damaged. He knew very well that compared to killing them, the other party was absolutely unwilling to lose these technical data. The value of the things inside is too high. No matter which country gets it, it will have a chance to rise. It is impossible for these people from the Kingdom of God to give up easily. They are now defenseless and these hosts are their only chance to survive. The leading Divine Kingdom officer was not moved at all when he heard this, and just said calmly, "Don't talk to me about this nonsense, it's useless. I'll give you a chance to hand over your things. I guarantee that you can get out of here alive today. If not, don't blame us for being ruthless." What is the credibility issue of the Kingdom of God? What the hell? Their Kingdom of God was built by stealing other people's territory, so they still need something like credibility. As citizens of the Kingdom of God, military officers who claim to be legitimate descendants of gods don't even bother to listen to such nonsense. In his opinion, as long as the benefits are enough, no matter how ugly what they did this time is in the news really gets out, no one will ask them to cooperate in the future. People are always greedy. If others are not willing to give, it is obviously not enough. The only reason that restrained him from firing directly now was the important technical information in the host. It seems you have no sincerity. The mercenary boss sneered. Do you really think that I will trust you to complete the transaction honestly and not leave anything behind? I'm not afraid to tell you that your people from the Kingdom of God have contacted and cooperated with us, including the content of the cooperation. We have kept backups of everything and sent them to other companions. His location, no matter how perfect your intelligence network is it's impossible to find him. As long as I haven't gone out to report that I'm safe after 3 hours, he will announce all these things. By then, your Kingdom of God will not only be cheating, losing credibility and being disliked by all walks of life, but Tanya Group, which has important information stolen, will not let you go. The mercenary boss said solemnly, I advise you to think clearly. Haha, you want to scare me with Tanya Group. The Divine Kingdom officer sneered. We are the people of the true God. We are blessed by the gods. If we are really afraid of the Tanya Group, we will not let you losers get their technical information. Correction. The mercenary boss hummed. Instead of asking us to take it, we're asking us to steal it. If we are thieves, then you are the one who instructs the thieves to steal valuable things from home, but in the end it is the one who gets the backlash. If you are really not afraid of Tanya Group, then why don't you bring your big bald eagle and push Penglay Island to others? Tanya Group has more than these two black technologies in its hands. Once it can attack, it's not difficult to get the bald eagle, which is already in debt and seriously ill, back to its peak. Why don't you just fight it? Why don't you pretend to be a big-tailed wolf with me now? If you have the guts, go and talk to Sui, the chairman of Tanya Group, and see if he will crush you to death on the spot, you forced child. Seeing that he had already broken up with each other, he naturally didn't want to save any face for the other party. It's a direct personal attack with explosive power. The officers of the Kingdom of God are indeed red and warm. The white skin is almost turning red into purple skin. Hearing this, he pulled out his gun and prepared to shoot the mercenary who spoke so freely. However, this group of mercenaries gathered together now. Seeing this, the mercenary boss quickly retreated and hid in the crowd, while two of the mercenaries holding the console quickly lifted the console and stood at the front. Apparently he was using this thing as a shield. The results were quite good. When the officers and soldiers from the Kingdom of God saw this thing, they immediately stopped and did not dare to make the slightest move. The two sides were in an awkward position here for a while, which made the two Tanya Group power armor soldiers who were eating melon outside look worried. No, bro, aren't you stupid? Why the hell can't you wait for others to hand over important things first and then break up with each other? I really can't stand it anymore, let's mint it. It's okay now. I'm so embarrassed here. I don't dare to shoot, and I don't dare to put down the main unit. It's somewhat unnatural. No wonder the brain circuits of these people from the Kingdom of God are so weird. They obviously robbed other people's homes and acted as if they were still victims. It turns out there is something wrong with their brains. These people are just in need of help. The two of them had quietly gotten in through various information ascertained by the drone, and were now underwater. Even if they turned on the external radio device of the power armor, they could hear what was being said on the bottom of the sea. And with the drones lurking on the water and in the sky, they were just like watching a movie. While reading, I would like to make a few comments from time to time. Fortunately, this outrageous scene that left everyone watching unable to hold their nerves did not last long. Soon another middle-aged white man in a suit and tie, who looked quite elegant, walked into the secret submarine port. As soon as he came in, this guy smiled and said, "Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Guys, these are my subordinates. I didn't expect that your mission went so smoothly and you came back so soon, so I didn't explain many things to them. My problem. As he said, this person then he walked up to the mercenary boss and shook hands cordially. Our Kingdom of God has always been very disciplined in its dealings with people. How can we do such a shady thing? Look, the submarine is right next to it. This is a civilian submarine, and it's just for you. The money is ready, and someone will send it over soon. According to your request, you won't need to go through the bank to transfer money. You can use it directly. Cash settlement. You will get the money later and then enter the submarine. Then give us the main unit. This way we get what we want and you can leave calmly after entering the submarine. Everyone is fine." This was said to be true. If these people from the Kingdom of God had this attitude when they came in just now, then the mercenary leader would definitely agree without thinking too much. But it's different now. After being threatened, he no longer trusted these gangsters who claimed to be descendants of gods. Hearing this, he shook his head and said without thinking, "We don't need a submarine, and we don't need any aircraft prepared by you. We have a dozen brothers here and prepare 2 armored personnel carriers for us. Then we have to conduct inspections. If there are no problems, we will take these hosts on board. Then after driving 100 kilometers from this base, when we arrive at the junction of the Slipper Army sphere of influence, we will put these hosts in the desert and you can come and get them. This is my request. Compared to such a submarine, just 2 cars will obviously save you a lot of money. Don't bargain with me anymore. I will not accept any counteroffers. My patience is limited. I also know that you want to kill people to silence them because you are afraid of being discovered and liquidated by the Tanya Group. I don't want to get involved with you. If you can agree, agree. If you can't agree, we will smash these hosts with important information now. Later, my people outside will publish all the details of this operation on the internet, including the video of us entering the Tanya Group factory to steal information. I have passed all of it to my people when I left the island. Believe me, once it comes to the worst situation, not only will you not get these technical information, but you will also face crazy revenge from the Tanya Group. Do you think the Tanya Group will be afraid of you with the nuclear weapons of your Kingdom of God? When the overwhelming power armor and exoskeleton kill you, it will be too late to regret. Just kidding, he is not a fool. Knowing that the other party wants to kill him, he naturally dare not take a submarine, a vehicle that is almost certain to die once it is hit. Not to mention that he has just seen all the way here, and he knows very well how narrow and cramped the path for submarines to enter here is, and how easy it is to set an ambush. If you really agree to this condition and get on the submarine, you may not even be able to leave this base and die in the channel connecting to the sea. Should we just rush out now? Should we? Right. Underwater, two soldiers in power armor were enjoying themselves. Just when they saw the situation was deadlocked and were hesitating whether to rush out now, Tinch's information was sent to the system built into the power armor at this time. Hey, there's news. This white old man is a senior official of the Kingdom of God. Good guy, isn't that settled? We filmed the whole process. If we rush in now, we'll catch him red-handed. The information was confirmed, and the two were just about to take action. And at this moment, something unexpected happened in the deadlocked secret submarine port. In the tense confrontation, a soldier of the Kingdom of God seemed to have received some order, and the gun that had been pointed at the mercenaries suddenly opened fire without warning. And the shooting was extremely accurate, and one shot hit the mercenary standing in the middle holding a host in the middle of the eyebrows. The bullet pierced the skull, and huge kinetic energy was released in the human brain. The back of the mercenary's head exploded directly, and he lost all consciousness in an instant. At the same time, almost at the same time, gunshots were heard from several other secret directions of the underground base. All of them were large-caliber sniper rifles. Almost at the same time, the mercenaries holding the mainframes all fell to the ground dead. Seeing that the situation was not good, some other mercenaries wanted to pick up the mainframes to make these crazy people from the Kingdom of God afraid to act rashly, while others reacted and jumped to the dock connected to the sea at the side, hoping to escape in this almost impossible way. This sudden change was not expected by these mercenaries, not to mention the two brothers wearing power armor as spectators underwater. Just as the soldiers of the Kingdom of God opened fire, they also flew up from under the water. The huge splash of water formed a sharp contrast with the gunshots. The sudden appearance of two power armors with the logo of Tanya Group made the originally chaotic scene quiet again. The mercenaries who survived even forgot to run for their lives. They stared blankly at the two power armors that suddenly appeared, and they were completely confused. Not to mention the soldiers of the Kingdom of God. They didn't even fully execute the order to kill and silence all the mercenaries. They were stunned by the two power armors that suddenly appeared. There are masters? The brothers are playing thieves here. Why did the victim of Tianyu Group suddenly appear? If Tianyu Group was just an ordinary victim, it would be fine, but for these mercenaries, these soldiers of the Kingdom of God, and even the so-called Kingdom of God behind them, Tianyu Group is an existence they can't afford to offend. Before they had time to kill and silence, the real owner had already come to the door. The two soldiers didn't expect that the scene that looked quite normal a second ago would suddenly start killing and robbing. After a moment of hesitation, one of them turned on the external loudspeaker and said, "Okay, I don't care what you are doing, and I don't want to care where this place is. Now, I declare that this place has been taken over by Tianyu Group. Everyone put down your weapons and cooperate with our investigation." The senior official of the Kingdom of God only reacted at this moment, and his face suddenly showed a bad look. He knew very well what would happen if he was caught here with his status and position. He immediately shouted, "Fire! Fire! Take down these two iron lumps for me." While saying this, he was still rolling and crawling back, trying to escape from the base. As a senior official of the Kingdom of God, he was more or less perceptive, and the channels for obtaining information were far beyond the reach of ordinary people. For the power armor of Tianyu Group, ordinary soldiers may only think it is very handsome and powerful, but he knows very well what kind of monster it is. Let alone the soldiers who are only armed with light weapons. Even if the regular heavy armored army of the Kingdom of God is brought here, it is probably difficult to do anything to these power armors on the Great Plains where the heavy armored army is most suitable for performance, and there is a high probability that they will be turned upside down. It is completely impossible to expect these soldiers to defeat this iron lump that has already belonged to the category of science fiction with their flesh and blood. We can only hope that these soldiers of the Kingdom of God can hold the two power armors in the base and buy him time to escape from here. Otherwise, if he is caught, it will be a big deal. After all, with his identity, he is enough to represent the Kingdom of God outside. Tianyu Group can completely put all the blame on the Kingdom of God for this bad incident after catching him. At that time, let alone their tiny country, even their boss Bald Eagle may not dare to stand up and say anything to Tianyu Group. Of course, he also knows very well that even if he gets on the plane may not fly as fast as these power armors, since these power armors can appear here. Then the result left for him is actually doomed. Either commit suicide to silence yourself, or surrender. But before the final moment, who would be willing to commit suicide or surrender? You have to struggle after all. As for whether you will be run over when you are halfway through escaping, whether it is suicide or arrest, we will talk about it at that time. Of course, ideals are full, but reality is really skinny and terrible. The actual situation was that he had thought of a lot of things, but he couldn't even get out of the submarine port dug underground. Almost at the moment when he ordered to shoot, the soldiers of the Kingdom of God had not reacted yet, and the soldiers in the two power armors took the lead in responding. Not only did the criminals not surrender, but they also dared to fight back against me. Apply to shoot them. Capture the high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of God alive, and the rest of them are allowed to shoot. Looking at the order authorization popped up on the mask, the two no longer had any concerns. Driven by the terrifying power, they instantly smashed directly to the ground at a speed that was difficult to see with the naked eye. The group of soldiers of the Kingdom of God couldn't even fire their guns, and the shockwave of this simple smash instantly disrupted their formation. The next step was a one-sided battle without suspense. At this distance, ordinary soldiers had almost no chance of fighting against these super soldiers wearing power armor. Dozens of people were all shot dead in less than a minute. Not even one of them surrendered. Of course, it is also possible that they wanted to surrender, but they had no time to speak or make any moves. Even those snipers who were hiding in a hidden position far away could not escape the biometric recognition of the power armor. They didn't even fire a shot. When they saw that the situation was not right and were about to pack up and run away, they were shot in the head by the electromagnetic kinetic energy bullet fired from a distance by the power armor. Lao Deng, where are you running? The high-ranking official of the Kingdom of God had not even reached the stairs dozens of meters away when he was picked up like a chicken by the power armor. Although he did have weapons on him, he was still reluctant to commit suicide in the end. Just kidding, unlike those soldiers who were brainwashed by messy beliefs and the like, he was a high-ranking official and one of the culprits who manipulated these people and played with their hearts. Naturally, he cherished his life very much and did not have the courage to fight to the death. As for the remaining mercenaries, they were completely stunned. When the boss of the mercenaries saw that the soldiers of the Kingdom of God, who were so majestic a minute ago, were all annihilated by these two powered armors in less than a minute, he felt dizzy in his head, and then he seemed to understand something. The other shoulder was shot, but the mercenary managed to save his life, dragging his injured body over and saying, "Boss, what should we do now? How about taking the opportunity to pick up those hosts and threaten the people of these Tianyu group? They should also pay great attention to the information in this. We can use it as a weapon to avoid rats. Moreover, these people from the Tianyu group came from behind like us, and there is no way there is any sniper hidden in this cave. If we use our hands to shoot black guns, these hosts should still be a bit of a deterrent." "Are you stupid?" The mercenary boss slapped him on the head and said angrily, "These technologies belong to others, so what's the use of threatening them with this? Because it's important. Wouldn't it be a huge loss for them if it was lost?" The mercenary said stupidly, "Sitcha, technology is definitely important, but people are chasing them just because they don't want the technology to be leaked. It's not like they have lost this technology by losing this data. Do you think they won't have a backup for such an important thing? Take it. It's just stupid to threaten people." As he said that, the mercenary boss looked at the scene where the two powered armors killed all the soldiers of the Kingdom of God without hesitation, but captured the high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of God alive. He couldn't help but sigh. And this matter is probably more complicated than we imagined. Even the so-called technical information in the hosts that we desperately stole may not be the real technical information. He looked at the hosts containing technical information scattered on the ground with complicated eyes, shook his head and said, "We shouldn't have taken this mission. I was blinded by the huge bounty and harmed everyone." "Why do you say that? Don't you realize that all this is a coincidence? People from the Tianyu group were able to find this place, but they didn't come early or late. But as soon as the senior officials of the Kingdom of God appeared, they also appeared. Do you really think it is a coincidence?" The mercenary boss laughed miserably. "We are just pawns. If the high-ranking officials of the Kingdom of God don't show up, even if those soldiers kill us all the mercenaries, the people from the Tianyu group probably won't show up. Because if they come out at this time, even if they record the entire process and capture us mercenaries and those soldiers alive, it will actually be impossible to prove that this is the intention of the higher-ups of the Kingdom of God. When the incident happens, the higher-ups of the Kingdom of God can completely. He denies that he doesn't know about these things at all, and it's just his subordinates who are messing around and pushing out a few scapegoats. Even if this matter is over, Tianyu group will not be able to use it again. But it's different now. I caught a senior official of the Kingdom of God on the spot. After taking this person back, even if everyone in the kingdom of God had 8 mouths, they still had no idea about the theft of important technical information of the Tianyu group. You have to take the blame, it's not clear. You can't say that a senior official of this level cannot represent the top leaders of the kingdom of God, but can only represent him personally. So, Tianyu group wants to use this incident to deal with the kingdom of God? They are just a company, why do they have such courage? The younger brother asked in surprise. It's not that I'm using the question as an excuse, but there is a high probability that the question itself was asked by the Tianyu group itself. The boss of the mercenaries said with a wry smile. From the information given by the spies within the Tianyu group to us entering Penglai Island to steal this information, don't you think all of this is a bit too smooth? I didn't notice it before, I just thought it was an arrangement by the kingdom of God. The spies are indeed capable, and they have really found out the detailed patrol routes and patterns of the Tianyu group's security department, as well as the huge loopholes in the Tianyu group's security work on Penglai Island. But looking at it now, it's obviously not so simple to explain that these powered armors came to the door so quickly. There is a high probability that this was all directed and performed by the Tianyu group after learning about the ambitions of the kingdom of God. Even the technical information is probably fake. Those bullshit experts sent by the kingdom of God were completely manipulated. In the meantime, it didn't even look like it was fake. All of this was probably a script set by Tianyu group in advance. Whether it's us mercenaries who risked their lives for money or the kingdom of God who is highly bound to the world's #1 bald eagle, they are actually just the villains in this script who don't know whether to live or die and are manipulated by others. He looked sad and fell into silence after speaking. As mercenaries, it is obvious that they are not law-abiding people. Otherwise, I wouldn't be doing this job. For this mercenary boss, even if he was killed on the spot by the divine gang just now, I am afraid it would not be as uncomfortable as it is now. Why do they want to deal with the kingdom of God? A company sets a trap for a country. Even if the other party gets into the trap, what will happen? The younger brother still didn't understand. Only God knows. The mercenary boss smiled bitterly, then shrugged and said, "But for now, if the kingdom of God disappears, Bald Eagle's oil knife music system, I'm afraid there will be big problems. People in the oil areas have been squeezed by the kingdom of God and the Bald Eagle for a long time, and soon there will be if there is a big mess. I guess they are not just targeting this divine kingdom, but the real target is the Bald Eagle behind the divine kingdom. So, are we doomed now? No, as important witnesses, we may not necessarily die. Of course, we have no say now whether we will die or live. We don't have to think about struggling. If we cooperate honestly, we may still have a way to survive. If you still want to struggle, I'm afraid it's a dead end. This thing can not only dive but also go up to the sky. It's impossible for us to escape on 2 legs. Otherwise, I still like to deal with smart people." At this time, the 2 power armor soldiers who had successfully arrested the senior officials of the kingdom of God also came back. The leading soldier slowly walked to the surviving mercenaries, waved his hand and said, "Now that you have ideological consciousness, you can drive a submarine to Penglai Island and surrender yourself. If I don't see you on Penglai Island in a few hours, then believe me, although this world is big, there is definitely nowhere for you to hide." After that, the 2 power armors went straight out along the stairs of the base. On the surface, this is the abandoned base of the Bald Eagle, but in fact, it has long been a secret overseas military base of the Kingdom of God. Of course, there are more than just a few dozen soldiers. On the way out, the 2 power armors encountered a large number of fully armed Kingdom of God troops coming to support. There is no nonsense to say. In this narrow underground environment, almost no weapons that Blue Star can use can threaten the power armor. One of them started killing directly, and the other protected the high-ranking official of the Kingdom of God from dying. Soon they fought all the way from the bottom to the surface. Because the surface is an abandoned base, there is no one on the surface at this time. However, the things in the base have obviously been spread. As soon as the 2 of them came to the surface with power armor, several fighters flew over in the sky. Looking at the logos painted on the fighters, they were all Bald Eagle military aircraft. Obviously, they were all from the nearby Bald Eagle base who received the news and rushed to support quickly. Almost as soon as they reached the surface, they heard someone shouting on the nearby public channel, "You too, put down the people from the Kingdom of God, you can leave directly, otherwise we will open fire." It was a direct threat without any disguise. The 2 of them were driving power armor, of course they would not be fooled by this, and it would be difficult for these fighters to break their defense. But it was not easy to save his life with an ordinary person who had no protection. Of course, if they did not go on the surface and went directly to the submarine and went under the sea, the risk would be even greater. After all, on the ground, if they encountered any special situation, they could still find a way to protect the sky from death. But if they were underwater, if they were attacked in the narrow submarine channel, they would be fine, but the people in the submarine would definitely die. What should we do with the bald eagle's planes? If we don't take the initiative to shoot them down, I'm afraid things will be difficult to deal with. Once these planes open fire, it will be difficult to protect the sky from death. Wait, the headquarters has received information. Oh, it seems that we don't need to take action. The two soldiers were still hesitating whether to take the initiative, but at this moment, the news from the Tianyu Group headquarters had been conveyed. After seeing the news, the two of them relaxed immediately. They were not in a hurry to leave, nor did they intend to fight back. They just stood there, as if waiting for something. After the Bald Eagles Air Force finished shouting on the public channel, seeing that there was no response from this side, they continued. Gentlemen, you have 1 minute to make a decision. If you don't want to go to war, I advise you. Don't take a minute. You should first consider whether you can survive until then. One of the power-armored soldiers interrupted impatiently. The bald eagle pilot in the air was stunned and was about to say something else, but at this moment, he suddenly felt that his cockpit had darkened inexplicably. He subconsciously raised his head and saw a huge monster appearing above his fighter plane. An electromagnetic cannon thicker than his head had been charged, and the muzzle with electric light pointed directly at his head. Wait! Boom! Bang! Bang! 3 gunshots, almost without any signs. 3 Bald Eagle military planes hovering in the air were instantly shot down by the landing craft that came. It can't even be considered a shoot-down, there must be something to land on. The 3 fighter planes were smashed into pieces in the air, and there was nothing left when they landed. The air was quiet in an instant, and the landing craft slowly hovered 30 or 40 meters above the ground and opened the hatch. 2 power armors took the high-ranking official of the Kingdom of God into the boat calmly. Just a few fighters, 2 soldiers in power armor can easily shoot them down, but their problem is that they are too slow to move with a burden. Now that these planes have been shot down, I'm afraid there will be more fighters flying over to stop them from taking away the high-ranking official of the Kingdom of God. Next time, they may not give us a heads up, but will directly attack from a distance. It will be difficult to save an ordinary person without armor protection at that time, but with the landing craft, there is naturally no worry in this regard. After these fighters are shot down, they can send the people to the landing craft and return to Penglay Island in just a few minutes. There is no need to worry about the subsequent troubles. Even if there are more fighters approaching in the air, it is almost impossible to do anything to the high-ranking official of the Kingdom of God who was taken to the landing craft. It is impossible to kill and silence him. Breaking news. Just yesterday evening in Jusu time, at 9 o'clock last night in the Penglay Island area time, a group of terrorists took advantage of the opportunity of Tianyu Group's Penglay Island being opened to the public for the first time after its completion and sneaked into the island. Not only did they attempt to attack and assassinate Tianyu Group chairman Sui himself, they also sneaked into the Tianyu Group's database and stole many technical data of Tianyu Group on exoskeleton manufacturing technology, carbon-based crystal technology, metal hydrogen battery technology, nuclear fusion technology, space elevator technology, spacecraft technology, etc. Currently, the assassin who attacked the chairman of Tianyu Group has been arrested alive on the spot and is being interrogated. Some of the people who stole the technology have fled. The personnel dispatched by the security department of Tianyu Group only found exoskeletons and other 2 technologies during the pursuit. Information, and several other technical information that have been released by Tianyu Group but have not been released yet. All clues have been lost, and the search for direction is completely lost. It is worth mentioning that during the pursuit, the security personnel of Tianyu Group not only caught some mercenaries who sneaked into Penglay Island to steal confidential technology, but also happened to discover the financial backer behind the mercenaries, a man from the oil industry. Senior officials of the regional Kingdom of God. It is reported that this person is one of the masterminds behind the terrorist attack and technology plagiarism against Tianyu Group. Not only did Tianyu Group capture him alive, but soldiers from the Ministry of Security also filmed the entire process of their transactions, including there are even videos of the Kingdom of God trying to silence and kill those mercenaries after acquiring the technology. The following is a question issued by Mr. Sui, chairman of Tianyu Group, on the public media not long ago. A senior official of the Kingdom of God is one of the masterminds behind such a terrorist attack. The information revealed is thought-provoking. I think a senior official of this level should be able to represent the will of a country. Can the Kingdom of God give an explanation to Tianyu Group? Early the next morning, Jusu's most comprehensive news reported the incident and even explained the whole process in detail. There are also some clips of live video content. Except for them, all reporters and media around the world pounced on this breaking news like sharks smelling the smell of blood. Shocked, the Kingdom of God sent someone to assassinate the boss of the company. What is the reason behind this? A shocking case. The Kingdom of God in the oil region tried to snatch the technical information of Tianyu Group and assassinate the boss of Tianyu Group himself. Reversal. According to the latest news and information released by Tianyu Group, the assassin who assassinated Tianyu Group boss Su Yi and the mercenaries who stole Tianyu Group's technology are not in the same group. The assassin was sent by Zhao Benji. Zhao Benji and the Kingdom of God jointly planned to target Tianyu Group. What is the purpose behind this? If we think about it carefully, it is not difficult to find that these two countries are actually deeply bound to the bald eagle. Is their behavior related to the bald eagle, or is it the bald eagle itself? The world's most powerful country is behind this. A 10,000-word explanation of the game between the parties in the Penglai Island Open Day incident is absolutely exciting, and you won't lose money if you don't watch it. From the Penglai Island Open Day incident, it is not difficult to see that Western countries reject and suppress the development of science and technology outside their camp. After normal means lose their effectiveness, they will tear off their hypocritical veil and use despicable tricks including but not limited to burning, killing, looting, stealing, and deceiving to achieve their goals. I think this is the Tianyu Group that has tread a mine for our Juzhu, allowing us to see the nature of these Western countries. We should also be inspired by it and take precautions early. In just 1 or 2 days, the phishing reels on the internet exploded completely, and the news has changed from suspicion and suspected at the beginning to being completely confirmed. Because the Tianyu Group has been constantly releasing various materials and evidence, including video footage of the interrogation of the high-ranking official of the Kingdom of God. The fact that the Kingdom of God sent mercenaries to sneak into Penglai Island to steal important technical information is ironclad evidence, and there is almost no room for rebuttal. Even the high-level officials of the Kingdom of God did not make any unnecessary excuses and remained silent until now. They were probably discussing the response in private. The bald eagle also remained silent surprisingly. The media affiliated with the West were originally suppressed and not allowed to report these things, but it was useless for them not to report them. The news about this incident on the Western internet was spread like crazy, and everyone could see it. This was naturally the work of Tanshu. The Kingdom of God sent people to rob, and the matter of the Foot Basin Chicken sending people to assassinate Sui was confirmed. Although the Tianyu Group only announced the transaction records between the assassin and Ichiro Matsushima, part of the confession of these two people, and the identity and background of Ichiro Matsushima, even the official group did not take the initiative to say that this person was sent by the Foot Basin Chicken, and all the rumors pointing to the Foot Basin Chicken were gossip. But in the eyes of many people, the fact that the Foot Basin Chicken sent people to assassinate Sui was also confirmed. This is the chain reaction. After all, the questioning of the Kingdom of God initiated by the official Tianyu Group before was conclusive evidence. This shows that they are rigorous in their work and will not say anything to slander others before there is solid evidence. The Tianyu Group officials did not take the initiative to trouble Zhao Benji. In the eyes of the public, it may be that they feel that the evidence they have is not enough. Even if Zhao Benji is mentioned, he can still quibble, so they simply do not mention it for the time being. This proves again that Tianyu Group is rigorous and particular in its work. But Tianyu Group is particular, but netizens do not need to be so particular. For them, the information released by Tianyu Group about the assassin and the assassin behind the assassin, Ichiro Matsushima, is enough to prove that Zhao Benji did it. You know, even if you put aside the right and wrong, the pure passers-by who really think rationally, Sui himself has a huge fan group. After all, Tianyu Group is a representative of conscientious enterprises in China. Not only does it provide employees with terrible benefits, but many of the things it sells are not so cheap, but they are definitely worth the money. There are countless individuals and families saved by the water of life alone. In addition, his own appearance is beyond the vast majority of young stars, so naturally he has a large number of fans. For these fans, someone actually wants to assassinate their favorite star, or even their benefactor. How the hell is this? In less than a day, the angry Juzhu netizens and Suyi's fan group crashed the server of the portal website of Zhao Benji. Zhao Benji also had a hard time. They tried to stand up and say that it was not them who did it, but no one listened. Even those relatively rational people, after hearing their denial, asked them to produce evidence to clear themselves of the relationship. After all the evidence released by Tianyu Group pointed to Zhao Benji, but you didn't show any evidence and just said that it was not me who did it. Except for those spiritual Zhao Benji people, also known as the second devils, who would believe your lies. Even their own people don't believe it, let alone outsiders. When it comes to evidence, Zhao Benji can only play dead. As a country, and an economic powerhouse, Foot Basin Chicken can certainly produce evidence to prove that Matsushima Ichiro hired assassins to assassinate Sui and they had nothing to do with it. Because the flow of funds behind this matter is actually quite clear, the Bald Eagle gang didn't even act to make money, and it would not be difficult for a force with a little bit of power to trace the source of this money. Foot Basin Chicken can find out everything with a simple investigation. But what if they find out? Can they throw the evidence on the internet and tell everyone, "Look, I didn't do this, it was my father, the Bald Eagle"? If you really dare to clarify like this, I'm afraid the person who makes this decision tomorrow will have a brain hole or open his heart. What else can you do? You can only take the blame for the Bald Eagle father with tears. After being attacked for a few days, the Foot Basin Chicken simply didn't bother to be tough, and just lied down and admitted the ridicule on the internet. Even most people in the Foot Basin Chicken country have already believed that this matter was done by their top management. However, the matter is obviously far from over. On the contrary, this is just the beginning. On the third day after the incident, the Tanya Group headquarters once again issued an open inquiry to the oil region Divine Kingdom, asking them to return the nuclear fusion, space elevator, spacecraft, carbon-based crystal and other technologies that have not been found by the Tanya Group. The oil region Divine Kingdom did not respond. At the regular press conference of the diplomatic department, when the reporter from Kyushu raised this question again, not only did he not get a response, but after the meeting, the reporter was imprisoned by the Divine Kingdom on the grounds of stealing the secrets of the Divine Kingdom. On the fifth day of the incident, 10 powered armored soldiers from the Tanya Group Security Department and 1,000 soldiers wearing Sentinel-3 heavy exoskeletons boarded the landing craft Mayfly and appeared at dawn on the outskirts of the capital of the Kingdom of God. The armed forces of Tanya Group appeared directly in the suburbs of the capital of the Kingdom of God without any warning. This is undoubtedly more important and more shocking than the previous theft of Tanya Group's technical data and the assassination of Sui himself. Although things have developed to this point, Tanya Group obviously has no intention of opening fire without declaring war. After the Kingdom of God discovered this landing craft and more than 1,000 exoskeleton warriors and power armor warriors, they have dispersed and controlled the main traffic routes in and out of the capital of the Kingdom of God, including but not limited to roads, railways, etc. Even the external airport was controlled by Tanya Group at the first time. All this happened almost within half an hour of the landing craft appearing around the capital of the Kingdom of God, and even most of the soldiers involved in the operation did not know where their destination was. Just follow the tasks assigned to each person by the combat system and do your own things, and you can easily take control of the entire capital of the Kingdom of God. Of course, it is definitely not appropriate to say that this is an occupation. But with all entrances and exits blocked, Sui now has no problem turning the capital of the Kingdom of God upside down as long as he wants. After completing all this, Sui, as the chairman of Tanya Group, directly posted the situation of the capital of the Kingdom of God on social media, including which places in the entire capital have been controlled by Tanya Group, which places have not been controlled, how many soldiers of the Kingdom of God have been disarmed, etc. Very detailed. Anyone who knows a little bit will find a horrifying fact if he takes a closer look. That is, Tanya Group has actually gained control of most of the city. If there is no external interference, the Kingdom of God alone will probably not be able to take it back. The Kingdom of God is called the Kingdom of God, but in essence it is just a country composed of a group of religious believers. They borrow chickens to lay eggs, and this so-called home originally belongs to others. If the strength of the Kingdom of God itself is discussed, it is obviously far less than its reputation. If this nation is really as powerful and intelligent as they boast, they would not have wandered like a stray dog for thousands of years, and in modern times they would bite back at the benefactors who took them in, and rob others of their land and say that it was left to them by the gods. Fighting with these weaklings in the oil region, they can still fight with the support of the big bald eagle. If they really encounter a tough opponent, they can't deal with it with their strength. And now, Tanya Group is undoubtedly this tough opponent. From the appearance of the landing craft in the capital of the Kingdom of God to the completion of the peripheral control of the capital of the Kingdom of God, the whole process took less than an hour. This is no different from a dimensionality reduction attack. The so-called Iron Dome defense system, which the Kingdom of God is proud of and was once praised by some military-blind public intellectuals in Kyushu, can only defend against the gas tank rockets made by the desert folks. It is something that the serious army can't defend against with a few rocket launchers and a few rounds of salvos. Naturally, it can't pose any threat to the landing craft and those armored soldiers. After sending these messages, Sui also added a few words. It is a pity that things have developed to this point. When the database was stolen and a large number of extremely valuable confidential documents were stolen, and we have determined that the thieves are related to the kingdom of God. Our TNU group has made every effort to communicate with the kingdom of God. But unfortunately, these efforts have been in vain. The kingdom of God has never responded to our doubts about this bad incident from beginning to end, and has never explained the high involvement of its officials in this incident. After many unsuccessful communications, our company commissioned the relevant state media reporters asked on behalf of the reporter at the routine press conference of the Kingdom of God, but the result was not only that they did not get the truth, but the reporter was illegally detained by the Kingdom of God personnel and suffered abuse. In desperation, we can only make this difficult decision. Once the war begins, there is no possibility of turning around. Our TNU group has only 3 demands. First, return the technical data of the TNU group stolen by the private military forces directed by the Kingdom of God, and do not keep all backups. Second, release the detained reporter, and the Kingdom of God needs to bear all the medical and compensation expenses of the reporter. The cost, and the official of the Kingdom of God needs to formally apologize to it. Third, the Kingdom of God will stop all external territorial aggression, return the occupied territories to the original owners, and disarm all armed forces. Of course, our TNU group is not unsympathetic. If the Kingdom of God believes that disarming the armed forces will lead to danger, our TNU group can also provide national security services to ensure that there will be no safety problems after you follow our requirements. The current situation in the capital of the Kingdom of God will last for 3 days. During these 3 days, the TNU group will not take the next step. This period of time should be enough for you to think clearly about many things. Of course, you can also mobilize troops or seek external assistance during this period to test the capabilities of our TNU security department. On behalf of TNU, I welcome it. And after 3 days, if I still don't get a satisfactory answer, the elite soldiers of our security department will cut off the power and water supply of your capital and go into the city to ask you for an explanation in person. Of course, you can also run, but my patience is limited. After 5 days, if I still don't get a satisfactory answer, then, in order to defend the interests of the company, I promise to make all carbon-based life in this area disappear. Those who escape here, even if they flee to the ends of the earth, will never escape the eyes of TNU. That's it. Whether you believe it or not, that's your own business. There is a saying in Kyushu that since the donor does not understand Mahayana Buddhism, then we happen to know some boxing and kicking skills here. You chose to ignore the peaceful solution, so now this is TNU's response to your offensive behavior. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. The previous battle reports on TNU Group's control of the city could only be said to demonstrate TNU Group's capabilities. So what Sui said next was undoubtedly a bit shocking. Since the World War, although there have been many large-scale massacres, there has never been a situation like Suyi's, where a siege and massacre was clearly regarded as a threat and published on a public platform around the world. In particular, the 3 conditions he proposed were more stringent than the last. But what many people didn't expect was that such a wild declaration about massacre of the city would elicit an unusually good response. Damn it! Damn it! It's on fire! This is the price of offending the heaven realm, damn domineering. Isn't this a bit too much? No matter what, those ordinary people are innocent, right? Haha, the Kingdom of God sent people to steal a series of brief technical materials of the TNU group, such as nuclear fusion, space elevators, exoskeleton armor, carbon-based crystals, etc. Do you know how valuable these things are? Let me put it bluntly. From the perspective of human civilization, it is worth it for half of the people on Blue Star to die for these technologies. Of course, what I mean is not to say that it is worth killing billions of people in order to obtain this technology, but to say that the value of these technologies is not something that the Kingdom of God with a few million people is qualified to touch. If they touch and do not change it, they will naturally bear the corresponding anger. Compared with the huge losses of the TNU group, even if the Kingdom of God is massacred and exterminated, it can't make up for it. That is to say, Mr. Su is straightforward. He said this to you in front of the whole world before the work has been done. Unlike the bald eagle, who talks more beautifully than anyone else, and talks about freedom and democracy, in fact, in the oil region alone, the number of people killed directly or indirectly by them is more than millions. I thought that TNU group was playing misery to find a reason for its actions, but after reading the second half, I realized that I was still young. Mr. Su didn't even bother to do this, and just stated the course of events. It's too stupid to keep pretending to be dead and not respond. If it weren't for TNU Group, other companies would have no recourse if they encountered such a national-level organization forcibly stealing and robbing technology, and could only accept it with a pinch of the nose. Am I the only one who thinks that the existence of this TNU Group has seriously threatened human safety? He starts wars at every turn. I think Sui is a war madman. We should unite the righteous forces of the world and bring such people to justice. Dasha-chun, only you think so, you are different from others. Hehe, compared to the dirty things done by the bald eagle and the so-called kingdom of God, Tianyu Group is too restrained. At least they won't put bombs in the products they sell to you. Putting bombs in civilian products, this kind of beastly thing is something that people can think of. I will eat it directly. That's right, it made me dare not use the fruit phone I just bought. Damn it, I support Mr. Su to kill these bastards. Kill, kill, kill. I want to see rivers of blood. If you only read the first half of this paragraph, many people may still think that Tianyu Group is a poor victim who has to do this to protect their own interests. But after reading the whole article, Sui and Tianyu Group give people a completely different feeling. It's like a strong man who has mastered absolute power, and when facing the provocation of the weak, he still communicates with him patiently and tries to resolve it peacefully. Now the other party doesn't know whether to live or die, and finally angered this peerless strong man, so the strong man decided to punch this stupid thing to death. The people of Kyushu, who live in a big country, don't think there is anything wrong with that kind of dismissive attitude. Most people just think it should be like this. But for those small countries that are not in the Western camp, the meaning is completely different. Especially the people in the oil region who have suffered from the bald eagle and the kingdom of God. In the process of resisting the kingdom of God, they have suffered too many failures. Even if they resist now, they are standing in the perspective of looking up. Many people even think that the kingdom of God and the bald eagle behind it are the real masters of this world, and it is difficult for anyone to disobey. Until now, the boss of a company has directly brought the matter of slaughtering cities and destroying countries to the table, and the target is the kingdom of God that makes them miserable. This shock is definitely a shock from the depths of the soul. For a while, at least on the internet, many people who support Sui emerged. After seeing Sui's announcement, the Western camp media editors were eager to use their journalism-specific skills to put butcher, Nazi, warmonger and other hats on Sui's head, making him infamous for thousands of years, and it was a bit difficult to write for a while. This wind direction is wrong. Shouldn't this world be one in which everyone should love peace and reject war, no matter how dirty or ugly things are done in private? How can someone start a war and still have so many people support it? It doesn't make sense. For a moment, these media all smelled an unusual smell with their keen sense of smell. They all chose very carefully not to jump out and make trouble at this time. The media still needs credibility. If they make mistakes in some small things and make a mistake, it will not be a problem with the accumulated foundation over the years. On bigger issues, it is obviously right to follow the position of the camp. Even if there are mistakes, there will be a group of supporters, and there is no need to worry about the collapse of reputation. But the problem now is that not only are there many people who support Sui and Tianyu Group on the internet, but even in the Western camp where they are, the official attitudes of many countries seem ambiguous. When asked how they view this matter, many official people just expressed concern. There was even a reporter who asked a question at the regular meeting of the North Pacific Treaty Organization, asking whether the North Pacific Treaty, as one of the largest military organizations in the world, would send troops to intervene if the Tianyu Group launched a war of annihilation against the Kingdom of God to fulfill Sui's order to clear all carbon-based life in the area. The response of the North Pacific Treaty Organization was also very ambiguous. The person in charge of the speech only said that if a human tragedy that greatly violated the rules of modern society occurred, the North Pacific Treaty Organization might consider sending troops to intervene. As for what the standard of greatly violating the rules of modern society is, only God knows. Maybe the Tianyu Group has already violated it, and the North Pacific Treaty can send troops. Maybe the entire Kingdom of God has been razed to the ground, and it has not yet reached this standard. But just such a statement, in just a few hours, has attracted strong opposition from several North Pacific Treaty organizations. Everyone is a member of the organization. It is secondary to pay money and send people to fight. Most of the member states of the North Pacific Treaty Organization are not short of money, and those who really have no money can't bear much responsibility. Going to war for other people's affairs is also secondary. They have done this kind of thing before, and everyone will get a share of the benefits after it is done. The most important thing is that they really don't know the composition of the Tianyu Group now, and they don't understand the specific strength of the Tianyu Group's security department. Although the North Atlantic Treaty Organization is a big country, if you look at it separately, there are not many member countries that are stronger than the Kingdom of God. Tianyu Group can almost be said to have conquered the core of the entire Kingdom of God in 1 hour. It can also easily crush most of the member states of the North Pacific Treaty Organization like crushing insects. The Kingdom of God is the father of the bald eagle, and its location has a huge interest in the bald eagle's oil and music system, so even if the North Pacific Treaty Organization does not care about this matter, everyone knows that the bald eagle will definitely not sit idly by. On the contrary, these North Pacific Treaty member states, everyone says that they are a military alliance, but when it comes to such a critical moment, they may just scatter and disband the organization. It's okay to bully the weak and grab some benefits, but if you really have to face such a powerful and somewhat unknown opponent, who dares to follow? If you want to drive this ship to fight with Tianyu Group, the small countries in it will be the first to disagree. After all, within an hour, the capital was shot down without any resistance, which is simply a shame. And it is foreseeable that after such an incident, no matter what the subsequent results are, even if this incident is perfectly resolved, those who are now in charge of the Kingdom of God will probably be liquidated afterwards. Provoking a monster like Tianyu Group is obviously a great national risk-taking behavior. For those politicians, they may not care so much about the future and fate of the country, but when it comes to whether they can sit firmly in their positions, they can't be careless at all. Non-Western countries are self-reliant about Tianyu Group, and Western countries are shocked by the sudden heavy punch of Tianyu Group. Now they are a little unsure about what Tianyu Group is, and they dare not jump out to stand in line. For a while, after Sui published that slightly extreme speech, no matter how you look at it, the wind direction of the world actually tends to support him. This makes Sui himself feel a little weird. This time he really didn't let Tianyu control the comments, but the real reaction of the public opinion was like this. It makes people feel a little outrageous no matter how you look at it. Fortunately, the situation where those who supported him were celebrating and those who did not support him remained silent did not last long. The day after he released the announcement, Bald Eagle finally responded. But it was not through any official channels, but through the personal account of the sleeping emperor in the Black Palace of Bald Eagle, who gave a reply under Suyi's announcement. Mr. Su, I think there is room for negotiation on everything, and it is not necessary to go to the point of fighting. The leader of the Kingdom of God also contacted me not long ago. They have a deep understanding of the mistakes they made, but they think there are still some misunderstandings. I hope to explain it to you in person. We, Bald Eagle, can act as a middleman in this matter. Of course, if you are worried, we can also invite Jushu to witness it together. As far as I know, there is an old saying in Jushu, which is to turn hostility into friendship. There are huge misunderstandings between the two sides in this matter. If we can explain it clearly, turn hostility into friendship, and let peace continue, wouldn't it be a good thing? If Mr. Su and Tianyu Group insist on fulfilling what you said, as an important force in maintaining world peace, our Bald Eagle Empire will never turn a blind eye to such cruel slaughter. Picture. This old man found a gunman from Jushu to write this thing, and ran to Suyi's personal account to give a reply. The last picture is a photo of the Bald Eagle aircraft carrier. It happened to be the aircraft carrier of the aircraft carrier battle group stationed in the oil region, and the meaning is self-evident. Carrot and stick, this is also a classic method of the Bald Eagle. As for the whole article of partiality and double standards, it is naturally unnecessary to mention it. There are huge misunderstandings between the two sides of the incident, and it is a bit too ridiculous to say this now. Misunderstanding? The evidence is solid, there is no misunderstanding. The Kingdom of God actually sent people to rob Penglay Island during the open day. If there is a misunderstanding, it should be about the stolen technical data and the recovered technical data. The actual situation is that the data they stole was fake, and even these fake data have been taken back. But Sui is now trying to make use of the issue, so naturally he can't let the other party go so easily. If something is lost, it depends on what the owner says. It's like a thief ran to someone else's house and stole $1. After being caught by the owner, he said that you stole $100. If you can't prove that you didn't steal, you have to pay the money. You said Sui asked for a high price. Is this taking the opportunity to blackmail? Then I'm sorry, if you didn't have any bad intentions and ran to someone else's house to steal things, how could others have such a high price? So there is no misunderstanding in this matter at all. What was lost is based on the judgment criteria of Tianyu Group. You, a thief, don't count. As for the threat in the last picture posted by Lao Deng, Suyi's response was also very simple. My opponent, here are our arguments. Video. He directly replied with a sentence and a video link under Lao Deng's reply. The video was opened, showing a spaceship flying in the starry sky. The spaceship passed through the low Earth orbit of the blue planet at a very high speed, and finally stayed in an area and remained synchronized. Then the perspective of the spaceship shooting at the ground kept zooming in and out. At the end, everyone could see clearly what the spacecraft was shooting at this time. It was a palace that was well known all over the world, the Black Palace, the center of the Bald Eagle. Then the screen turned, and there was another video of the spacecraft conducting a ground attack experiment. The experimental area in the video was the Gobi Desert in Kyushu. From a high-altitude perspective, the belly armor of the spacecraft was opened, and a row of huge electromagnetic cannons used for ground attack slowly stretched out from the belly. The thick gun barrels glowed with a cold metallic luster under the sunlight in space. Then it was charged at an extremely fast speed. Almost at the moment when the gun barrels fell into place, dozens of electromagnetic cannons on the belly of the spacecraft fired at the ground at the same time. Then the screen turned back to the ground where the test site was located. The target of the spacecraft's attack was a small rocky hill more than 200 meters high. The bare hill a second ago was hit by a devastating blow from the high-altitude orbit in an instant. The special electromagnetic cannon shells accelerated by the magnetic track smashed into the hard stone mountain at a speed of more than 50 Mach under the acceleration of gravity. Smoke and dust rose up, and flames shot up into the sky. The terrifying explosion instantly made the radio defense near the test site ineffective. When the smoke and dust dissipated, the stone mountain was hit by dozens of electromagnetic cannon shells, and only a pile of broken stones remained. It is not clear how Lao Deng from the Bald Eagle thinks about this, but the netizens who were watching the show were all shocked. No, is this still Blue Star? Where did it come from? What weapon is this? The Rod of God? Or the Eye of God? Have you ever seen an electromagnetic cannon that falls from the sky? I don't quite understand. Is there any big guy who can explain it to me? Is this reasonable? Is this possible to be true? Why do I feel that this video is synthesized? Synthesized? If it was really synthesized, the Bald Eagle would not have been silenced directly. Really, I guess Lao Deng is now panicking and ready to leave the Black Palace, ha 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 ha. Don't guess, buddy above, isn't this the spaceship that sent Mr. Su and his wife to the stage at the completion ceremony of the Tinyu Group headquarters? It was very popular on the internet at that time, and attracted a lot of discussion. Many people thought that this was some kind of aircraft built based on vertical takeoff and landing technology. Because the appearance did not conform to fluid dynamics, some people thought that this thing was good looking but not practical, and the energy consumption should be very high, but the effect was very limited. However, some bigwigs speculated that this kind of airship design was not used in the atmosphere at all. The real use scenario should be outside the atmosphere. Of course, there is no need to consider fluid dynamics, and there is nothing unreasonable in the design. At that time, there was a lot of debate in the aerospace forum about this matter. I didn't expect that it was really recognized by those bigwigs now. This is not a flashy thing, but a real spaceship. That's right, I recognized it at a glance, but so many people didn't recognize it. At that time, Mr. Su appeared on the stage with this thing, which made me feel so handsome. I really didn't expect that this thing was so powerful that it could strike the ground even if it flew to low Earth orbit. I guessed that this thing was a pure vehicle used in the space environment. I didn't expect it to be a weapon. The technology of Tinyu Group is really awesome, but I heard that the effect of the God's Rod and other things hitting the ground is far less than that in the movie. It shouldn't be possible, right? Do you mean the kind in the movie where a tungsten rod is directly dropped from orbit? That really has no effect, and the deterrent power of this weapon is not the kind of large-scale destruction shown in the movie. The orbital weapons for ground strikes are strong because they are hard to defend against. On this basis, if we can find a way to enhance their power and speed, it will be even more unsolvable. Tinyu Group has obviously done very well in this regard. The shells in those orbital electromagnetic guns for ground strikes are definitely added with materials. It is impossible to be the solid tungsten rods in the movie. That thing does not have such great power. That is, with the technology of Tinyu Group, they can send such a large spacecraft into the sky, and they can also build such exaggerated exoskeleton armor and metal hydrogen batteries. Isn't it easy to modify a shell? As a military fan for 20 years, I know all the weapons currently in service in various countries around the world. To be honest, this kind of top attack is very difficult to defend, not to mention the terrifying speed of more than 50 Mach. The humans on Blue Star currently have no ability to intercept this weapon. In other words, if what is shown in the video is true, then Tinyu Group can target any important coordinates on Blue Star as long as it wants, and others have no power to fight back. This thing is too supermodel. No wonder Mr. Su dared to say that if the Kingdom of God did not give a satisfactory answer within 5 days, all carbon-based creatures in this area would disappear. I thought it was bragging at first, but I didn't expect that he really had the confidence. Compared to the excitement of netizens eating melons, the situation of the Bald Eagle on the other side of the ocean is indeed similar to what many netizens guessed, which is really not good. After watching the video given by Sui, Lao Deng took a special car and ran to an unknown presidential shelter in Bald Eagle without thinking and hid there. After hiding, he began to gather experts to analyze and study the possibility of the existence of such weapons. After the experts of Bald Eagle carefully analyzed it, they all agreed that this was simply impossible. Tanya Group and the fraudster named Sui were deceiving them, Bald Eagle. Humans currently cannot have such technology. But although Lao Deng is old and his mind is confused from time to time, he is not completely confused. After reaching this conclusion, he couldn't help but ask a soul-stirring question. So do you think that the exoskeleton armor, power armor, and metal hydrogen batteries of Tanya Group are the technologies that humans should have at present? In one sentence, a group of Bald Eagle's scientific research experts were silenced. It is indeed impossible in theory, but which of the things that Tanya Group has done are theoretically possible? Just when these experts didn't know how to explain it, the Bald Eagle's military satellite happened to take an important photo. In the photo, the Mayfly-class spacecraft with the Tanya Group logo slowly floated past the military satellite. If that was all, what was even more outrageous was that there was actually a person wearing power armor outside the spacecraft, sitting on the top of the spacecraft and looking at the scenery comfortably. It seemed that he casually glanced at their Bald Eagle military satellite, and the person even reached out to say hello. This photo just happened to capture this scene. Wait, you mean they can not only send such a large spacecraft into space, but also use the power armor that is extremely powerful on the ground in space? Old Deng was shocked after reading it, and he didn't have time to pursue the experts' nonsense. The experts were also confused after reading it. The experts from NASA repeatedly looked at the photos, and then repeatedly looked at the photos of Tanya Group's power armor on the blue planet, pointing to the armor parts with obvious gaps on the armor, and shouted that this is not scientific at all. After all, space suits require airtightness, and at the same time they have to take into account many functions, which makes most of the current space suits look very bloated. But this armor doesn't look like it is very airtight. Even if this part is protected under the armor, from their perspective of modern technology, this space is probably not enough. On this day, the experts from the Bald Eagle once again felt the fear of being hit by technological dimensionality reduction. I don't understand at all. Impossible. We absolutely cannot agree to their conditions. This is a robbery. Tanya Group and their boss Sui are shameless robbers. Our kingdom of God will never agree to such a humiliating condition. No matter? Impossible. You Bald Eagles must help us, send your fleet and the garrison nearby. Our kingdom of God has now assembled hundreds of thousands of troops inside and outside the capital. With the help of your army, it will not be a problem to defeat those iron lumps. What? You are not sure? We are allies. Allies. You can't abandon us at this time. After hanging up the phone, the head of the kingdom of God stood there in a daze for a long time. He really didn't expect that things could develop to this extent in just a few days. At this moment, he really understood the value of the sentence, "A person who wronged you knows how wronged you are better than you do." He wanted to open up to everyone and tell the world that what Tanya Group said was bullshit. Their kingdom of God didn't steal so much technology. Those people passed the news to him before they came back. What they stole was just exoskeleton armor technology. What nuclear fusion? What space elevator? What spaceship? What the hell? This thing can be stolen by someone just running to a factory on Penlay Island? But unfortunately, he couldn't say it, because they did steal things, and the evidence is conclusive. At this time, come out and tell everyone that we did send people to Penglay Island to steal things, but we didn't steal so much, and the stolen things were taken back by Tanya Group before they were warmed up. Is this something that can be said? Keeping silent can also make many people with firm positions think that this is Tanya Group deliberately provoking trouble and continue to support their kingdom of God. If the real situation is exposed, then they will really become thieves who steal technology. And they were taken back just after they stole it. Not only are they thieves, but they are also clowns. This matter is so ugly that it is hard to talk about it. But lying down and letting others laugh at them is not an option now. They have been silent since the incident, but the Tanya Group has been relentless. Now they have sent armed forces to block the capital of the kingdom of God on the grounds that they have kidnapped a reporter. What a shame! This is a shame. At this time, they realized that things had developed to a situation that they had never expected before. It was even far beyond their ability to handle. Because the people of the kingdom of God have tried it in the past 2 days. Tens of thousands of elite soldiers who had just been mobilized back from the front tried to break through the blockade of the Tanya Group and force their way into the city. This army not only has a large number of armored units, but also has air force support in the sky. In front of some big countries, it is of course nothing, but in the Stone region, it is really invincible, and there are basically few countries' armies that can beat them. This army has experienced many wars in the early days of the Kingdom of God, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is an elite army. However, such an elite force of the Kingdom of God was blocked by a team of about 200 heavy exoskeletons and 3 power armors when trying to enter the city. Then they knew what dimensionality reduction strikes from military technology were. In less than an hour, all armored units were paralyzed, and any military aircraft that interfered with the sky were shot down. As soon as they came into contact, this elite division equipped with top-level equipment collapsed directly. It was demechanized at the speed of light and turned directly into a World War II-level army. In addition to the individual weapons in hand, let alone tanks and aircraft, even self-propelled artillery with a slightly larger caliber were dealt with at the first time. The first batch of soldiers who came into contact with these super individual soldiers of the Tanya group was a brigade of more than 6,000 people. After the contact, there were less than 1,000 people left. It is worth mentioning that almost none of these 1,000 people were injured, and the nearly 5,000 people who died were all fatally injured, with a single headshot. In other words, those who exchanged fire with the Tanya Group security department were either dead or nothing happened. There was no possibility of injury, let alone the concept of prisoners, because you had no chance to surrender. In the words of the surviving soldiers on the front line, these monsters equipped with exoskeleton armor and power armor seemed to be on the rise, and almost every bullet hit the target. And hiding behind any bunker was useless, and they could not avoid being detected at all. In addition, the shock brought to them by these armors was far more than that. When someone saw a power armor tearing up a tank, lifting a Merkava main battle tank weighing dozens of tons directly, and then flying into the air, using it to smash another main battle tank and a dozen soldiers around it, and then spreading the news in the camp, the morale of the entire Kingdom of God's army has been completely dispersed. Let them fight those poor oil region rebels, of course they can hit hard, and even sit in armored units such as tanks and laugh at these people for overestimating their abilities. But now they have to deal with the Tanya Group Security Department, whose technology and equipment are far superior to theirs. They have been used to fighting with the wind for a long time, and once the intensity increases, they encounter this kind of enemy that you can't understand at all. Many people naturally cannot adapt. The result of not being able to adapt is that after the first contact, the entire army of the Kingdom of God generally has a pessimistic attitude towards this war. Even when the superiors conveyed the order again, asking them to force their way into the city to defend the presidential residence even if they could not defeat the armored soldiers of the Tanya group, all the soldiers in the Kingdom of God refused. The military naturally did not want to lose too many elite soldiers under its command and weaken its own strength to clean up the ass of those stupid politicians. So after the initial attempted attack, the troops stationed near the capital of the Kingdom of God and inside the capital have never had any conflicts with the soldiers of the security department. Watching the people of the Tanya Group Security Department flatten the useless buildings around them and build temporary camps of strange shapes at various locations, they did not dare to disturb them at all. Their own army could not be relied on, so for the high-level officials of the Kingdom of God, the only one they could rely on now was the big boy, the bald eagle. But just now, the supreme leader of the Kingdom of God received news from the bald eagle. Bald Eagle's intention was to persuade them to accept the conditions proposed by Tanya Group first, even if they were dissatisfied with the content of the conditions. After they accepted it, Bald Eagle would definitely come forward to help them negotiate the unacceptable parts. This is a result that the Kingdom of God absolutely cannot accept. There has always been a half-joking and half-serious statement on the internet. That is, the Bald Eagle is the son of the Kingdom of God. This statement cannot be said to be wrong, but it is not so correct either. The relationship between the bald eagle and the Kingdom of God is very complicated. First of all, the gods who created the Kingdom of God have long been a very powerful force within the bald eagle, and can even influence some official decisions of the bald eagle to a certain extent. It is not an exaggeration to say that they control the political situation. This has a lot to do with the characteristics of the two countries. As an immigrant country, the bald eagle essentially has no ethnicity. After all, the scalps of the native ethnic groups have been peeled off and used as leather shoes. So in theory, anyone can get a place in the bald eagle, regardless of your origin, only whether you have money. Of course, this only exists in theory, and in reality it depends on whether your skin color is correct. And the gods are a nation that has been wandering for a long time. This nation does not engage in production, but makes a living by doing business, and is connected by religion. Not engaging in production and making a living by doing business is a nice way of saying it, but to put it bluntly, it is speculation. In ancient times, they liked to lend money at high interest rates. Groups formed with religion as a bond will basically not integrate into the local area after they form a group. They will always be a ghost-like group, floating outside the main ethnic group in a region. It is precisely because of this that excluding the gods is no longer a rare thing even in the West. It has existed since ancient times. But the bald eagle does not look at your origin. What is more valuable is that the skin color of their gods is also correct. For the gods who are excluded by people all over the world, this is naturally a paradise in paradise. With their habit of forming a group, they have become a huge force within the bald eagle a long time ago. After experiencing the World War, they have gained more favorable chips by virtue of their correct identity as victims. After the war, there was a cold war between the two giants. When one giant fell, the bald eagle gradually relaxed. With the development of the financial industry and the hollowing out of the manufacturing industry, such a bald eagle is simply a perfect parasite for the gods. With their accumulated capital and group characteristics, they have long grown into a large group that can influence the bald eagle empire. From this point of view, the joke that the kingdom of God is the father of the bald eagle is actually correct. But if you really treat the bald eagle as your own son, it is definitely not okay. After all, even if it is such a group of people, the upper class who are doing well in the bald eagle will not do anything for your kingdom of God. It is correct that they can influence the decision-making of the bald eagle to a certain extent, but it is far from being able to order the bald eagle to take such a military adventure facing an unknown enemy. What era is this? Even fools know not to fight unprepared wars. If the bald eagle is really sure, it would have opened fire on the Tianyu group before Penglai Island was built. Why wait until now? They didn't fight before, and now it is naturally impossible to end it directly because of a kingdom of God. Otherwise, once the war starts, it will not be up to them to decide when to stop. It would be fine if they could win easily. Not only could they save the kingdom of God, but they could also plunder the coveted technologies of the Tianyu group. To a certain extent, they could even stimulate the economy by exporting conflicts through war. But once they get stuck in the quagmire of war, it is very likely that the already precarious financial situation of the bald eagle will collapse directly. Even if they rush into the war and are crushed by the Tianyu group, they will be finished. As we all know, God cannot be injured. Once the god is injured and bleeds, more and more daring people will naturally stand up to challenge the authority of the god. This is the situation of the bald eagle now. In a sense, in the military field, they are indeed godlike in name. But how weak their powerful appearance is, only they themselves know. Anyway, before they figure out what the outrageous exoskeleton armor and power armor of the Tianyu group are, how to target them, and what weaknesses they have, they will never go to war with the Tianyu group. Even if the kingdom of God is killed, they will not intervene directly. At most, they can only use their economic influence and media advantages to put some trade and public opinion pressure on Tianyu group. If they really don't want to be fooled, then don't be fooled. What else can they do? Fight desperately? This is a fake father, not a real father. The real father has now become a son, and they still want them, the bald eagles, to honor a wild father who came out of nowhere? From the national level of the bald eagle empire, the kingdom of God is essentially just a tool for them to control the oil region and ensure the normal operation of their oil knife music system. The mission is to disrupt the oil region, so that this place will never be at peace and will always be in turmoil. In this way, they can guarantee their own interests and strangle the lifeline of the world. Otherwise, if such a large area is really allowed to develop on its own, it is not certain when they will recall the glory of the Arab Empire thousands of years ago and unite again. At that time, can they still let them, the bald eagles, control the oil resources and the lifeline of the world's energy so easily? Obviously not. A chaotic oil region is what they want to see. The kingdom of God is the role of a troublemaker. Compared to directly defending the kingdom of God, it is very likely to fail directly, and the oil and gas system relying on military hegemony will collapse at the speed of light. They might as well sit on the sidelines and watch the kingdom of God being killed by the Tianyu group and lose this troublemaker. Even if the Tianyu group or Juzhu intervenes in the future, the unrest in this area will be quelled, and an alliance or a large-scale political system covering the entire region will be formed, so that the bald eagle will no longer control the oil. That will take a long time. This kind of thing will take at least 10 or 20 years to do, and it is not something that can be decided in the short term. Even under normal circumstances, it is not certain whether their oil system can be maintained until that time, let alone now. So for the bald eagle, giving up the kingdom of God now will not cause much loss. This trick is called using space to exchange time. Even if you give up the kingdom of God, you must be prudent and protect yourself, and delay as long as you can. Anyway, they are free enough. No matter what the superiors have done, they can resign and leave as soon as their term of office is up. They don't need to bear any responsibility when they are alive, and no one will hold them accountable when they die. Everyone is playing the game of passing the parcel. As long as the authority of the empire does not collapse in my hands, it will definitely not be me who will be on the pillar of shame in the end. Of course, I will delay it as long as I can. As long as I don't fight hard now, it's all a small matter. Is there any news from the kingdom of God? In the office, Sui, who had just woken up, asked casually. Sir, not yet, they are still silent as usual. Tianxia replied. There are less than 10 hours left before the 3 days you specified. If they still haven't said anything when the time is up, will they launch an attack as planned? Well, just hit it directly. You don't need to think too much. Sui said lightly. Sir, there is something I don't understand. Tianxia said with some confusion. I made this plan before just to gain control of the kingdom of God and use it to gain more benefits for the group. But now that things have developed to this extent, it seems that we cannot do this, and the group is still involved in the risk of war. The outcome of the war is often difficult to predict. Even if we have military equipment that far exceeds that of the other party, it is very difficult to do so. It's hard to guarantee a complete victory. I don't think it's in the interests of the group, and it's not consistent with the commercial knowledge of my process. This is not because I am afraid of war. You know, the world I live in is not peaceful. It is not uncommon for wars to break out between giant companies. As an advanced commercial AI that can control giant companies, there are certain things in my program. Corresponding war module. Hearing Tianxia's question, Sui couldn't help but smile and said, human beings are very complex, and many times the reasons for starting wars are not all interests, or not all for the immediate interests. The underlying operating logic of most things in this world is actually very straightforward, that is, the exchange of interests. And what businessmen do is essentially an exchange of interests, in which they gain profits. But do you know why businessmen's interest exchange behaviors are separated from other things and called businessmen? After all, when it comes to exchange of interests, those politicians many times what they do is essentially based on this logic, and they are often more polite and have no bottom line than businessmen, but most people think that politicians and businessmen are completely different. Tianxia was stunned for a moment, as if he didn't know how to answer. Suyais continued, because businessmen value short-term benefits, and the same as the exchange of interests, most serious politicians value longer-term benefits. Of course, this means that the two groups have different emphases, and cannot be roughly used to refer to one of them. Just like war, sometimes war cannot gain any benefits, but can only gain a certain reputation. In the eyes of businessmen, this kind of war is obviously not cost-effective, and there is no need to invest at all. After all, although reputation is valuable, but it's very difficult to realize it. But in the eyes of politicians, something that can only reflect long-term value, such as reputation, is also worth investing in. The difference lies in the strength and cost of the investment, and whether it is consistent with one's long-term plan. So what you are saying is that even if a war does break out, it will be in the long-term interests of the group if we completely wipe out the kingdom of God on Blue Star. Tianxia seemed to suddenly understand, and immediately said, yes, this will actually remove the bald eagle's most important chess piece in the oil region, greatly weakening the bald eagle's power. Before it is temporarily impossible to obtain from the outside the ability to deal with the current intercontinental missile delivery plus nuclear weapons on Blue Star, it is indeed a very feasible method to weaken the bald eagle's power and try to disintegrate the country most likely to launch a nuclear attack on Penglai Island. From this perspective, if the follow-up development can follow our established direction, the benefits of this investment will obviously be worth it. Having said this, Tianxia was a little confused and said, but this kind of investment is too long-term after all. There will be a lot of uncertain factors interfering in the middle. The process in the middle is extremely complicated. There is strong uncertainty about whether the goal can be achieved. Is it really worth it? It's really difficult. Sui shrugged. But we need to prepare for the worst at all times and be prepared with multiple hands. We need to find ways to deal with these nuclear weapons from Balo or other worlds and avoid the restart of the world, and once I find them, I will just flip the table and stop acting. However, we have gradually squeezed the bald eagle's living space in other ways in a peaceful way, and of course we have to use the means to neutralize their nuclear threat, so I did not go directly to seek the bald eagle's bad luck. Now this is just accelerating the process at most. It is far from reaching the threshold that the bald eagle cannot tolerate. We are now trying to raise their threshold to avoid our and Kyushu's nuclear fusion experiments in 2 months. If it is piled up, it will be so irritating that they can't bear it and they will really choose to take military risks. To put it bluntly, targeting the kingdom of God is actually his testing of the bald eagle, raising the opponent's threshold through constant testing. After kingdom of God, there is also foot pot chicken. After all, Suyi's little tail is now in Suyi's hand, and he has the final say when to use this reason to cause trouble. If the bald eagle in the kingdom of God finally chooses to stand aside and protect itself, Sui will perform surgery on the chicken in the next step. Step by step, test the other party's lower limit. Under normal circumstances, after the opponent continues to test and give up its own chips, the sunk cost of direct war will become higher and higher. The threshold of patience will naturally increase. Some people like to use this method of training dogs to train people, but Sui now plans to use it to train a country. Of course, there will be great risks in the middle. After all, this kind of political system cannot be completely anthropomorphized, but the feasibility should be very high. Cutting meat with a blunt knife is the behavior that least irritates the opponent's nerves. When the Tanya group turned Blue Star upside down, Wai Wei in the magic world was naturally not idle. After so many days, she easily gained the support of the cattle, horse, sheep and other tribes among the northern orcs through the huge amount of food in her hands. Finally, before the northern army was fully assembled, some orcs were moved into the camp she prepared for these orcs. That is, the flat small plain in front of Mengchuan City, and further north, there is a canyon pass with a width of only 300 meters. After this period of construction, with the Jushu reinforcements using a large number of engineering equipment and the cooperation of the local magicians in Mengchuan City, this pass has become a super city wall with a height of hundreds of meters and a thickness of more than 50 meters. Of course, in this world, the city wall is not something that you can stop the enemy just because it is high and thick enough. At present, the wall of this pass can only be considered relatively stable in this world.